Give me your attention as you drift to rest, and I shall give you timeless truths that will train your mind even while you sleep. If I keep faith with you this night, you must act upon it tomorrow. For the words you hear in these quiet hours will become commands to your subconscious mind. Sleep will not be wasted. It will become your ally. Most men treat sleep as escape. They lie down in weariness. They drift into forgetfulness. They rise with nothing changed but the passing of hours. I command you to change this habit. Let sleep become your workshop, your council chamber, your place of silent growth. The body rests, but the mind may continue to labor under right direction. You have been told that you are behind in life, that the years have escaped, that opportunity has fled. That voice is the devil's own, the same voice I unmasked when I revealed that drifting is his favorite tool. Drifting in daylight wastes hours. Drifting at night wastes dreams. From this hour you shall no longer drift. Purpose is freedom. Drift is slavery. When a man knows his definite aim, he carries it into every waking hour, and he also carries it into sleep. When Andrew Carnegie closed his eyes after a day of labor, his mind did not wander in confusion. It rehearsed the building of his empire. His subconscious was commanded by definiteness. Thomas Edison turned night into labor, yes, but he also allowed sleep to restore him with visions of the work completed. He did not treat darkness as idleness, but as a partner. He held before his imagination the glow of the electric light and carried that image into slumber, so that each morning he rose renewed in vision. I promise you this: while your body rests, your mind may drink from the fountain of purpose. The words spoken here will feed your subconscious. They will become seeds planted in fertile soil. They will grow even when you do not watch them. Tomorrow you shall reap what you plant tonight. Stop comparing your hours to the hours of other men. Measure yourself against your own purpose. The clock does not mock the man who moves with definite aim. It serves him. The world does not ask where you have been. It asks what you can render today, and you shall render more if you guide even your sleep by purpose. Do not fear the silence of night. Fear only the emptiness of drifting thought. When your mind is not guided, the adversary seizes it. He fills it with fear, with regret, with idle memory. But when your mind is commanded by purpose, night becomes your ally. The subconscious obeys, and infinite intelligence supplies new ideas. As you settle into rest, repeat these words until they sink into your being. I rest with purpose. I feed my mind with truth. I drift only toward wisdom. Let them echo in your thoughts. Let them become the last sound you hear before sleep. The subconscious will hear them, and it will act. I have watched men waste their nights in worry. They rehearse failure upon failure. They plant weeds in their subconscious. They rise more weary than when they laid down. Refuse this mistake. Worry is drift. Faith is rest. Carry faith into sleep, and you will rise renewed. You may say, how can rest and work be one? I answer, rest without purpose is idleness. Rest with purpose is preparation. A field must lie quiet for a season, but when it has been sown, it produces a richer harvest. So with your mind. Sow it with definite purpose before you rest, and in silence it multiplies. Do not wait until morning to set your course. Set it now. As your eyes grow heavy, whisper your chief aim. Do not argue whether it is possible. Speak it as settled. The subconscious accepts definiteness without question. What you tell it at the edge of sleep, it carries as law through the night. You may recall nights when, upon waking, you found a new idea waiting in your mind. That is the proof of what I say. The subconscious labors while you rest. If it is guided, it brings forth treasure. If it is left to drift, it returns only confusion. Choose tonight to guide it with purpose. You are not too late. The man who plants an orchard at 60 enjoys its fruit. The man who plants a thought at midnight enjoys its harvest in the dawn. The measure is not years, the measure is definiteness. With a clear aim, you can redeem wasted time. With drift, you can waste the years ahead. Hear this charge as you drift. Sleep is not escape, but training. The truths spoken here will repeat in your mind until they are fixed. They will become habits. They will become your character, and your character will become your destiny. Purpose directs all, even the silence of the night. Repeat after me in the stillness. I rest with purpose. I feed my mind with truth. I drift only toward wisdom. Say it with calm conviction. Let it quiet your breath. Let it still your limbs. Let it guide your thoughts into slumber. The words will remain when consciousness fades. I command you, do not waste another night. Make sleep your ally. Drift with purpose. Plant with faith. Rest with calm. Rise with power. The hours of darkness are now yours, and they shall serve you. Desire is the starting point of all achievement. Without desire, no man moves, no plan endures, no dream awakens. Tonight, as you drift into rest, I command you to bring before your mind the picture of your burning desire, for what you hold as image in these hours will shape the steps of your tomorrow. Desire does not shout, it glows. It is a flame within the chest that continues to burn even when eyes grow weary. You may rest the body, but I will not permit you to let your desire sleep. It must remain alive, steady, glowing through the night, for it is the secret fire that draws opportunities toward you. I give you 6 steps to turn desire into riches. Write the exact thing you want. Name the price you will pay. Fix the date by which it shall be done. Form a plan and begin at once. Write all in clear words. Read it aloud morning and night. These 6 steps are the ladder by which desire climbs into reality. Do not neglect them. They are simple, but they are not to be taken lightly. The man who ignores one step weakens the whole ladder. The man who completes all 6 finds his dream becoming flesh. Desire without plan is a wish. Desire with plan and action is command, and command compels the world to obey. Tonight, as you close your eyes, whisper the first step. Name the thing you want. Speak it in plain words. Do not say, I hope. Say, I will. Let the words ring with certainty. The subconscious accepts only definiteness. Vague language confuses it. Definite words guide it. Whisper the aim until it becomes the only sound in your mind. Now consider the price. Nothing is gained without cost. What service will you render? What habit will you change? What hour will you surrender? The man who refuses to pay price in advance does not desire, he merely wishes. The man who names his price and pays it daily proves his desire is burning and alive. Set the date. Fix it in writing. Do not say someday. Say, by this date it shall be mine. The calendar obeys the definite man. The indefinite man becomes its slave. Mark the day, carry it in your mind, and let every hour until then serve your march toward it. This is how desire conquers time itself. Form your plan. It need not be perfect. Begin with the steps you know. Revise as you go, but never wait for the perfect scheme. The road clears as you walk. The man who begins finds guidance. The man who waits for complete map remains in the same place. Action clarifies. Indecision clouds. Now begin at once. The great weakness of men is delay. They whisper tomorrow, and tomorrow never arrives. Desire dies in waiting. Begin tonight, even if it is but one act. A line written, a call planned, a note prepared. The subconscious respects only deeds. Begin, and the whole of your being will begin to align. Finally, write your aim clearly and read it morning and night with feeling. This step is the bridge between desire and faith. The words read with emotion impress themselves upon the subconscious. They become fixed habits of thought, and thoughts, repeated, create their own reality in time. Thomas Edison pursued the electric light through thousands of trials. Others laughed, others grew weary. But Edison's desire burned like a lamp no darkness could extinguish. At night, he rested, yes, but he rested with vision. He saw the glow of the bulb long before the filament was perfected. His desire gave light before the invention did. Henry Ford held before his mind the picture of a car for the common man. When engineers told him it could not be done, when banks doubted, when markets mocked, Ford's desire held him steady. He worked beyond hours, testing, failing, improving. He rested with the car still in his mind, and in time the world drove what he had first imagined. Andrew Carnegie began as a poor telegraph boy. He had little strength, little wealth, little schooling, but he had desire. He wanted to rise, he wanted to build, he wanted to serve. He learned every wire, every message. He carried his desire into every hour of labor. It was not riches that gave him desire, it was desire that gave him riches. Desire is the fountain of youth for the spirit. The man who ceases to desire has already begun to die, though his body still walks. The man who holds burning desire in his heart remains young in vision, no matter his age. Desire pulls him forward. Desire keeps his steps strong. Now, as you drift, I command you to picture your desire. See it as already attained. Do not question. Do not argue. See it, hear it, feel it. Let your imagination make it real. The subconscious accepts image as law. What you see clearly and feel deeply becomes fixed in mind and soon in life. Say softly to yourself, I know what I want. I see it in my mind. I hold to it with joy. Repeat until the words feel natural. Let them guide you into rest. The subconscious will continue repeating them after you have fallen asleep, and tomorrow you will rise with fresh strength to act. I warn you against vague aims. To say, I wish to be successful is to say nothing. To say, I will earn this amount by this date through this service is to plant a seed. Vague aims drain energy. Definite aims multiply it. The subconscious requires clarity. Give it clear command. Do not fear the size of your desire. Men have erred by making aims too small, not too great. A small aim does not stir the heart. It does not inspire sacrifice. It does not awaken imagination. A great aim lifts the spirit, commands attention, rallies allies. Aim high and you will stretch. Aim low and you will stumble. When fatigue appears, desire is the fuel that keeps effort alive. When others stop, the man of desire continues. When discouragement whispers, desire shouts louder. This is why you must kindle it nightly. Sleep without desire is drift. Sleep with desire is power. Let it burn silently as you rest. Every man who achieved greatness carried desire into the night. Edison dreamed of light. Ford dreamed of wheels. Carnegie dreamed of steel. Rockefeller dreamed of oil. Each vision was clear, definite, burning. Each carried it into slumber, and their subconscious worked upon it while their bodies rested. Now repeat after me. I desire with burning clarity. I name my aim. I see my aim. I serve my aim. I will not rest in drift. I will rest in purpose. Let the words calm you. Let them guide your breathing. Let them carry you into stillness. This is not idle repetition. It is command to the subconscious. Picture yourself already in possession of your aim. How does it feel? Hold the feeling. Let it sink into your chest, into your breath. The subconscious hears feeling louder than words. Desire must be felt, not merely spoken. As you drift, feel the joy of already having. That feeling will shape your actions tomorrow. Do not allow doubts to enter. Doubt is drift. Faith is purpose. If doubt intrudes, replace it at once. Say, I know what I want. I see it in my mind. I hold to it with joy. Speak until doubt is silenced. Let sleep find you speaking victory, not fear. The world is filled with men who rest with no aim, who close eyes only to escape. They rise with no increase. You are not such a man. You are definite. You desire. You rest with purpose. You rise with power. Say it. I rest with purpose. I rise with power. Desire is the flame that burns in silence. Even as the room grows quiet, even as your limbs grow heavy, the flame burns. Let it. Do not put it out. Protect it from drift. Feed it with affirmation. Let it glow steadily through the hours of night. It is your eternal lamp. And now, yield yourself to sleep. Whisper once more, I know what I want. I see it in my mind. I hold to it with joy. Whisper it again until words become dream. The subconscious has heard. It will not forget. Desire will work as you rest, and in time the world will yield to your definiteness. Faith is the gentle power that calms the mind and strengthens the heart. It is not noise, it is not boast, it is quiet certainty. Tonight, as you drift into sleep, I command you to clothe yourself in faith, for faith is the only shield against fear, and it is the medium through which all desire is transformed into reality. Faith is not accident, it is cultivated. It is a state of mind created by repeated suggestion until the subconscious accepts victory as natural. You may plant fear, you may plant doubt, or you may plant faith. Whatever you plant, the subconscious grows. I command you to plant faith this night, and it shall grow into courage and calm. I place in your hands the self-confidence formula. Read it each morning and each night until the words are written in your spirit. Say, I know that I have the ability to achieve the object of my definite purpose. Therefore, I demand of myself persistent, continuous action toward its attainment, and I here and now promise to render such action. Say, I realize that the dominating thoughts of my mind will eventually reproduce themselves in outward action and gradually transform themselves into physical reality. Therefore, I will concentrate my thoughts for 30 minutes daily upon the task of thinking of the person I intend to become, thereby creating a clear mental picture. Say, I know through the principle of autosuggestion that any desire I persistently hold will in time seek expression through some practical plan. Therefore, I will devote 10 minutes daily to demanding of myself the development of self-confidence. I repeat these pledges not as fancy, but as law. Say, I clearly write my definite chief aim, and I will never stop until I have developed sufficient confidence for its attainment. I realize that no wealth can long endure unless built upon truth and justice. Therefore, I will engage only in transactions that benefit all they affect. I will cause others to believe in me because I will believe in them. Repeat quietly, I have faith in myself. I have faith in my purpose. I have faith in infinite intelligence to supply the plan. I have faith in my allies to stand with me. I have faith in the rhythm of persistence to carry me. Whisper these lines until the breath slows, until the words carry you into stillness. Abraham Lincoln carried faith when all else seemed lost. The Union was torn, defeat appeared near, and yet his words spoke certainty. He declared that the nation must endure, and his steady voice planted faith in millions. His calm did not come from outward signs. It came from inward faith, fixed upon purpose. Charles M. Schwab carried faith when markets trembled, men feared collapse, but Schwab spoke of growth. His belief steadied thousands of workers. His confidence turned panic into productivity. Faith in expansion kept mills alive when doubt would have closed them. His calm faith was a shield not only for himself, but for his men. Faith is more than belief, it is mental order. The man of faith refuses to admit idle talk. He closes his ears to gossip, to criticism, to predictions of failure. He feeds his mind only that which strengthens his aim. In the silence of night, you must do the same. Drift not into worry. Drift into faith. You may say, how can I believe when results are not yet seen? I answer, all results are born in the unseen. The seed is hidden before the harvest. The plan is secret before the building. The man of faith looks past the surface into the law of cause and effect. He knows that definite thought held in faith must in time bear fruit. Tonight, as you lay still, whisper these affirmations. I believe in my aim. I believe in my plan. I believe in my power. I persist. Whisper them until they become rhythm with your breath. Each repetition is a seed planted. Each seed is watered by faith. Each seed will grow into tomorrow's action. I warn you against careless words. To say, I am too old, I am too late, I cannot, is to plant poison. The subconscious hears and obeys. Replace such words with truth. Say, I am able, I am on time, I can. Speak strength and your mind will grow strong. Speak weakness and your spirit will falter. Faith is calm, not restless. Faith is steady, not frantic. The man of faith does not need to hurry, for he knows the result is already on its way. He walks with confidence. He sleeps with peace. He wakes with strength. This is the rhythm of faith. It is the gentle music of certainty. As you breathe slowly, picture your desire already attained. Hold it in your mind until it feels real. Feel the calm of possession. Feel the gratitude of victory. The subconscious receives emotion as law. Plant gratitude and you will reap abundance. Plant calm and you will reap strength. I speak from proof. I have studied thousands of men. The successful carried faith, the drifting carried doubt. The successful spoke affirmations, the drifting spoke complaints. The successful guarded their minds, the drifting opened to every idle voice. Choose tonight which man you will be. Faith is a decision, and tonight you decide. If you find doubt creeping in, do not fight it with fear. Replace it at once with affirmations. Say, I believe in my aim. I believe in my plan. I believe in my power. I persist. Repeat until doubt is silenced. Do this nightly until it becomes habit, and habit will become character. Faith is the builder that works while you sleep. It takes the bricks of your desire, the mortar of your affirmations, and silently constructs the edifice of success. You may not hear it, you may not see it, but in time you will wake to find the structure standing. Faith builds while you rest. Now whisper with me, I rest in faith. I drift in calm. I rise in strength. Whisper until the words become dream. Whisper until faith replaces fear. Whisper until your subconscious is clothed in certainty. Then yield to sleep, knowing that infinite intelligence works with you, not against you. Faith is the gentle power that calms and strengthens. Carry it now into rest. Let it be your shield in dreams. Let it be your companion in slumber. Let it be your strength in waking. For the man of faith cannot be defeated, and tonight you are that man. Autosuggestion is the bridge between desire and its fulfillment. It is the tool by which you whisper commands to the subconscious mind until they are obeyed as law. Tonight, as you rest, I shall teach you how to whisper the right words, how to impress the right images, and how to let your subconscious labor for you while you sleep. The subconscious mind is always at work. It never sleeps. It never rests. It never tires. You may guide it with definiteness, or you may allow it to drift. If you fail to instruct it, it will accept the idle words and careless fears of the day. If you command it, it will bring forth ideas, plans, and opportunities. Choose tonight to command it. Every phrase you hear in these hours becomes instruction for tomorrow. Do not let fear be the last thought before sleep. Do not let regret be the last whisper in your mind. Instead, plant words of definiteness. Say, I am definite in purpose. I render more service than I am paid. I save with purpose. I welcome guiding flashes of plan. You may ask, how can words so simple alter destiny? I answer, all great changes begin in thought. The words repeated with feelings sink into the subconscious. They become habits of thought. Habits of thought become habits of action. Habits of action become character. Character becomes destiny. It begins with words whispered at the edge of sleep. Consider Dr. Frank Gonsalves. He stood before a congregation and declared his definite desire for $1 million to build a college. He spoke with such faith and such definiteness that Philip Armour, hearing, was moved to give the sum. Gonsalves's words were autosuggestion, not only to himself, but to those who heard. His words bore fruit. F. W. Woolworth began with a small counter of cheap goods. Others mocked. He carried the picture of a chain of stores in his mind and whispered it to himself daily. He spoke in the language of certainty. The subconscious accepted, and opportunities presented themselves. Today, his name stands as proof that whispered aims can build empires. Now I command you, take your written chief aim in hand before you sleep. Read it aloud softly. Let your ears hear it. Let your tongue taste it. Let your eyes see it. Let your heart feel it. Then close your eyes and release it into the subconscious. Say, I give this aim to my deeper mind. Work upon it while I rest. Do not think the subconscious is far away. It is your silent partner. It is your unseen workshop. It is your tireless servant. It remembers what you forget. It connects what you overlook. It reaches into infinite intelligence and brings you flashes of plan, but it obeys only definiteness. Whisper clearly and it will serve you. Speak softly now. I am definite in purpose. I render more service than I am paid. I save with purpose. I welcome guiding flashes of plan. Repeat until the words become steady rhythm. Let them ride upon your breath. Let them drift into stillness. The subconscious hears every syllable and accepts them as law. Guard yourself against idle suggestion. To say, I am too tired, I am unlucky, I cannot is to plant weeds. The subconscious will grow them. Pull them out tonight. Replace with truth. Say, I am rested. I am favored. I am able. Plant these and they will grow strong. You reap exactly what you sow in thought. Edison gave thousands of commands to his subconscious by picturing the light that did not yet exist. Ford gave commands by speaking of the car already built. Carnegie gave commands by envisioning mills already rising. Each man spoke in the tense of possession. Each man whispered certainty. Each man reaped exactly what he sowed. As you lay still, imagine your aim already complete. See it, hear it, feel it. Do not argue. Do not doubt. The subconscious does not debate. It obeys. Give it definite images, and it will create definite plans. Give it vague wishes, and it will return only drift. Tonight, feed it clear command. You may recall mornings when an idea greeted you suddenly. That is the subconscious delivering what you gave it. You may recall solutions arriving while you bathed or walked. That is the subconscious working while you were at rest. It does not tire. It only obeys. Give it a clear order tonight, and it will deliver. Repeat now, I am definite in purpose. I render more service than I am paid. I save with purpose. I welcome guiding flashes of plan. Speak until words grow soft, until words become dream, until the subconscious has received them. They will echo through the night. They will be your companions in slumber. Do not treat these exercises as child's play. They are the very laws by which men build fortunes, create inventions, lead nations. The words whispered tonight are the same that carried Lincoln through the war, that guided Schwab to lead steel, that inspired Carnegie to gather wealth. Do not neglect them. Use them. Now, as your breath deepens, let your chief aim fill the mind. See yourself already in possession. Feel gratitude as if it were true. Gratitude is the language the subconscious hears most clearly. Say softly, thank you, thank you, thank you. Say it until sleep claims you. The subconscious will carry it forward. Autosuggestion is not noise, it is rhythm. It is not demand, it is law. The words repeated nightly become the music of the subconscious. Tonight, write the first notes. Tomorrow the song will play, and in time the world will dance to your tune. Whisper one last time, I am definite in purpose. I render more service than I am paid. I save with purpose. I welcome guiding flashes of plan. Whisper until words fade into silence. The subconscious has heard. It will work while you sleep, and when you wake, it will give you strength to act. Rest now. Your commands are planted. Your subconscious is at labor. Infinite intelligence is your ally. Sleep in peace. Drift in certainty. Rise in power. Decision is the stroke of the sword that cuts away retreat. Persistence is the shield that bears the blows of resistance. Together they form the pillars upon which all enduring success is built. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, I command you to build both into your very soul. You shall not drift. You shall decide, and you shall persist. A man without decision is like a ship without rudder. He drifts wherever the current pushes, sometimes forward, sometimes backward, often in circles. A man with decision is like a captain who sets his compass and steers into the wind. Even in storm, his course is true. Tonight, I command you to be that captain. Decide. Fix your aim. But decision alone is not enough. One may decide and then falter. One may decide and then quit. The history of failure is written in the stories of those who decided once but did not persist. Persistence is the long obedience. It is the daily repetition of the decision. It is the refusal to quit when others whisper surrender. I give you proof. Henry Ford faced mockery when he decided to build one car for the masses. Bankers sneered, engineers doubted, rivals ridiculed. Yet he held to his decision. He persisted. He poured year after year into the Model T. The world bent at last to his persistence, and today his name rides upon every road. Thomas Edison tested thousands of materials for his filament. Time after time it failed. A weaker man would have quit after 10 trials, after 100, after 1,000. But Edison persisted. He counted failure as progress. He declared, I have not failed. I have discovered thousands of ways that will not work. Persistence crowned his decision with victory. Colonel Sanders carried a chicken recipe in his hand when most men carry only memories of youth. He decided it was worth offering. He persisted though doors closed by the hundreds. At last one opened, and the world tasted his persistence. Age did not defeat him. Decision and persistence carried him where drift never could. You may say, I am tired, I am late, I have tried. I answer, you have not yet persisted long enough. You have not yet held the decision through the storm. The true test is not the first mile, it is the 100th. The true test is not the first rejection, it is the 1,000th. Persistence is measured in endurance. Tonight, as you rest, I command you to rehearse your decision. Say softly, I decide now. I persist always. Temporary defeat is my teacher. Victory belongs to me. Whisper until the words become breath. Whisper until they become rhythm with your heart. Whisper until the subconscious accepts them as eternal law. Decision ends hesitation. Persistence ends failure. When the mind has chosen and the will has endured, nothing can stop it. The world yields to the man who will not be moved. Opportunities align with him. Allies gather around him. Circumstances adjust themselves to him. He has chosen and he has persisted, and therefore he has won. Do not fear defeat. Temporary defeat is not failure. It is teacher. It whispers what must be changed, what must be improved. It strengthens character. Only quitting is failure. Only surrender is loss. If you rise after every fall, if you persist after every blow, you have not failed, you have advanced. In Outwitting the Devil, I revealed that drifting is the devil's great weapon. The drifter postpones decisions. The drifter quits when weary. The drifter floats from one aim to another, never arriving. You must not drift. You must decide. You must persist. Even in sleep, you must rehearse the sound of a settled will. Say now with me, I am not a drifter. I am definite. I decide once, and I do not retreat. I persist daily. I endure. I rise. I conquer. Say it slowly. Let the words fall like hammer upon anvil. Each repetition forges strength. Each whisper drives weakness away. Each breath plants persistence deeper. You may remember moments when indecision cost you dearly. You may recall projects begun and abandoned. Do not grieve. Learn. Decide now that you will never again quit upon your chief aim. Decide now that fatigue will not master you. Decide now that criticism will not silence you. Decide now that defeat will not end you. Edison persisted through ridicule. Ford persisted through bankruptcy. Lincoln persisted through loss of election after election. Each could have quit. Each could have drifted. But each held to decision. Each persisted, and each carved his name upon history. You may carve yours if you will but imitate them. The subconscious mind must be trained in decision and persistence. It must be whispered to nightly until it accepts these qualities as your very nature. This is why I command you tonight. Whisper your decision, whisper your persistence, until sleep carries them down into the depth of mind. Say, I decide now. I persist always. Temporary defeat is my teacher. Victory belongs to me. Say it again. Say it until your eyes grow heavy. Say it until your body grows still. Say it until sleep itself is clothed in decision and persistence. Do not think of tomorrow's toil with dread. Think of tomorrow's toil as the proof of your persistence. Each task is a chance to prove endurance. Each hour is a chance to strengthen decision. Each obstacle is a chance to conquer. Each delay is a chance to outlast. This is the glory of persistence. I warn you against the language of quitting. Do not say I cannot. Do not say I will try. Say instead I will. Say I endure. Say I continue. The subconscious believes your words. Feed it only with persistence. Never feed it with quitting. If you feel fear, do not retreat. Replace fear with decision. Say, I have decided, I do not turn back. Fear cannot survive where decision is firm. Fear cannot outlast persistence. Fear flees from the man who marches without pause. Decision and persistence are like two strong hands. One grasps the plan, the other holds it firm through storm. Together they carry any burden. Together they lift any load. Together they build empires, inventions, nations. Together they will build your destiny. Tonight as you drift, hold them in your spirit. Whisper them until sleep comes. Let them carry you into dreams. Let them guard you through slumber. Let them raise you at dawn. Say, I decide now. I persist always. Temporary defeat is my teacher. Victory belongs to me. And now rest. Your decision is made. Your persistence is planted. The subconscious has heard. It will work through the night. Tomorrow you will rise with new strength. You will walk with new courage. You will endure. You will conquer. The mastermind is the joining of two or more minds in harmony for the attainment of a definite purpose. From this union arises a power greater than any one mind could command alone. Tonight, as you drift into rest, I will show you how even in silence you may summon this power, and how harmony in thought multiplies your strength. Infinite intelligence flows most freely where harmony reigns. Discord blocks it. Doubt blocks it. Suspicion blocks it. But harmony, faith, and mutual purpose open the channel wide. A mastermind council is not merely men in a room. It is the meeting of spirits. It is the blending of minds into one greater mind, touched by infinite intelligence. Andrew Carnegie confessed that he attributed all his fortune to the power of his master mind. He gathered able men around him, men of different gifts, men of strong will, men of practical skill. He united them by a definite aim, and he kept them in harmony. Alone he could not have built steel empires. With them he did. Thomas Edison filled his invention factory with inventive minds. Ideas sparked from one to another. Their harmony produced continuous breakthroughs. Edison did not claim solitary genius. He claimed the power of the mastermind. His name remains, but behind his name were many hands, many minds, many hearts moving in harmony. John D. Rockefeller surrounded himself with advisors he trusted. He could have chosen to hold all decisions alone, but he knew the law. Coordination multiplies power. He placed men where they were strongest. He listened. He decided. Harmony preserved his energy, extended his reach, and gave him victories that a single mind could never sustain. You may say, I am alone tonight. What mastermind can I have? I answer, in thought you may summon allies. As you rest, picture your council. Picture men of integrity and skill sitting with you. Picture them in harmony, lending you their strength. The subconscious accepts images as law. Imagine harmony, and harmony begins to form. Before you drift, name 2 men whose goodwill you trust. Promise in your heart to render service to them. Promise to give before you receive. Promise to keep harmony with them. Let this be your first step toward building your mastermind. Even 2 in harmony create power greater than 1. Harmony is more precious than talent. A group of clever men in discord produce nothing. A group of average men in harmony move mountains. Harmony is the secret of multiplication. Without it, division consumes. With it, increase flows. As you rest tonight, I command you to plant harmony in your heart. Say softly, I attract men of harmony. We plan in unity. We build in order. We succeed together. Whisper until the words fill your chest. Whisper until the image of harmony becomes dream. The subconscious will accept. And tomorrow you will find yourself drawn toward men who strengthen you, away from men who weaken you. I warn you, admit no cynic into your circle. Admit no chronic critic. Admit no idler. They will poison the spring of youth. They will corrode harmony. They will destroy power. Be kind, but be firm. Remove discord at once. Replace it with men of faith, men of will, men of integrity. The mastermind does not mean agreement on all matters. It means agreement on purpose. Differences of opinion may sharpen plan, but differences of spirit break harmony. Guard the spirit. Keep purpose high. Keep respect firm. Keep service mutual. Thus will the mastermind remain strong. Even in silence, the mastermind may work. As you sleep, picture your allies laboring beside you. Picture their strength joining yours. Picture infinite intelligence flowing through the union. Let the image settle into subconscious. While you rest, harmony will grow. Allies will be drawn, and soon the unseen will become seen. I have seen men transformed when they entered the right counsel. A weak man became strong when placed among the persistent. A timid man became bold when placed among the courageous. A doubtful man became faithful when placed among believers. Environment shapes the mind. The mastermind is deliberate environment. Carnegie chose his men carefully. He gave them authority. He trusted them. They trusted him. Together, they conquered. Edison valued the sparks of his assistants. He listened, he tested, he praised. They gave him loyalty. Rockefeller built loyalty through fairness. Each example proves the mastermind rests on mutual faith. Say with me, I attract men of harmony. I render more service to them than I demand. I keep faith with them. Together we succeed. Whisper slowly. Let each word plant itself deep. Let the subconscious hear not only the word, but the feeling. Harmony must be felt as well as spoken. The devil cannot rule where harmony reigns. Discord is his tool. Gossip is his weapon. Suspicion is his snare. Close your ear to gossip. Close your mouth to criticism. Keep your mind fixed on purpose. Keep your spirit fixed on harmony. Thus you will disarm the enemy and keep the gate of your counsel safe. As you drift, see yourself seated at the head of a table. Around it sit your allies. They nod in agreement. They offer counsel. They speak with calm conviction. You thank them. You listen. You decide. You rise stronger than you sat down. Carry this vision into dream, and tomorrow you will feel its strength. Do not neglect the law of service. Render first. Give more than you ask. Be loyal before you expect loyalty. Harmony grows where service is mutual. Harmony dies where selfishness rules. Make yourself indispensable to your allies, and they will become indispensable to you. This is the rhythm of the master mind. Even two in harmony create a third mind greater than both. Add a third ally, and the power multiplies again. Add a fourth, and the increase becomes astonishing. This is no fancy, it is law. The power of thought in harmony is the power of electricity multiplied. It lights worlds. It builds fortunes. It sustains nations. As you rest, I command you to see yourself not as lone struggler, but as builder among builders. You are part of a chorus. You are part of a team. Even if tonight you lie alone, tomorrow you will find allies. The subconscious will guide you toward them if you plant the seed tonight. Say softly, I attract men of harmony. We plan in unity. We build in order. We succeed together. Whisper until breath grows slow. Whisper until eyelids grow heavy. Whisper until the words become dream. Your subconscious has heard. Harmony has been planted. The master mind begins in silence and grows into reality. Controlled attention is the secret power by which a man directs his energy toward one definite aim. Without it, his strength is scattered. With it, his strength is multiplied. Tonight, as you prepare to rest, I command you to guard your attention as a soldier guards his post, for what you dwell upon in these hours will shape your tomorrow. The mind becomes what it continually feeds upon. If you feed it fear, it grows fear. If you feed it gossip, it grows weakness. If you feed it complaint, it grows paralysis. But if you feed it definiteness, if you feed it purpose, if you feed it faith, it grows into a mighty power that can master circumstance itself. Controlled attention is the choice to hold thought steady upon the one thing that matters most. It is not wandering from one idea to another. It is not dividing the mind between 1,000 trivialities. It is fixing the whole force of your being upon your chief aim until every cell in your body vibrates with its pursuit. Woodrow Wilson carried controlled attention through storms of opposition. Men assailed him, critics mocked him, nations doubted him, yet he fixed his gaze upon his League of Nations. He refused to be turned aside. Though he faltered in body, his mind held steady. Controlled attention gave him dignity, and history remembers him for it. Abraham Lincoln faced ceaseless criticism. Newspapers ridiculed him, generals disobeyed him, rivals plotted against him. Yet Lincoln kept his attention fixed upon the preservation of the Union. He did not waste energy upon gossip. He did not permit his mind to be consumed by insult. He gave his attention only to that which served his aim. As you rest tonight, you must do the same. Close your mind against idle chatter. Refuse to rehearse insults. Refuse to wander in regret. Hold before you only your written chief aim. Let it be the last image in your mind before you drift. Say softly, I guard my attention. I admit only that which serves me. The devil seizes drifting attention. He whispers fears, he plants doubts, he magnifies worries, but he flees from controlled attention. He cannot conquer the man who holds his thoughts steady. He cannot enter a mind that is fixed upon definite purpose. Tonight, you bar the gate by fixing your attention. Accurate thinking is the companion of controlled attention. It is the habit of testing facts before admitting them. It is the refusal to accept rumor, opinion, or prejudice as truth. It is the discipline of the mind to ask, is this true? Is this useful? Does this serve my aim? If not, the gate remains closed. Most men let their minds become marketplaces where every peddler may enter. They permit gossip to set up stall, suspicion to sell poison, fear to cry its wares. The man of accurate thinking closes the gates. He admits only facts. He admits only truth. He admits only what serves his definite chief aim. Tonight, before you sleep, I command you to guard the gates of your mind. Refuse entry to the intruder. Admit only the thought of your chief aim. Whisper softly, I guard my attention. I admit only that which serves me. My thoughts obey my aim. Repeat until the words close the gates of thought. Andrew Carnegie gave his mornings to the tasks of greatest importance. He refused to squander his best hours upon trivialities. This was controlled attention. He focused where return was highest. He guarded his attention as treasure. You must do the same, even as you sleep. Focus on what yields return. Refuse waste. Say now, I guard my attention. I admit only that which serves me. My thoughts obey my aim. Whisper until the words become rhythm. Whisper until your subconscious repeats them in dream. Tomorrow your mind will resist distractions, for you have planted in it the command to obey your aim. Do not underestimate the danger of idle thoughts. Many men are ruined not by enemies, but by their own wandering minds. They waste energy upon what others think, what others say, what others do. They scatter attention like seed upon stone. Nothing grows. Controlled attention is planting in fertile soil. Accurate thinking demands that you test every thought. Does this serve my aim? Is this founded upon fact? Does this strengthen me? If the answer is no, cast it out. If the answer is yes, admit it. This simple practice makes a man master of his mind. This practice will make you master of yours. As you drift into rest, imagine your mind as a great gate. At the gate stands a guard. The guard is your will. Behind the gate lies your subconscious. Do not permit the guard to sleep. Instruct him. Admit only thoughts of my chief aim. Admit only truth. Admit only strength. All else be gone. Say softly, I guard my attention. I admit only that which serves me. My thoughts obey my aim. Whisper again. Let the words close the gate. Let the guard take his post. Let your subconscious rest under protection. Drift knowing your mind is safe, your purpose is guarded, your attention is controlled. Controlled attention multiplies energy. When a lens gathers rays of sun into a single point, fire bursts forth. When a man gathers his thoughts into a single aim, power bursts forth. This is law. Scatter light and it warms a little. Focus light and it burns steel. Scatter thought and it warms little. Focus thought and it conquers worlds. As you rest, focus your thought. Even if only for a few minutes before slumber, hold the image of your desire. Picture it clearly. Refuse all else. Let it be the sun gathered into point. Let it burn into your subconscious. This is controlled attention. This is the fire that will burn through obstacles. And I warn you, idle thoughts before sleep plant weeds. Do not review failures. Do not dwell upon insult. Do not imagine defeat. Replace all with image of victory. Replace all with affirmation of strength. Replace all with picture of definite aim. Guard the gates. Hold attention steady. This is your nightly duty. Say with me, I guard my attention. I admit only that which serves me. My thoughts obey my aim. Repeat until the words echo. Repeat until sleep itself obeys. Repeat until subconscious is trained to admit only strength. The devil will not enter. Drift will not invade. Purpose will be safe. Rest now. Your gates are closed. Your attention is fixed. Your mind is guarded. Your subconscious is safe. Tomorrow you will rise sharper, clearer, stronger, for you have practiced controlled attention. You have planted accurate thinking. You have guarded the gates of the night. The golden rule is the law that holds all other laws together. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Every fortune built in truth, every friendship kept in harmony, every reputation that endures rests upon this law. Tonight, as you drift to rest, I charge you to let this rule govern not only your waking hours, but also your slumber. Peaceful sleep belongs to the man of clean conscience. He who deceives, he who cheats, he who tramples upon others may lie down, but his mind will not rest. His dreams will trouble him. His heart will accuse him. But the man who has rendered just and abundant service rests in calm. His mind is free, his spirit is quiet, his slumber is sweet. John Wanamaker built his house of commerce upon honesty. Customers trusted him, workers respected him, rivals admired him. Why? Because he dealt fairly. He gave more than he took. His name was clean. And because his conscience was clear, he rested without fear. The same may be yours if you build upon the golden rule. Andrew Carnegie grew wealthy, yes, but he gave back. His libraries still stand. His gifts of education still serve. He sought to balance fortune with service. He kept trust with the public. Because of this, his rest was not poisoned by guilt. Service cleanses the spirit. The golden rule redeems the burden of wealth. John D. Rockefeller faced storms of criticism, but he preserved harmony by keeping his word, by paying debts, by dealing fairly in agreement. Men trusted his signature because it was bond. The golden rule guarded his name. The golden rule gave him calm. A name trusted is a pillow softer than down. Tonight, as you drift, forgive those who have wronged you. Release bitterness, release anger. Release the heavy burden of resentment. Carrying anger into sleep is poison to the subconscious. Release it and be free. Whisper, I forgive. I release, I bless. Let the words lighten your chest. Let them cleanse your mind. Let them carry you into rest. Whisper softly, I render just and abundant service. I walk in harmony. I rest in peace. Repeat until words become rhythm with your breath. Repeat until your heart beats in calm agreement. Repeat until your subconscious is filled with law of fairness. Sleep under the banner of the golden rule and rise in harmony. The rhythm of rest is as important as the rhythm of labor. The body must renew. The mind must restore. The spirit must refresh. Work without rest exhausts. Rest without work decays. Balance is law. The rhythm of day and night, of labor and sleep, of giving and receiving, must be kept if success is to endure. The farmer lets his field lie fallow that it may yield richer harvest. The worker must sleep that he may work with vigor. The thinker must rest that thought may be sharp. Do not despise rest. Do not neglect it. Embrace it as part of the rhythm of success. Drift not in waste, but in wise renewal. Say, I rest in peace. I rest in strength. I rest in harmony. Whisper slowly. Let each word draw you deeper into stillness. Let your subconscious be trained that rest itself is service. For in rest you prepare to render greater service tomorrow. Let the rhythm of night become the rhythm of growth. The golden rule extends into thought. Think of others as you wish them to think of you. If you desire respect, think respectfully. If you desire trust, think trustfully. If you desire goodwill, think kindly. The subconscious reflects thought outward. Whatever you habitually think of others becomes their habit toward you. Do not allow suspicion to linger. Do not allow envy to poison. Do not allow contempt to corrode. Replace each with honor, with admiration, with charity. Think highly of others and you lift yourself. Think ill of others and you pull yourself down. The law cannot be cheated. What you sow in thought, you reap in relation. As you rest, whisper, I honor others. I see their worth. I speak of their strength. I invite honor in return. Repeat until the words enter deep. Repeat until subconscious paints them into dream. Repeat until harmony is natural. You will rise tomorrow with softer speech, with kinder thought, with stronger relations. The golden rule is not weakness, it is power. It wins allies, it builds trust, it opens doors. A reputation for fairness is more valuable than gold. A name for justice is more enduring than stone. Men will move mountains for one they trust. Men will oppose endlessly one they suspect. Guard your name with fairness. Say tonight, I render just and abundant service. I walk in harmony. I rest in peace. Whisper again. Let bitterness go. Let complaint go. Let suspicion go. Fill the mind with fairness. Fill the heart with goodwill. Fill the spirit with peace. This is the true pillow for sleep. In the silence of night, infinite intelligence moves more freely through a mind at peace. Worry blocks it. Anger blocks it. Greed blocks it. But fairness opens the gate. Harmony opens the channel. Peace invites wisdom. The man who rests under the golden rule wakes with flashes of plan. Forgive now one man you have resented. Bless now one man you have envied. Release now one man you have judged. Do this before you close your eyes. It will lighten you. It will free you. It will plant peace in your subconscious. Peace will yield harmony. Harmony will yield strength. As your breathing slows, say, I rest in harmony, I wake in strength, I serve in fairness, I live in peace. Say it softly. Say it until it becomes dream. Say it until subconscious carries it through the night. Sleep now in the rhythm of the golden rule. Drift not to forgetfulness, but to wisdom. For in these hours you grow. In these hours your subconscious obeys. In these hours infinite intelligence speaks. Sleep is not escape, but training. Rest is not waste, but renewal. Tonight you sleep under law. Tonight you sleep under fairness. Tonight you sleep in peace. If you currently possess nothing, ask yourself honestly, how long will you tolerate this poverty? Do you accept this condition willingly, or is it merely a state you've passively drifted into? I tell you plainly, poverty is not imposed upon a man by fate. It is a condition he accepts when he refuses to act with definiteness and purpose. The power to change your financial destiny rests solely in your hands, but only if you awaken now and grasp it firmly. Understand clearly that wealth is never accidental. Andrew Carnegie, the wealthiest man of his day, told me directly, fortunes are built not by chance, but by design. He began life in abject poverty, yet he did not remain there. Carnegie was not lucky. He was decisive. He decided precisely what he wanted and pursued it with relentless clarity. Today, you must do the same if you wish to rise above your current circumstances. Thomas Edison, whose inventions illuminated the world, began with little formal education and almost no resources. Yet he transformed mere ideas into vast wealth. Edison did not wait for perfect conditions. He created them. His achievements were not by happenstance, but by persistent decision and relentless effort. He acted from certainty, not hope. If you wish to build wealth from nothing, you must act as Edison did, with clarity, focus, and unwavering purpose. If you drift waiting for fortune to find you, it never will. Wealth does not seek those who merely dream. It rewards those who act decisively and immediately. Your hesitation and delay today sow the seeds of regret tomorrow. You will look back upon your life realizing painfully that your poverty was not caused by lack of opportunity, but by lack of decisive action. Do not let this be your fate. Imagine now, clearly and vividly, the freedom and power your first $1 million will provide. Picture the comfort of knowing your needs are secured, the confidence in your posture, the clarity in your thoughts. Consider the impact on your family, the legacy you will leave, the influence you will wield. Contrast this sharply with the pain of poverty, the anxiety, the limitation, the constant shadow of inadequacy. Decide today which reality you will claim. This message carries wisdom and strategies proven by history's wealthiest minds: Carnegie, Edison, Ford. These men were not born into wealth, nor were they exceptionally gifted at the outset. They simply chose their path clearly, acted upon it decisively, and refused to drift. If they could rise from humble beginnings, you can too, but only if you act immediately upon these principles and commit fully to the course. Wealth creation demands clarity of purpose. You must know exactly what you desire, when you desire it, and how you intend to achieve it. The world is littered with men who have vague hopes but no definite aims. Their results match their confusion. Today, you must decide clearly and unequivocally what you will achieve. There can be no uncertainty. Your mind must become a fortress of clarity and your actions precise. You must cultivate burning desire, the kind of desire that moves mountains, defies obstacles, and carries you through failure after failure until success is achieved. Edison failed thousands of times before perfecting the light bulb, yet his burning desire made failure impossible. When your desire becomes obsessive, it transforms challenges into stepping stones. You must ignite that fire within yourself today. Faith is not mere belief. It is the absolute certainty that your vision will become reality. Henry Ford did not merely believe in his vision. He acted from it with unshakable conviction. He spoke and moved as if success was already secured. His faith magnetized resources, opportunities, and people. Your faith must become unshakable, your belief absolute, and your actions unwavering. Organized planning is the blueprint that directs your actions. Carnegie built his steel empire with meticulous care, each step calculated, every action deliberate. Wealth does not come from chaos, but from order. You must plan your journey with precision, lay out measurable milestones, and take daily steps toward your aim. Your plan becomes the roadmap, guiding you safely and swiftly toward wealth. Persistence transforms temporary defeat into lasting victory. Edison's persistence turned countless setbacks into eventual triumph. He refused to acknowledge defeat as permanent. Persistence is the daily discipline of continuing action despite obstacles, delays, and frustrations. You must become unstoppable, a force of determination that cannot be dissuaded by setbacks or difficulty. Self-control and discipline ensure your habits, emotions, and daily routines remain aligned with your purpose. John D. Rockefeller disciplined his habits to match his ambitions. Charles Schwab controlled his emotions under pressure. Without self-mastery, no fortune can be maintained. You must discipline yourself relentlessly, building habits that reflect your aim and preserve your wealth. Accurate thinking and controlled attention sharpen your mind and guard your purpose. Alexander Graham. Bell approached every invention methodically, focusing his mind exclusively on achieving his goal. Your thoughts must become precise, your attention undivided. Distraction must become your enemy. Precise thought and relentless focus bring clarity and command opportunities to your doorstep. Finally, going the extra mile transforms ordinary efforts into extraordinary results. W. Clement Stone always gave more than was required, creating surplus value. Wealth multiplies for those who exceed expectations, who add unexpected value, and whose excellence speaks louder than their words. You must commit yourself to surplus effort, becoming indispensable to all you serve. Today you have a choice. Continue drifting and remain trapped in poverty, or claim the wealth that is rightfully yours through decisive, disciplined, relentless action. These principles are not merely ideas. They are proven laws that have guided every great fortune. They will guide yours as well, but only if you act now. Wealth waits for no man who hesitates. You must now declare your decision clearly, firmly, and irrevocably. Wealth creation is not a passive pursuit. It demands immediate and sustained action. Your first $1 million is not a dream. It is a definite goal waiting to be claimed. Your actions today determine your financial future. Choose now to act decisively and live the principles you have been given. Declare with certainty. Today I choose to claim the wealth that is rightfully mine. This affirmation must become your daily mantra, your personal law, and the foundation of your wealth-building journey. Speak it aloud with conviction. Act upon it daily. Let every thought, word, and deed reflect your certainty and commitment. The time for hesitation has passed. The moment for decisive action has arrived. Your future is shaped not by chance, but by your clarity, desire, faith, planning, persistence, discipline, accurate thinking, and surplus effort. Commit today and begin your journey toward unstoppable wealth. Your first million awaits, not someday, not tomorrow, but right now. Every fortune, great or small, begins with a single unshakable foundation, a definite chief aim. Without it, a man is like a ship without a rudder, adrift at the mercy of winds and currents, hoping to arrive somewhere but destined to reach nowhere. But with it, he becomes a force of nature, moving with precision, purpose, and power. Henry Ford was not the most educated man of his time. He did not possess great wealth in his youth. What he did possess was an immovable vision, to build an affordable automobile that every man could own. That vision became his obsession. He did not deviate. He did not dilute it. He held it clearly in his mind and acted as though it was already achieved. That clarity, his definite purpose, directed every hire, every invention, every production line. It organized his thoughts. It prioritized his time. It attracted men, money, and machines. It made him rich. Ford did not hope to succeed. He knew he would because he had already decided it. You must now decide your aim, not vaguely, not someday, but clearly and now. What is the exact amount of wealth you wish to accumulate? By what date? In what form? And through what service will you render value to the world in exchange? Write this down, speak it aloud, memorize it. Let it become your compass. Let it govern your decisions. A man who knows where he is going cannot be distracted. He cannot be discouraged. He cannot be defeated because he refuses to turn back. Say this aloud. My purpose is definite, clear, and it guides me unfailingly toward wealth. Speak it as a man speaks law. Let it thunder within your chest. You are not a wanderer. You are a builder. And every day you walk the blueprint you've laid. Without a definite chief aim, all effort is wasted. You will work, yes, but your work will lead nowhere. You will plan, but your plans will collapse. You will move, but in circles. The man without a purpose is always busy, always tired, always frustrated, because he never arrives. But when your aim is clear, your mind sharpens, your body rises. Your time is spent with intention. Your conversations become focused. Your habits align. The world senses your certainty and responds to it. You begin to attract what once eluded you. Let your definite purpose be specific. I will accumulate $1 million by providing a unique service in my field within 36 months. That is not a dream. That is a command. And when spoken with belief and followed with action, it has the power to shape reality. Do not hide your aim. Declare it. Write it on your wall. Share it with your mastermind allies. Let them hold you to it. Let them challenge your drift. Let them sharpen your focus. A clear aim, when repeated and reinforced, becomes unstoppable. Your aim must be burned into your mind. You must be able to recite it without effort. It must live in your thoughts, guide your tongue, and be felt in your stride. A man who knows his aim carries an invisible weight, a power others sense and respect. Do not fear setting a high target. A small aim brings small effort, but a mighty aim stirs your whole soul. If it does not move you when you speak it, it will never move the world. Your aim must be a declaration of identity. This is who I am. This is what I build. Let me make this clear. No man becomes rich by accident. If he inherits money, it soon disappears unless guided by definite purpose. If he earns it by chance, it slips through his hands. Only the man with a chief aim holds wealth with security and multiplies it with intention. Most men fail because they refuse to decide. They are always thinking about it. They are always working on something. They move from idea to idea like bees without a hive, buzzing with activity yet producing nothing. Decide now to separate yourself from this aimless crowd. Once you decide, everything changes. Your mind begins to filter what matters from what distracts. Your eyes begin to see what was always there. Your ears begin to hear opportunity. You begin to carry yourself differently because you know where you are going. Affirm it once more. My purpose is definite, clear, and it guides me unfailingly toward wealth. These are not words. They are marching orders. They are the sound of direction, the sound of certainty, and the sound of power. Take time today to write your definite chief aim. Read it aloud. Close your eyes and see it clearly. Speak it with strength and act upon it with discipline. Do not wait. Do not wander. You are now a man of purpose, and that purpose shall build your wealth. Now that your aim is defined, the next law must be ignited. Burning desire, the inner fire that turns a declaration into destiny. Burning desire is the fire beneath your purpose. It is the heat that turns thought into action and intention into results. No wealth has ever been created without it. No great fortune has ever been assembled in the absence of it. Without desire, all knowledge is useless. Without desire, the greatest aim remains a lifeless idea. Desire is not a passing interest. It is not a soft hope. It is not a polite wish whispered to the stars. Burning desire is a force that possesses a man. It wakes him up early. It keeps him working late. It whispers to him in silence and drives him to action when others rest. Look to Edwin C. Barnes. He did not merely hope to work with Thomas Edison. He decided he would be Edison's partner. That was his burning desire. He had no money, no credentials, no invitation, but he had a decision. And that decision burned hot enough to get him onto a freight train, traveling across the country to knock on the door of one of the greatest inventors in history. Edison gave him a menial job, but Barnes didn't complain, he didn't drift, he didn't question. He waited, and he worked, and he watched. His opportunity came because he remained ready. One day, Edison needed a man to sell a new invention. Others hesitated. Barnes stepped forward, and in that moment, his desire met its reward. That is how burning desire works. It outlasts delay. It outshines credentials. It burns so hot that the world must yield to it. It is not loud, but it is unstoppable. It does not beg, but it commands. You must now kindle such a fire within yourself. Repeat this aloud. My burning desire is relentless, driving me inevitably toward unstoppable wealth. Speak it from your belly, not your lips. Say it as a truth, not as a hope. Let it stir your blood. Let it move your muscles. Let it become the rhythm of your daily march. Desire begins with imagination. Picture your goal clearly. See the $1 million in your mind. Picture it in the vault, in the account, in your possession. See what it does for your family. See what it does for your confidence. Feel it as if it is already yours. Desire grows through repetition. Each day, repeat your aim aloud. Repeat your affirmations. Read your written purpose. Carry it with you. Speak it in moments of doubt. Speak it when you are tired. Speak it when others tell you to be realistic. Burning desire makes the realistic irrelevant. Surround yourself with symbols of your desire. Place images of wealth, progress, and achievement in your workspace. Keep reminders in your pocket. Let no hour pass without touching, seeing, or speaking your goal. Desire must be fed or it fades. Remove all other options. The man with burning desire does not give himself a back door. He does not ask, what if this doesn't work? He says, this must work because I will not quit. Barnes did not say, if not Edison, then someone else. He said, Edison or nothing. That is what desire demands. Be willing to suffer for it. Desire that costs nothing earns nothing. If you will not trade your comfort, your ease, your distractions, then you are not ready. Desire demands a price, and the man who pays with everything gains everything. Make your desire emotional. Link it to your pride. Link it to your family. Link it to your legacy. Let it touch something sacred inside you. When your aim is tied to your very identity, you will not quit. You will move forward through any resistance. Do not confuse activity with desire. Many men stay busy, but few are driven. Burning desire makes your actions sharp. It makes your work deliberate. It gives urgency to your steps. The man of desire does not drift, he advances. Say it again. My burning desire is relentless, driving me inevitably toward unstoppable wealth. Let this sentence become your inner echo. Speak it until it rewrites your identity. Until you no longer try, you execute. Until you no longer hope, you expect. The world yields to men of burning desire. People follow them. Money flows toward them. Doors open for them. Why? Because desire is rare. Most men are half awake, lukewarm, distracted. But when a man burns for something, everyone feels the heat. Let that man be you. Let your days be driven by obsession. Let your thoughts return to your aim without permission. Let others call it madness. You will call it purpose. And one day they will call it genius. Burning desire makes discipline easy. It makes sacrifice simple. When your want is deep enough, you don't need to be convinced. You don't need to be pushed. You don't ask for motivation. You are already in motion. Fuel it with words. Fuel it with vision. Fuel it with action. Do something every day that expresses your desire. Make a sale, build the plan, study, write, speak, teach, earn. Each act is another log on the fire. Let it burn higher. Desire must become your name, your character, your way of being. You must become the man whose presence says, this man is going somewhere. People should feel your certainty before you speak. That's the mark of a man with purpose and fire. One final time. My burning desire is relentless, driving me inevitably toward unstoppable wealth. Let this be the furnace that powers all 8 principles. Let it breathe into your purpose. Let it carry your faith. Let it strengthen your plan. Let it defy your obstacles. Let it make your wealth inevitable. Now that the fire is lit, the next power must rise, faith, the invisible force that converts desire into results. Faith is the invisible power that binds desire to results. Without it, desire is just a longing. But when faith is added, the dream becomes a command. It is no longer a question of if, but when. Faith is the mind's declaration. It is already mine. I now walk toward it. Andrew Carnegie did not wait for others to believe in him. He believed in himself. He believed in steel when others saw only iron. He believed in expansion while others shrank from risk. He believed in his vision with such certainty that others began to believe too. That is how faith operates. It multiplies. Carnegie spoke and acted as though his fortune already existed. His words were filled with certainty. His movements were bold. His thinking was expansive. Faith gave him eyes to see opportunity where others saw only scarcity. That same power is within you now, but it must be awakened. Say aloud, my faith is unshakable and it brings my wealth to me now. Say it slowly, then firmly. Let the words fill your chest. Speak them until you feel the weight of certainty settle over your spirit. You are not hoping, you are declaring. Faith is built by repetition. Each time you speak your definite purpose aloud with belief, you are carving it deeper into the subconscious. Each time you visualize your aim as already complete, you are training your mind to expect, not beg, not plead, expect your desired outcome. Do not mistake faith for blind optimism. It is not denial of facts, it is mastery over fear. The man of faith sees the facts but still walks forward. He does not wait for evidence to believe. He believes, and then evidence appears. Train your faith by controlling your inner language. Cast out weak phrases such as maybe, I'll try, or I hope. These words poison the mind. Replace them with words of certainty. I will, I am, it is done. Faith grows strong in the soil of confident speech. Your thoughts must match your aim. Do not dream of wealth while thinking thoughts of lack. Do not speak of greatness while fearing criticism. Do not plan success while expecting failure. Faith is not divided. It is total. You must believe with your whole being. Feed your faith daily. Read your written goal aloud. Visualize the result. Speak affirmations with power. Picture your first million in detail. See the numbers. Feel the security. Smell the success. Act each day as if it were already deposited. That is faith in motion. Faith also commands action. The man who believes moves swiftly. He does not delay. He does not seek approval. He does not need reassurance. His certainty creates movement, and his movement creates results. Walk like a man who already possesses the fortune he desires. Understand this. Fear is faith turned upside down. It is belief in failure. It is expectation of loss. Faith and fear cannot live in the same mind. You must starve fear by feeding faith. You must cancel doubt with decision. You must move forward even when afraid. Do not ask the world to give you signs. Be the sign. Faith does not wait for conditions to be perfect. Faith says, the moment I decide, the world begins to shift. The men who change history never waited. They believed and they built. Let your mastermind reinforce your faith. Speak your aim among strong minds. Declare your belief aloud. Let their certainty sharpen yours. Let no doubter sit at your table. Let no critic hold your ear. You are building something sacred. Protect your spirit. Repeat again. My faith is unshakable, and it brings my wealth to me now. Let this be your shield against discouragement. When delay comes, speak it. When doubt creeps in, shout it. When fear whispers, answer with fire. I already possess what I have decided to receive. Faith also shows in posture, in tone, in decision, in the way you shake a man's hand, in how you enter a room, in how you invest your time. Let your whole being reflect the belief that your first million is already yours, and you are simply completing the transaction. A man of faith does not beg for support. He earns it. He does not chase opportunity. He becomes opportunity. He does not seek pity. He expects partnership because he believes, not in luck, but in law. The law that says what you believe with emotion and act upon with decision must become your reality. Every fortune is built on faith. When no one else sees the vision, faith sees it. When others laugh, faith builds. When doors close, faith kicks them open. It is not arrogant, it is assured. It does not need to shout, but it never flinches. Your faith must become a daily practice. It is not something you feel once and forget. It is something you nurture, shape, and speak. Speak it when you rise. Speak it before you sleep. Speak it before every meeting, before every sale, before every challenge. Affirm once more. My faith is unshakable, and it brings my wealth to me now. This is no longer a phrase, it is your identity. You are a man who believes. You are a man who decides. You are a man who receives what he demands from life. And now that faith is alive in your spirit, it is time to give it form, to pour it into structure, method, and movement. The next great law is organized planning, where faith meets strategy and wealth becomes visible. Faith without a plan is like fire without fuel. Soon it dies. The wealth you desire must be given structure. It must be mapped, detailed, written, and followed. Faith gives you belief. Desire gives you drive. But organized planning gives you direction. Without it, you are like a cannon without aim, powerful but wasteful. John D. Rockefeller was not only a man of vision, he was a man of order. He recorded every penny, every agreement, every movement of his growing empire. He planned meticulously. His actions were deliberate. His partnerships were strategic. He did not leave wealth to chance. He built it from precision. You must do the same. If your plan lives only in your imagination, it will soon fade. But when you write it, clearly, step by step, it becomes real. It becomes something you can follow, measure, correct, and build upon. A plan is your bridge between thought and fortune. Say aloud, I create and follow an organized plan that leads me directly to unstoppable wealth. Let these words shape your morning and sharpen your day. You are no longer moving in circles. You are advancing because you are following a structure designed to create wealth. Begin with your definite purpose. Write your exact goal at the top of the page. I will accumulate $1 million by date through service. Under that, list the steps required. Break them into phases. Phase 1, acquire knowledge. Phase 2, build the offer. Phase 3, deliver value. Phase 4, multiply returns. Every step must have a timeline. If you cannot measure it, you cannot manage it. Do not let your days slip away in activity without progress. Your plan should tell you what to do today, this week, and this month. It should remove confusion and replace it with clarity. Include who you need to help you. Carnegie did not build alone. Rockefeller did not work alone. Ford relied on engineers. Edison had entire teams. Who must you recruit? Whose skills do you lack? Who can multiply your speed? Your plan must include people, not just actions. Your mastermind alliance is part of this plan. Share your blueprint with them. Invite feedback. Receive correction. Let your plan improve through collective intelligence. The man who builds alone limits himself, but the man who builds with minds greater than his own becomes limitless. Refine your plan weekly. At the close of each week, ask, what worked? What failed? What must change? Planning is not a one-time event. It is a living system. Keep it alive. Keep it sharp. A dull plan leads to delay. A sharp plan leads to domination. Let your environment reflect your plan. Create a workspace free from confusion. Keep your plan visible. Tape it to your wall. Carry a copy in your pocket. Let it stare back at you when distractions tempt you. Let it call you back to your task. Most men wander because they lack a plan. They try one thing, then another. They listen to everyone, yet follow no one. They move without direction, and then wonder why they arrive nowhere. You must separate yourself. Your plan must guide you. Let it become your law. Include rewards in your plan. Plan your rest. Plan your celebrations. Let progress be felt and measured. Reward keeps motivation alive. Every target you hit should be acknowledged, not with arrogance, but with reinforcement. Each victory proves you are moving correctly. Let your plan include risk management. What will you do if capital runs low? What if one strategy fails? What backup systems will you build? What safeguards can you prepare? The man who anticipates difficulty is not shaken when it arrives. He simply adjusts and continues. Do not confuse planning with perfectionism. Your first plan will not be perfect. It does not need to be. It must be good enough to act upon. Action sharpens the plan. The road teaches what the map cannot. Begin where you are with what you know. Refine as you go. Write this clearly at the top of your plan. I refuse to drift. I follow a daily structured path to my first million. Read it aloud every morning. Let it become your anchor. When others delay, you begin. When others wonder, you execute. Because your plan removes guesswork. Plan your income, plan your targets, plan your marketing, plan your reading, plan your savings, plan your investments. Do not leave money to mystery. Every dollar must have a duty. Every effort must have a measure. Every hour must serve your aim. Say it again. I create and follow an organized plan that leads me directly to unstoppable wealth. These are the words of a builder, not a dreamer. A man who hopes drifts, but a man who plans builds. Let your actions reflect the architecture of your destiny. As you walk this path, your plan may stretch you. It may frighten you. Good. It means it is pulling you upward. If it is too easy, it is too small. Your plan must match your vision, and your vision must match your worth. Let no day pass without reviewing your plan. Let no week pass without adjusting it. Let no month pass without measuring results. This discipline turns your vision into a machine, and the machine, once built and oiled, begins to produce wealth without hesitation. Now that your faith has been given form, your desire given direction, and your mind given structure, it is time to develop the iron quality that ensures your plan is carried out without fail. Persistence. Persistence is the iron quality that separates those who begin from those who finish. It is the will to continue, the refusal to quit, the discipline to act day after day, regardless of fatigue, fear, or frustration. Without persistence, no plan survives. Without it, no fortune is ever secured. Thomas Edison stands as the living example of persistence in action. When the world laughed at his countless failed attempts to perfect the electric lamp, he replied, "I have not failed. I have just found 10,000 ways that won't work." His success did not come from luck. It came from refusal to give up. You must now adopt this refusal. You must decide from this day forward that your plan shall be executed without pause, and that no temporary defeat shall ever be mistaken for final failure. You do not retreat. You do not stall. You do not stop. You persist. Say aloud, "My persistence never falters. I continue until wealth is securely mine." Let this statement be written on the walls of your mind. Let it ring in your thoughts each time you face delay. Persistence is not emotional. It is mechanical. It is habit. It is decision, repeated. Temporary defeat is inevitable. It will visit every man, but defeat is never permanent unless you allow it. Most men stop when progress slows. They misinterpret resistance as a sign to quit. But you must see resistance as proof that you are close. It means you are building pressure. Persistence must be built into your daily system. It is not a feeling, it is a discipline. When the fire of desire fades, you must act anyway. When the results delay, you must work harder. When distractions tempt you, you must say no. This is what persistence demands. Create routines that protect your momentum. Wake at the same hour. Review your aim daily. Complete your core tasks before noon. Track your progress. This rhythm strengthens your will. The man who moves rhythmically does not depend on emotion. He relies on principle. Let your mastermind reinforce your persistence. Report your efforts. Share your obstacles. Let them challenge you to continue. When your will weakens, their belief will carry you. When theirs fades, your persistence will lift them. This is the secret power of organized allies. Do not allow inactivity to become your habit. The longer you delay, the harder it becomes to begin again. Action builds energy. Inaction steals it. When tired, do something. When discouraged, do something. When overwhelmed, do something. Let motion restore momentum. Remember clearly, every great fortune is built in the face of difficulty. Rockefeller faced enemies in government. Carnegie was mocked and underestimated. Ford was told his vision was absurd, but they all persisted. And because they did, the world now remembers their names. Say again, my persistence never falters. I continue until wealth is securely mine. Speak it when your mind says stop. Speak it when results are invisible. Speak it until your body obeys. These words are not comfort, they are command. Let them move you. Understand that every step you take under pressure increases your capacity. Resistance builds strength. Delay builds character. Rejection builds resolve. The man who persists becomes unrecognizable to the man he once was. He is transformed by his refusal to yield. Track your consistency. Keep a daily log of tasks completed. Hold yourself accountable. If you miss a day, acknowledge it. Then act again. Do not spiral into shame. 1 missed step is nothing. 10 missed steps is a pattern. Persistence demands recovery, not perfection. Feed your spirit with victory. Revisit past wins. Remind yourself of what you've already overcome. Celebrate progress. Even small wins matter. Each one is proof that you are capable. Let these memories fuel your feet when fatigue arrives. Do not wait for inspiration. Inspiration is the reward for movement, not the prerequisite. Begin now, and you will soon feel inspired. Wait for inspiration, and you may never begin. Let your motto be, I act, therefore I advance. Build persistence like a muscle. Begin with one hard thing per day. Increase your resistance over time. What once seemed difficult will soon become routine. What once frightened you will soon excite you. The man of persistence grows more powerful each day. Let your environment support your persistence. Remove clutter. Silence distractions. Make your workspace a place of action. Set visual reminders of your aim. Surround yourself with people who move, build, and climb. Their pace will lift yours. Do not measure progress by speed. Measure it by consistency. The man who sprints then stops gains little. The man who walks daily gains everything. Wealth does not require a rush. It requires a rhythm. And that rhythm is built on daily effort, repeated. Say one final time, my persistence never falters. I continue until wealth is securely mine. Speak it now and again tomorrow. Let it become your shield against drift. Let it be the banner you raise when resistance appears. And now that your persistence has been forged in fire, you are ready to master the principle that keeps your path straight, your actions clean, and your future strong. Self-control and discipline. Self-control and discipline are the gates through which all wealth must pass. A man may possess desire, faith, a plan, and persistence, yet still fail if he lacks control over his emotions, his habits, and his time. Wealth is not built in chaos. It is born in order. Discipline is the invisible hand that steadies the builder as the structure rises. Charles Schwab was not known merely for his charm or intelligence. He was revered for his control. In the midst of steel strikes and financial storms, he remained calm, composed, and commanding. His discipline became the anchor of the empire he helped forge. Without discipline, success unravels. With it, it multiplies. Discipline is not punishment, it is protection. It guards your focus. It strengthens your habits. It preserves your energy for what matters most. The man who disciplines himself once, daily, soon finds himself ahead of men who are scattered and distracted, no matter how talented they may be. Say this aloud: I master my thoughts, habits, and emotions, securing unstoppable wealth. Let these words take root in your character. Discipline is not what you do occasionally. It is who you become permanently. You will not act like a wealthy man. You will become one. Discipline begins in the mind. You must take command of your thoughts. When fear speaks, silence it. When doubt whispers, counter it with truth. When laziness tempts you, rise. You are not your moods. You are your decisions. The disciplined man does not wait to feel ready. He acts. Discipline your schedule. Wake up at the hour you choose. Set your work times. Eliminate scattered effort. Focus time compounds. Hours wasted are fortunes delayed. Plan your day the night before. Let no hour pass without purpose. Let no task be left half finished. Control your finances. Know where every dollar goes. Do not spend to impress. Spend to increase. Create a budget. Track your expenses. Cut waste. Build reserves. Invest with knowledge. The man who cannot manage $100 will never manage $1 million. Money obeys the disciplined. Discipline your body. Eat with intention. Rest with structure. Move daily. Health is wealth's silent partner. A tired, sick, or sluggish body slows the mind. Keep your machine in order. The man who controls his body builds stamina, presence, and power. Discipline your words. Speak less, but speak with weight. Say what you mean. Keep your commitments. Do not complain, gossip, or argue. Do not speak to be heard. Speak to be clear. Let your words reflect thought, not impulse. A disciplined tongue earns trust and influence. Control your environment. Keep your workspace clean. Keep your tools in order. Eliminate clutter. Remove distractions. Let your space reflect your purpose. When a man walks into your office, your discipline should speak before you do. Guard your attention. Turn off idle noise. Refuse shallow distractions. Do not spend your best energy on trifles. The world wants your focus. Protect it. Your attention is your currency. Spend it on your vision, not on the meaningless. Let your mastermind alliance hold you accountable. Share your disciplines. Ask them to correct you. Discipline is strengthened in community. A man who walks alone stumbles in secret, but a man held to standard becomes unshakable. Develop rituals, a morning routine that awakens your purpose, an evening routine that reflects on your progress. Habits shape identity. Repetition creates reality. Let your days be ruled by rhythm. Let your life be led by principle. Discipline your reactions. When provoked, stay composed. When challenged, remain centered. The undisciplined man explodes and regrets. The disciplined man remains still and decides. Emotional mastery is the crown of power. Wear it daily. Practice silence, reflect often, think deeply before acting. The man of discipline does not react. He responds. He moves not in haste, but with accuracy. The world admires the man who speaks slowly, acts wisely, and produces steadily. Affirm again, I master my thoughts, habits, and emotions, securing unstoppable wealth. These are not suggestions. These are laws. You are no longer a slave to your impulses. You are now the commander of your course. Discipline is your sword. Build discipline through action. Do one hard thing each day. Rise early. Fast for clarity. Decline temptations. Finish tasks. Stretch yourself. Each act strengthens the spine. Each decision sharpens your edge. Soon you will become unrecognizable to the man you once were. Do not wait to feel disciplined. Create it. Do not expect perfection. Pursue progress. The disciplined man does not fall less. He rises faster. When he stumbles, he resets. When he fails, he learns. His direction does not change. His standards remain fixed. Let discipline become your reputation. Let others say, that man is focused. That man delivers. That man does what he says. Reputation built on discipline opens doors, builds wealth, and earns respect. It is the greatest silent advantage you can possess. One final time. I master my thoughts, habits, and emotions, securing unstoppable wealth. Let this become your mantra, your vow, your advantage. While others react, you remain still. While others chase pleasure, you build power. And power, properly directed, creates lasting wealth. Now that your mind is sharp, your emotions steady, and your life structured by order, it is time to master the next principle: accurate thinking and controlled attention, the gateway to high-speed results. Accurate thinking and controlled attention are the twin guards of the mind. One ensures that you think truthfully, the other ensures that you think purposefully. Together, they separate the wealthy man from the drifter. They give him sight when others are blind. They allow him to choose when others react. Alexander Graham Bell was not merely inventive, he was precise. He trained his mind to work within the boundaries of fact. He stripped away emotion, assumption, and opinion until only truth remained. And with that truth, he shaped invention. And with invention, he shaped fortune. You must now become a thinker of this quality. You must train your mind to accept only what is useful, verifiable, and in harmony with your definite aim. Your thoughts must become your tools, not your tormentors. Your attention must become your sword, not your chain. Say aloud, my thoughts are accurate, my attention unwavering, unstoppable wealth is inevitable. Let these words become a filter. Let them govern what you read, what you believe, and what you pursue. The mind that thinks accurately and focuses sharply is the most powerful instrument on earth. Accurate thinking demands that you separate fact from opinion. Do not act on what you assume. Do not speak based on rumor. Investigate. Analyze. Ask, is this true? Can this be proven? Does this move me closer to my goal? If it cannot pass these tests, discard it immediately. Most men believe too easily. They consume information carelessly. They believe what others say, what the newspapers declare, what strangers assume. And because their mind has no gatekeeper, they live in confusion. Their beliefs are weak. Their results are scattered. You must become deliberate. Let no thought enter without permission. Let no idea stay without usefulness. Think with precision. Speak with clarity. Decide with certainty. The accurate thinker does not rush. He pauses, he examines, then he moves, correctly and confidently. Control your attention like a master. The man who cannot focus is the slave of his environment. He is pulled by noise, drawn by distraction, and steered by impulse. But the man of controlled attention chooses where to look, what to hear, and when to act. Attention is energy. It is the currency of achievement. Where you place it, results grow. If you allow it to scatter, your life will scatter. But if you place it upon your definite purpose and hold it there, your wealth becomes inevitable. Because everything you are becomes directed. Build your attention like a muscle. Start with blocks of focus time. Eliminate interruptions. Silence noise. Close windows. Keep only what you need. Begin with 10 minutes. Grow it to 30. Then 60. Soon, you will possess what few men ever find: control over their own mind. Do not believe that multitasking is strength. It is weakness in disguise. It divides your fire into flickers. One task completed with full attention is worth 10 half-finished. Focus is rare, and wealth flows to the rare. Train yourself to return to your focus. When your mind wanders, gently bring it back. When distractions tempt, remove them. When boredom strikes, stay the course. Discipline is not avoiding discomfort. It is continuing in its presence. Use your attention to feed your mind with truth. Study deliberately. Read what aligns with your goal. Listen to thinkers who challenge and sharpen you. Let no idle gossip or shallow entertainment steal your fire. Every moment of attention is an investment. Let your mastermind alliance hold your thoughts accountable. Share your ideas. Ask for proof. Sharpen one another. Thinking in solitude is powerful, but thinking with strong men is transformative. Let your circle become a forge for truth and focus. Affirm again, my thoughts are accurate, my attention unwavering, unstoppable wealth is inevitable. Let these words define how you rise, how you work, and how you rest. When others lose focus, you sharpen. When others accept noise, you choose silence. When others believe blindly, you verify. Accurate thinking also demands that you examine yourself. What assumptions do you carry? What beliefs have you never questioned? What emotions influence your decisions? Be ruthless in your self-analysis. The thinker who polishes his own lens sees farther than the rest. Let your focus remain fixed on your definite chief aim. When other opportunities arise, measure them against your purpose. If they distract, decline. If they dilute, dismiss. You are not here to be entertained. You are here to be enriched. Use daily reflection to improve thought. At the close of each day, ask, did I focus today? Did I think clearly? What distracted me? What strengthened me? Then adjust. This practice alone will elevate you beyond the reach of most. Speak this aloud one final time. My thoughts are accurate. My attention unwavering. Unstoppable wealth is inevitable. Let this become your contract with the mind. You will no longer allow confusion to reign. You will no longer allow the world to hijack your focus. You are now a sovereign of thought. With the mind now sharp and the focus immovable, you are ready for the final principle, the one that multiplies everything you've built: going the extra mile. Going the extra mile is the law that multiplies effort into riches. It is the principle that separates men who merely succeed from men who become indispensable. The world rewards effort, but it pays fortunes to those who do more than they are paid for. This is not charity, it is strategy. It is not idealism, it is law. W. Clement Stone began as a young boy selling insurance door to door, but he did not stop at what was required. He studied harder. He knocked on more doors. He followed up with more consistency. He added kindness, enthusiasm, and precision where others gave only obligation. Soon his results outshined all others, and his wealth followed. Repeat this aloud. I consistently go the extra mile, attracting wealth beyond measure. Let this be your signature, your standard, your advantage. You are not average. You are not common. You do not ask what is expected. You ask what is exceptional. When you go the extra mile, you create distinction. You are remembered. You are recommended. You are elevated. Others say, that man always delivers more. And that reputation becomes your magnet. It draws clients, partners, opportunities, and favors, because people trust those who give more than they take. The average man does what is expected, no more, no less. He receives what is given and wonders why his rewards are small. But the extra mile man gives without keeping score. And because he sows abundantly, he reaps abundantly. This is not kindness, it is wealth intelligence. Add excellence to everything you do. If you write, write with precision. If you serve, serve with enthusiasm. If you deliver, deliver early. If you teach, Teach with clarity. In every area of your life, ask, what more can I give? That question alone will elevate you above the crowd. Build this principle into your business. Give more value than you charge. Deliver faster than promised. Solve problems before they arise. Surprise with service. Delight with detail. And soon your business will outgrow your competition, not because you advertise more, but because you gave more. Apply this in your relationships. Be the one who remembers. Be the one who listens longer. Be the one who follows through. Loyalty and opportunity flow toward those who give without being asked. Generosity creates gravity. People are drawn to those who consistently show up stronger than required. Go the extra mile in solitude. Do more study. Reflect more deeply. Practice more than the next man. When no one is watching, give more anyway. That's where greatness is forged, not in the spotlight, but in the shadows, where the disciplined separate themselves. Repeat, I consistently go the extra mile, attracting wealth beyond measure. These are the words of a master builder, a man who multiplies his fortune not by demand, but by giving so much value that compensation becomes inevitable. Let your mastermind alliance adopt this principle. Set the standard together. Ask, how can we serve more? How can we surprise with quality? How can we create value no one expects? These questions are golden. The answers become empires. This principle destroys scarcity. When you give more, you expand. When you exceed expectations, you grow. And as you grow, wealth follows. The poor man protects what little he has. The rich man multiplies by pouring out more. His reward becomes compounding. Train your team, your family, your clients to expect more from you. Not because they demand it, but because you give it gladly. Excellence becomes your brand. Abundance becomes your normal. And soon your income must match your output. Do not be discouraged if others do not notice right away. The extra mile is often walked in silence at first, but it is never forgotten. In time, the world takes note. And when it does, it pays. It promotes. It points to you when new doors open. Never say, that's not my job. Say, what else can I do? Never say, I've done enough. Say, what more can I give? Never say, they won't appreciate it. Say, I appreciate myself too much to give anything less than excellent. This is how you ascend. Let your results speak. When others wonder how you advance so quickly, let them discover the answer in your daily effort. Let them realize, too late, that you were giving more every day, while they were doing just enough to get by. Affirm it one final time. I consistently go the extra mile, attracting wealth beyond measure. Let this become your way of walking, your way of speaking, your way of living. The man who gives more becomes more, and the man who becomes more always receives more. You have now reached the final step. You have defined your purpose, ignited your desire, strengthened your faith, written your plan, maintained your persistence, disciplined your character, trained your thoughts, and multiplied your effort. Now, it is time to bring it all together, time to step into your power, time to claim your wealth, not in theory, but in reality. You have now received the blueprint, not a theory, not a hope, a living, breathing formula proven by the very hands that forged the greatest fortunes in history. And I say to you plainly, you are no longer allowed to drift. Not now, not after this. You have heard truth, and with truth comes responsibility. You began with nothing, but now you possess everything. You possess the very thoughts, decisions, and disciplines that raised Carnegie from a poor immigrant boy to the richest man alive. You now know what Edison practiced when he turned failure into light. You now hold the same fire that burned in Ford as he defied the doubters and built an industry. You have learned that definiteness of purpose is the first foundation. Without it, men wander. With it, they rise. You now understand that nothing begins until a man declares clearly what he wants and what he is willing to give in exchange. You have been commanded to write it, to speak it, to live by it. You have kindled burning desire, the furnace of all riches. You have seen that desire must not be warm, but white hot, that the world bends to men who are obsessed, not distracted. That Barnes became Edison's partner because he refused to consider an alternative. You have been given the law of faith, the invisible power that brings thought into form. You now know that faith must be cultivated, spoken, and acted upon. That belief, when reinforced daily, becomes certainty, and that certainty attracts riches. You have been taught organized planning, the bridge between purpose and result. You now know that wealth must be built on structure, that dreams without a plan are dead, that each day must be governed by deliberate movement, that your plan must be written, reviewed, and revised as you go. You have embraced persistence, the mark of all achievers. You now understand that defeat is never final unless accepted, that every failure carries with it the seed of a greater lesson, that you must become the man who does not stop, regardless of delay, difficulty, or discouragement. You have mastered self-control and discipline, the foundation upon which wealth rests. You know now that riches cannot remain with the undisciplined, that time must be governed, energy protected, emotions mastered. That discipline is not punishment, it is wealth insurance. You have sharpened your mind through accurate thinking and controlled attention, the tools that eliminate waste. You now know to think precisely, to separate fact from fiction, to hold your focus on your purpose with unwavering intensity. You know now that your mind is a tool, not a toy. And finally, you have embodied the principle of going the extra mile, the law that turns good effort into great return. You understand now that surplus effort is the secret advantage of the wealthy, that value beyond expectation is never forgotten, that the man who gives more becomes more. So I ask you, what excuse remains? You have the map, you have the fire, you have the laws, you have the method. Now you must decide, not later, not tomorrow. Now this is not a message to be admired. It is a command to be obeyed. It is not meant to inspire. It is meant to transform. Do not drift, do not delay, do not debate. Write your purpose tonight. Speak your desire aloud tomorrow. Build your plan this week. Act on it every day. Persist when it hurts. Discipline when tempted. Focus when others fade. Give more than is asked. Repeat. Refine. Rise. You have been given more than knowledge. You have been handed a blueprint to unstoppable wealth. This blueprint is not for the many. The many will never use it. They will nod. They will admire. They will forget. But the few will act. Be the few. The laws are simple, but they are not easy. They demand thought. They demand decision. They demand action. But if you obey them, truly, fully, without exception, they will not fail you, because they cannot fail. They are laws, and laws do not bend. So I speak these words to the man who is ready, the man who is tired of excuses, the man who will no longer wait, the man who chooses wealth, the man who will build with fire, focus, and faith. Let that man be you. And let this final affirmation be your vow, your seal, your beginning. Today, I act with absolute certainty, decisive discipline, and relentless purpose, claiming and securing unstoppable wealth. Speak it now. Write it now. Live it from this day forward. Your time has come. Your path is clear. Your wealth awaits. Now rise and build it. You were not born to suffer through life. You were not created to scramble for pennies, to beg for attention, to walk the earth in quiet confusion, wondering why abundance always seems to belong to someone else. You were created to prosper. But let me be clear from the beginning. Not all men will, not because God made them less, but because they refuse to obey the law of increase. They reject the very principles that would make them rich, fulfilled, powerful, and useful. I have seen men cry out for miracles while breaking every law that miracles obey. I have seen men curse heaven for their poverty while spending their lives in drift, disobedience, and mental laziness. I have seen men shake their fists at God, asking why life is so unfair, while refusing to take command of the power they were given at birth. Let me ask you, will you be one of them? If you are waiting for permission to prosper, this is it. If you are waiting for a sign to step into your power, this is it. If you are searching for a reason to believe again, this message is it. But I warn you, if you ignore what follows, if you treat this as mere motivation, if you go back to your familiar excuses, fears, and comfort, you will suffer the consequences. Not by my hand, not even by the hand of God, but by the fixed, unchanging law that governs every man's increase or decline. Let me tell you the story of a man I once knew. He was intelligent, talented. Everyone believed he had a future full of greatness. But he waited, always waited, said he was preying on it, said he was waiting for the right season, said he was letting God open the door. And so he sat. 10 years passed. His fire dimmed, his health declined, his family looked elsewhere for leadership. The man who could have built empires became a whisper, not because he lacked favor, but because he lacked decision. I tell you this now, God gives potential, but it is the man who must obey. On the other hand, I once met a poor boy in Pennsylvania who believed the words of an old book that said, "Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap." And though he had no education, no inheritance, and no special advantages, he worked with intensity, studied daily, read every success principle he could get his hands on, and applied them without apology. He later became known as Andrew Carnegie. You see the difference? It was not chance. It was not accident. It was not fate. It was obedience. That is what this message is about. Not just prosperity, but divine alignment. Not just riches, but the right to riches, earned by faith, obedience, definite purpose, and useful service. If you listen, truly listen, you will leave this moment with a spiritual blueprint for prosperity that no man, no economy, and no devil can take from you. You will walk forward with command, with purpose, with law in your mind and faith in your blood. But if you ignore this, if you drift, delay, argue, or rationalize, you will fall victim to the silent curse that destroys more men than war. A life half lived, a potential never realized, a soul that looked like it was waiting on God when God was waiting on you. Say this now: I was created to prosper, and I will obey the law that makes it so. I refuse to live beneath the calling of my own design. I walk in decision, and I expect divine increase. Now sit up straight. Wipe the sleep from your soul. This is not inspiration. This is instruction. These are not ideas. These are laws. They do not care how you feel. They respond only to how you act. You were created to prosper, but the gates will not open themselves. You must now decide. Will you walk the divine path or wander into regret? The next part begins the journey. Walk with me. You were not born to struggle. You were born to prosper. That is the truth the world will never teach you, and yet it is the only truth worth building a life upon. You were created by infinite intelligence, not to beg, not to drift, not to wonder, but to create, to command, and to expand. Every soul is born with a divine imprint of abundance, but not all activate it. Not all obey the laws that unlock it. They live in lack, not because they must, but because they refuse to believe the first law of prosperity, that they were made by a creator who intends for them to increase. Most men do not live in poverty because they are lazy. They live in poverty because they are ignorant of law. They are blind to the invisible principles that govern increase. They believe in luck, in favoritism, in fate, but not in divine law. And so they drift decade after decade, never claiming what is already theirs. Say this aloud: God created me to prosper in thought, in deed, in riches, and in purpose. Say it with conviction. Say it until your blood believes it, because if you do not say it, the world will tell you otherwise. And if you do not claim it, you will never hold it. Infinite intelligence does not create accidents. There is not one tree, one star, one mountain, or one heartbeat in this universe that exists without intention. So tell me, do you think you were created to be the exception? You were made with precision for a purpose, and that purpose includes prosperity. Andrew Carnegie, one of the wealthiest men in history, did not choose men based on credentials or appearance. He sought those with definiteness of purpose, belief in their own ability, and a willingness to work under divine law. He did not ask if they were lucky. He asked if they were committed. You must now accept that prosperity is not luck, it is law. Just as gravity pulls objects downward, so does obedience to divine principle pull prosperity into your life. And just as you would not jump from a building expecting to float, you must not disobey spiritual law and expect to rise. Prosperity is God's natural order. Everywhere you look, abundance, forests that multiply, oceans that overflow, life that renews itself daily. Why would man be the only creature sentenced to poverty? He is not. He is the only creature capable of choosing it. God's plan is always one of increase, spiritually, mentally, financially, emotionally. Every law points toward expansion, but it is man's belief, or lack of belief, that either opens or closes the flow. No man receives more than he is willing to accept. To deny your calling to prosper is to resist God himself. It is to reject the hand that created you. It is to live beneath your purpose and die with your song unsung. And I tell you now, that is not humility. That is rebellion disguised as modesty. You were created with power, but that power must be activated. Power unused is power lost, and power denied is potential aborted. Say it again. I was created to prosper. And now say, and I will no longer resist what God has ordained for me. This is not a message of greed. It is a message of obedience. Obedience to the law of cause and effect. Obedience to the law of definite purpose. Obedience to the command that says, be fruitful, multiply, and take dominion. If you believe that God is glorified by your weakness, you do not understand him. God is glorified when a man walks in purpose, when a man provides for his family, when a man gives more than he receives, when a man turns talent into service and service into wealth and wealth into good. There is no spiritual virtue in lack. There is no holiness in fear. There is no divine applause for the man who hides his gift beneath the soil of indecision. The only reward for the unfaithful steward is loss. And the only reward for drift is regret. Look around you. Every structure built by man began first in the mind, and every mind was given by God. So I ask you, what will you do with yours? Will you use it to complain or to command? Will you shrink from greatness or rise into the call? Do not mistake trials for curses. Life will test you, but never to destroy you, only to prepare you, only to strengthen the vessel that must carry the treasure. The diamonds of destiny are hidden in the mines of discipline and obedience. Today begins your awakening. From this moment forward, you no longer seek prosperity. You realize it has been seeking you, but it waits for your obedience. It waits for your belief. It waits for your decision. You were created to prosper, and the only thing left standing between you and the life ordained for you is your refusal to accept that truth as law. No more, no delay, no apology, no drifting. Now say it with finality. I am the man who obeys divine law. I am the man who walks with purpose. I am the man who will prosper because I was created to do so. Poverty of the soul begins not with empty pockets, but with misalignment. The man who is poor in spirit, in belief, in discipline, and in purpose is already walking in rebellion against the very laws that would make him great. And worst of all, he often does not know it. Men assume that rebellion looks like violence or crime. No, Rebellion often looks like silence, delay, excuse, avoidance. It wears the mask of playing it safe. But underneath it, the truth is visible. The man is resisting the divine will for his increase. Infinite intelligence governs all things by fixed law, not favoritism, not chaos, not coincidence. You are either in harmony with that law or in conflict with it. And the measure of your prosperity, inner and outer, tells you which one it is. You do not have to be judged by man to suffer. When you drift, you are judged by consequence. Obedience to the law brings increase. Disobedience brings decline. This is not punishment. It is precision. This is not cruelty. It is cause and effect. Say now, I bring my life into harmony with divine increase. And speak it until your habits follow. Speak it until your thoughts match it. Speak it until it becomes your daily creed. Because nothing multiplies faster than a man aligned with spiritual law. Henry Ford was not the most educated man of his time, nor the most polished, but he obeyed the law of useful service, of innovation, of persistence. And the result? The world rearranged itself around his vision. He did not wait for favor. He activated it through law. You must break this lie once and for all, that God is glorified by poverty, that he smiles upon your limitation, that he honors your fear. This belief has crippled generations. God is glorified by your obedience, your productivity, your service, and your dominion. The laws of prosperity are not hidden. They are available to every man. Desire, faith, action, planning, persistence. Ignore them, and you suffer. Obey them, and you rise. There is no middle ground. There is only decision or drift. Drift is unconscious rebellion. It is the refusal to think, to plan, to act, to believe. It is the quiet sin of passivity, dressed in polite manners and spiritual-sounding words. And it is more deadly than failure because it pretends to be safe. The man who drifts may go to work. He may attend church. He may smile at his neighbor. But inside he is wandering. He lives without vision, without urgency, without faith. And his life, however polite, is rebellion in disguise. If your days are consumed by reaction and not creation, you are not aligned. If your thoughts are filled with fear, doubt, and gossip, you are not aligned. If your actions are vague, scattered, and delayed, you are not aligned. Command this now. I return my life to order. I align my habits with the law of success. I obey God by structuring my mind, disciplining my days, and deciding with finality. Because the man who cooperates with divine law becomes a magnet. His thoughts attract provision. His actions pull results. His spirit glows with fire. He does not chase opportunity. Opportunity seeks him out. The world becomes your servant when you become a servant of law, not the law of man, the law of growth, the law of discipline, the law of faith, the law of definite purpose. These are eternal. These are divine. These are the source of all sustainable wealth. Do not wait for miracles. The laws that produce miracles are already in your possession. But laws require application. A man who owns a seed but never plants it has no right to complain of hunger. And a man who hears truth but refuses to act has no right to cry for more. You are not suffering from lack. You are suffering from misalignment. You are not cursed. You are disconnected. The signal has not changed. Your receiver is filled with noise, and now you must clean it. Now you must tune in. Return to structure. Rise early. Read with purpose. Speak your chief aim. Write your plan. Guard your tongue. Sow service. And do it daily, without fail, without flair, without permission. The man who seeks to rise without order is a man who mocks divine design. Look at nature. Every season flows in sequence. Every river follows a path. Every sunrise comes with precision. And yet man, who is given choice, refuses structure and then curses God for his confusion. You were given the gift of freedom, but freedom without obedience is destruction. Freedom is not the absence of law. It is the power to choose which law you will obey. Choose now, the law of drift or the law of destiny, The law of fear, the law of faith, the law of confusion or the law of clarity, the law of decline or the law of divine increase. Affirm it with strength. From this moment I obey divine law. I organize my days. I discipline my thoughts. I speak only what builds. I believe only what aligns. I live as one worthy of increase. The rebellious man pretends to be humble, but the obedient man proves himself by fruit, and fruit does not lie. It speaks loudly, publicly, without apology. Either your life produces it or it doesn't. You are not being punished. You are being warned, not by fear, but by truth. There is still time, but not much. You are either building alignment or drifting into regret. This message is not to shame you. It is to awaken you, to show you that prosperity is already within reach, but only if you walk in law, only if you submit your ego, only if you rise in obedience. God will not beg you to obey. The law will not bend to your emotions. The path is marked, the truth is written, and the decision is now yours. Will you walk in harmony or continue in rebellion? Choose now. Choose boldly. And the world will make room for the man who walks with God. No man ever received lasting prosperity by accident, and no man ever attracted sustained wealth while drifting. Prosperity comes to the man who is definite in purpose. It is the man who knows what he wants, who speaks it with fire, and moves toward it with discipline. He is the one God entrusts with increase. Definiteness of purpose is not just a success principle. It is a spiritual agreement. When you declare your purpose with clarity and intention, you enter into covenant with infinite intelligence. You signal to all of life that you are ready to command, ready to build, and ready to be held responsible. A man without a chief aim is like a ship without a rudder. He may drift for years and mistake movement for progress, but he arrives nowhere because he aimed nowhere. The world does not reward motion, it rewards direction. Say this now with conviction. I know what I want. I know what I will give to get it. I will persist until I possess it. Speak it until it burns. Speak it until it rewrites your subconscious mind. Because without definiteness, you are not a man. You are a shadow. God does not reward vague wishers. He rewards definite thinkers. He rewards the man who has thought through his vision, planned his steps, committed his will, and has staked his soul on fulfilling his purpose, no matter what. Charles M. Schwab was not the most technically gifted man in Andrew Carnegie's empire, but he rose higher than all the others. Why? Because he had clarity of aim, strength of conviction, and the ability to communicate vision. He was indispensable because he was definite. Prosperity begins where your vague hopes end. It begins the moment you decide, once and for all, what you will build, who you will serve, and what price you are willing to pay to manifest that decision into reality. Let us tie this to ancient instruction. Write the vision, make it plain that he may run who reads it. You are not meant to wander in confusion. You are meant to run in purpose. But the man who never writes his vision cannot walk in its power. Purpose is not a business plan. It is a sacred vow. It is a decision made between you and infinite intelligence, a line drawn in the sand of time that says, this is the life I will build, this is the service I will give, and this is the man I will become. You must choose now, and not weakly, not conditionally, not if it works. You must choose with finality. Decision sharpens the soul like steel sharpens the blade. Without it, your power leaks, your confidence shrinks, and the world ignores you. Take a blank page. Write at the top, my definite chief aim, and beneath it describe the future you are building, the wealth you will attract, the people you will serve, and the man you must become. And make it specific, vivid, measurable, emotional, divine. Then post it on your mirror. Speak it aloud every morning. Speak it again before you sleep. Speak it even when doubt whispers. Speak it when delay tempts. Speak it when nothing seems to move. Speak it until it becomes real. Your subconscious mind must be commanded, not entertained. It must be directed with certainty, not suggestions. And every day you read and speak your purpose, you are engraving it into the very soil of your destiny. To move without purpose is to delay the prosperity God already prepared for you. It is not that your blessings do not exist, it is that you have failed to give them a place to arrive. The airplane of your dream cannot land on the runway of confusion. Let me speak plainly. If you do not choose your aim, life will choose it for you. And life does not reward the man who drifts. It uses him. It tosses him between circumstances. It exhausts him. And when he is old, it leaves him wondering what could have been. But the man of purpose, he stands firm. He bends time. He multiplies energy. He makes the very air around him electric with decision. He speaks and others listen. He walks and doors open, because nature itself obeys the man who obeys his aim. This is the dividing line between failure and fulfillment. It is not talent. It is not fortune. It is not education. It is definiteness of purpose, backed by unshakable faith and daily organized effort. Say now, I choose my purpose with finality. I write it. I speak it. I obey it. And I will never return to the drifting life again. Your purpose is not small. Your purpose is not ordinary. It was assigned to you by infinite intelligence, and it is your sacred duty to fulfill it with honor. Do not compare it. Do not delay it. Do not apologize for it. Live it. Every moment you hesitate, a weaker version of you survives. But every moment you act in purpose, a greater version of you rises. Let this be the moment that divides the man you were from the man you were born to become. The world is not waiting for more drifters. It is starving for men of purpose, men who walk into a room and bring vision, men who speak and shake mountains, men who wake up knowing exactly what must be done and do it. You can be that man. You were designed to be that man, but you must now decide. Decide with finality, and then act relentlessly, because until you do, all the faith, all the law, all the opportunity in the world will sit silently by, waiting for you to speak your first command. So speak it, write it, obey it, and let your life be the loudest declaration of divine purpose the world has ever seen. Faith is not a soft thing. It is not a whisper or a wish. It is power. It is fire. It is the currency of creation, and the man who possesses it can walk through storms, tear down delay, and summon invisible forces to his aid. Faith is not a feeling. It is a spiritual command. You must now understand God does not respond to doubt. He does not reward hesitation. He does not move on behalf of a man who questions his own worth. But when he hears faith, real, unshakable, spoken as fact faith, then the heavens answer. Faith is not saying, I believe once on Sunday and hoping things will change. Faith is speaking your definite chief aim aloud daily, vividly, persistently, and with emotion. It is visualizing your desire as though it were already completed. Say this now. I speak as if it is done. I walk as if it is mine. I think as one who already has it. These are not empty affirmations. These are commands to the subconscious, written in the divine tongue of repetition and emotion. Look to Edison. When the world laughed, when science mocked, when results delayed, he pressed forward. Over 1,000 failures, and still he said, I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work. Why? Because he had faith. He saw the light before the bulb ever burned. He believed the outcome before the evidence appeared. And because of that belief, because of that persistence born from faith, he bent the world to his vision. That is the power of true faith. Let me break the illusion. Wishing is not faith. Hope is not faith. Prayer without belief is not faith. Faith is made of thought, word, decision, and action, bound together by repetition and emotional intensity. Without that, your belief has no root. Every time you speak your chief aim aloud with feeling, you are watering that root. You are planting divine instruction into the soil of your mind. And what grows in the mind will always show in your life. Always. You must now make autosuggestion your servant. Autosuggestion is the act of feeding your subconscious the words and visions of faith until they take root and become law. Repeat it daily. Repeat it emotionally. Repeat it with purpose. Say aloud, I do not beg, I declare. I do not hope, I believe. I do not wait, I prepare. Because the man who prepares before the evidence arrives is the man who knows he will soon possess it. Do you see now? Doubt is not simply human weakness, it is spiritual disobedience. To doubt the promise of your prosperity is to accuse infinite intelligence of failure. It is to say, God, I do not trust the law you built into my soul. And fear? Fear is nothing but faith in evil. It is a decision to believe in decline instead of increase, to believe in failure instead of favor. And the man who fears does not lack information. He lacks obedience to divine truth. You must choose daily. You must say, I will no longer serve fear. I will no longer obey doubt. I will no longer lend my mind to thoughts that betray my future. This is not suggestion. This is command. Faith is built by what you say and what you do. If your words are strong but your actions are weak, your faith will wither. But if your speech matches your walk, if your thoughts match your rituals, then your faith will become a mighty structure. Speak your aim aloud every morning, every night. Write it, picture it, feel it. Let the mind soak in its reality until it begins to attract its own kind, ideas, people, opportunity, favor. And when nothing seems to happen, believe harder. Because delay is not denial. The seed does not sprout because you stare at it. It sprouts because you water it in faith and give it time to rise. Tell yourself, the results are catching up to my belief. Tell yourself, every word I speak is creating a future I will soon walk into. Tell yourself, I do not require proof to believe, I require belief to create proof. When your mind believes, the universe obeys, not because you are magical, but because you are finally aligned with the law that commands results. That law is faith. It is the law that built every fortune, raised every leader, and transformed every life that once looked hopeless. Faith is the gold standard of heaven and earth. And you must earn it, not with coin, but with conviction. So I ask you now, will you repeat your aim today as if it were fact? Will you walk today as if the outcome were guaranteed? Will you speak today not as one asking for permission, but as one sent on assignment? If you will, then I say unto you, your future is already secured. Your path is already cleared. And the provision you seek has already been prepared, because you have chosen to believe. Say it one more time, slowly, with power. I am the man who gets what he believes. I see it, I speak it, I receive it. Faith is my native tongue, and I will not be silent. Then get up and live like it. You will never be blessed with lasting prosperity by the mere wishing for it, nor by the clamor of the crowd demanding it. Prosperity is earned. It is drawn to the man or woman who renders useful service above what is expected, in the spirit of faith and definiteness of purpose. Let me now show you the exact law by which prosperity obeys the hand of service. The richest men in the world were not made rich by accident, nor inheritance alone, but by the organized, persistent rendering of more service than they were paid for. That is the eternal secret. Carnegie, who began with no fortune and no friends, offered more value than he asked for, and the law of increasing returns gave him more in return than he ever expected. There is a divine law that governs compensation. The more you give with definiteness, joy, and excellence, the more will return to you multiplied. But if you wait to be paid first, if you render service with resentment or only the minimum effort, you have already written your failure. There is no escaping the law of seed and harvest. You sow poor seed, you reap a poor harvest. Henry Ford understood this law better than any of his competitors. While they raised their prices and cut wages, he reversed the system. He paid his workers more, offered the public more for less, and built a machine of service so vast it carried him to wealth and honor. Ask yourself, Have you ever built your service that way? Let this be a lesson etched into your memory. Prosperity follows the man who initiates useful service, who serves not because he is forced, but because he chooses to offer the best of himself before asking anything in return. It is the attitude of the heart that magnetizes success. I ask you plainly, are you the type who says, "They don't pay me enough to do that"? Then I tell you, you have damned your own progress. You will stay where you are, chained by your own belief. But if you say, "Let me do this with excellence, and I trust that reward will find me," then success has already begun to stir beneath your feet. The world is watching always. People do not always say it aloud, but they recognize greatness when it appears. Render useful service, more and better than what is paid for, and you will begin to stand out as one who carries the mark of destiny. Let me repeat to you what Emerson taught, and I learned from personal pain and trial. If you serve an ungrateful master, serve him the more. Put God in your debt. Every stroke shall be repaid. This is the law that rules all success. If you withhold service, your compensation will be withheld. If you give abundantly, life will outgive you. There was a woman I once knew, a stenographer, earning $15 a week, but she formed the habit of doing more work than required, better than was expected. Within a few short years, she was earning over $100,000 annually from the lecture platform. What changed? Not her education, not her circumstances. It was her obedience to the law of service before reward. Let the lazy man scoff. Let the cynic mock. But the truth remains. God cannot be mocked. That which a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Sow little, reap little. Sow complaints, reap scarcity. But if you sow faith, diligence, excellence, and extra effort, the invisible gears of abundance will begin to move in your favor. I once delivered a lecture and refused the fee. The people were so moved by my willingness to give without asking that they subscribed to my magazine in such great numbers that I made 50 times more than the original sum. Why? Because the law was set into motion. Give more, expect less, and you shall receive more than you expected. What does this mean for you today? It means you must stop counting the hours, stop counting the coins, stop asking, "What do I get?" and begin asking, "What can I give?" Every man I have studied who rose from obscurity to fortune followed this pattern. He did not climb the mountain by clinging to the pay stub. He rose because he served first. You may say, "But the world is unfair." Yes, it is, and that is your opportunity. Because most men are not willing to give more, your decision to do so instantly places you above them. In times of economic crisis, those who only do the minimum are the first to be discarded. But those who go the extra mile, they are irreplaceable. Every employer, whether they say it or not, is searching for one thing: a mind that will serve without excuse. You do not have to wait to be chosen. The moment you begin rendering useful service with definiteness, enthusiasm, and faith, the world begins choosing you. One by one, doors open. Invisible hands move. Coincidences become divine appointments. I have seen men move from clerk to partner, from street vendor to owner, from messenger boy to financier, not because of genius, but because they outserved everyone else. They rose by merit of performance, and God himself honored it. Do you understand what this means? It means you are the architect of your income. You determine the ceiling, not your employer, not the economy, not even the government. The quality and quantity of your service, this is your wealth thermostat. Increase it, and you must be paid more. Delay it, and life will delay your prosperity. Every morning you should awaken and say aloud, "I render useful service today, willingly, abundantly, and with excellence. I give more than I am paid for, and I am paid more than I give. I rise by lifting others. I attract wealth by obedience to this law." Repeat this affirmation until it becomes part of your very soul. I render more service than I am paid for. I rise by lifting others. I am a man of action, faith, and generosity. Make these your daily bread and watch as the heavens respond. I challenge you, yes, I dare you, to test this law. For 30 days, render service that exceeds what is expected. Help someone without asking for anything. Do your work as if you already owned the company. And keep silent about your sacrifice. Do it in faith, in obedience, in quiet power. You will be amazed how swiftly results arrive. In the final accounting of all things, no act of service goes unpaid. It may not come from where you expected, but it will come, and it will be multiplied if given in faith and humility. This is God's economy. Let me show you something deeper still. When you render useful service, your mind expands, your faith deepens, your attention sharpens, and new ideas, new relationships, new opportunities, these begin to orbit around you like bees to nectar. You become a magnet for prosperity. Why? Because the world hungers for usefulness, for character, for value. And when you become the embodiment of value, wealth must obey you. Even in your darkest hour, remember this: useful service is the ladder. You can be buried in debt, crushed by loss, forgotten by friends, but if you still offer something valuable and do it faithfully, you are rising again step by step without even knowing it. Let me leave you with this. I have failed. I have lost. I have tasted the dust of bankruptcy. But I always rose again by rendering more service than I was paid for. When the world had closed its doors to me, I opened the door of my own spirit and said, "Give first, give more, give better. Do not be deceived by the illusion of quick riches. You cannot receive what you have not earned, but if you earn it with joy and persistence, you shall receive compound interest upon compound interest. That is the divine path. That is the law of prosperity. And it begins with you. You say you have faith. You say you believe in infinite intelligence. You speak of prayer and purpose and progress. But I say, where is your discipline? For discipline is the physical evidence of belief. It is the daily proof that your faith is real, not fantasy. To say you believe and yet to live without order, structure, and obedience is to lie to your own soul. Faith that does not command the body is no faith at all. You cannot drift through life and expect to receive the rewards meant for the definite. The man of true faith does not wait for inspiration to act. He acts and trusts that inspiration will meet him at the hour of action. He does not wait to feel like working. He works. He does not wait to feel confident. He decides. Discipline is not something you are born with. It is something you must construct. And I tell you, the blueprint of that construction is faith. If you believe that God has placed you on this earth for a purpose, then rise each morning and act like it. March through your day as if heaven itself had appointed your tasks. There are no idle hours in the life of a man who believes. There are no wasted moments, for every second is a divine trust. To squander your time is to spit in the face of providence. To drift is to deny the gift of your own mind. The Creator gave you a brain. Use it. The Creator gave you time. Guard it. The Creator gave you purpose. Pursue it. I have studied the men who moved nations. I have spoken with those who ruled industry. And not one of them achieved greatness without iron discipline. Andrew Carnegie made millions not through cleverness, but through precision. He scheduled his minutes. He trained his mind to obey. He mastered delay and bent procrastination underfoot. Thomas Edison, what of him? Did he build the electric light by hoping? No. He tried and failed over 10,000 times. And each time he tried again, not because he was always motivated, but because he was disciplined. Motivation comes and goes. Discipline is forever. A man cannot serve two masters. You cannot serve faith and laziness. You cannot serve purpose and comfort. You must choose. And I say this to you plainly. If your days are without structure, your belief is without strength. If your will is weak, your faith is imaginary. True faith sharpens a man's will. It makes him rise early, speak clearly, walk purposefully. It makes him willing to suffer hardship. It makes him capable of ignoring distraction. Faith does not beg for ease. It commands the spirit to endure. Now hear me well. Discipline begins where comfort ends. Every excuse you allow is a step away from your destiny. Every compromise with laziness is a denial of your future. The man who disciplines his habits controls his fate. The man who obeys his purpose commands his future. Repeat after me. I am not a slave to comfort. I am the master of my time. I obey the call of purpose. I rise when I do not feel like it. I act when I am afraid. I command my days with faith and discipline. There is no greatness in comfort. There is no transformation in ease. Think of Abraham Lincoln. Did he live a life of luxury? No, he walked through tragedy, failure, ridicule, and loss. But he obeyed the inner voice. He moved with discipline, and that is why history remembers him. Discipline is the price of freedom. Men who lack discipline must beg others to lead them. They are tossed like leaves in the wind, moved by circumstances, not by purpose. But you are not a leaf. You are the seed of God's divine plan. You were created to prosper, but you must obey the law of action. And action is not a one-time event. It is repetition. It is rhythm. It is ritual. When you rise at the same hour, think the same thoughts, speak the same affirmations, execute the same purpose, day after day, you become a force. You become unstoppable. Not because you are strong, but because you are consistent. Let others drift. Let others follow pleasure. Let others live like reeds in the wind. You shall walk like a pillar. You shall stand firm. You shall become a man of steel will and golden purpose. Because you know that faith without discipline is a dream, but faith with discipline is destiny. Let me tell you what will happen if you ignore this truth. You will continue to wake up tired. You will continue to chase whims. You will continue to start and never finish. You will fall for every temptation. You will fail in silence and blame everyone but yourself. Your mind will rot in idleness. Your body will wither in laziness. Your name will be forgotten. And worst of all, you will know deep within your soul that you were meant for more. And that knowledge will torture you. That is the hell reserved for the undisciplined. But if you choose the harder road, if you choose the disciplined life, then I promise you, the gates of prosperity will open. You will see yourself change. You will feel power course through your blood. You will rise before others and build what others only wish for. You will become a magnet for opportunity, for you will finally be worthy of it. And that is the word I give you now, worthiness. Discipline makes you worthy, worthy of wealth, worthy of leadership, worthy of trust, worthy of divine favor. You do not earn heaven's riches with empty prayers. You earn them with action. You earn them with commitment. You earn them by making your life a sermon of discipline, spoken not with your mouth, but with your behavior. So ask yourself now, do you believe? Then show it, prove it, with your morning routine, with your use of time, with your words, with your silence, with your action in the face of fear, with your perseverance in the face of delay. Discipline does not come all at once. It is forged like steel, first with fire, then with strike after strike after strike. You must become a blacksmith of your own mind. Hammer it, shape it, cool it, repeat. Do not trust feelings, trust purpose. Do not chase mood, chase mission. Feelings are like wind. Discipline is the anchor, and the man who anchors himself in daily discipline shall never be lost at sea. Now I give you this charge. Put your schedule on the wall. Declare your standards aloud. Practice your habits with reverence, for they are sacred. Read your chief aim twice daily. Let no day pass without taking action. And if you fail, rise instantly. Never excuse, never retreat. Never betray your belief by laziness again. Say this with me. My belief is made flesh in my behavior. My faith is revealed in my discipline. I was created to prosper, and I obey the laws that lead to prosperity. I do not wait, I act. I do not drift, I decide. I do not wish, I work. God rewards the diligent. Life bows to the determined. Heaven honors the disciplined. And I say again, discipline is the living proof that faith is real. Now move forward. Let your every action proclaim what you believe. Let your schedule be your testimony. Let your obedience be your sermon. Let your order be your worship. Let your discipline be your glory. For in discipline your destiny is fulfilled. You may believe your future lies in your faith, your work, or your ideas, but I tell you plainly, your associations are the gatekeepers of your prosperity. The men you walk with, the voices you hear, the minds you permit to speak into your life, these determine whether your spirit ascends or decays. God has ordained that no man shall rise alone. Even the greatest must lean on other minds. This is not weakness, it is law. The mastermind principle is spiritual. It is the joining of two or more minds in harmony toward a definite purpose. When such unity is formed, a third, more powerful mind is created, greater than the sum of its parts. Edison did not build his inventions alone. He worked in concentrated fellowship with men of similar belief and tireless energy. Henry Ford leaned on spiritual advisors and strategists who reinforced his vision. Carnegie gathered the sharpest thinkers, men of discipline and loyalty, and together they created something no single man could build. This is not social advice, this is spiritual law. The men you associate with form a spiritual agreement. If they drift, you will drift. If they doubt, you will delay. If they mock your vision, you will shrink in silence. This is why so many with potential never rise. They are chained to mediocrity by their company. Say this now. I choose only voices that multiply my vision. I walk with those who are called to rise. I speak my future only to the faithful. This is not arrogance. It is obedience to spiritual truth. If you speak your dream to the blind, they will curse it. If you share your plans with the faithless, they will poison it. God never calls a man to purpose without calling him away from the crowd. Abraham was told to leave his father's house. Jesus separated himself from the multitudes to pray. Every man of destiny must guard his environment with vigilance. And let me be clear, you do not need many. You need the right few. One aligned friend is worth more than 50 spectators. Two minds in harmony with divine law can do more in 90 days than 1,000 men in confusion can do in a decade. Find one man, just one, who believes in your definite chief aim. Share your vision. Commit to sharpening each other daily. Read together. Speak your aims aloud. Hold each other to account. This is your mastermind, and it is sacred. Let others mock you. Let them call you obsessed, intense, or strange. The world mocks what it does not understand. But those who walk the divine path are not concerned with popularity. They are concerned with fruitfulness. You must now conduct an inventory of association. Who are the 5 minds you spend the most time with? Do they challenge your mediocrity or comfort it? Do they fuel your vision or drain it? Do they walk with purpose or wander in complaint? If you find any man in your circle who speaks against growth, mocks faith, laughs at discipline, or defends failure, cut the tie. Not with bitterness, but with clarity. Not with hatred, but with decision. Your future demands it. Say this aloud. I do not speak my vision to the blind. I do not explain myself to the drifting. I protect the fire of my purpose with silence and select fellowship. This is your sacred responsibility. You are either forming a master mind or you are submitting to the master lie. That you can rise while surrounded by voices of doubt. You cannot. That is rebellion against spiritual order. Remember this story. There was a man, brilliant and capable, but he kept company with weak-willed flatterers. Every time he began to rise, they sowed seeds of hesitation. They questioned his every move. They laughed at his plans. And though he had more skill than them all, he never escaped his circle. He died unknown, not for lack of ability, but for lack of courage to change his environment. Contrast him with another. A poor boy, surrounded by failure, left his village, found men who believed in discipline and vision. He served them, learned from them, and became one of the richest men in America. His name, Andrew Carnegie. What separated them? Not IQ, not inheritance, not luck, association. One refused to break free, the other refused to settle, and one became legend. Hear me now. If you walk with the wise, you shall become wise. But if you walk with fools, your destiny will rot in laughter and idle speech. This is not suggestion, this is law. Choose your circle as if your life depends on it, because it does. Your environment will either make your faith grow or die. Your conversations will either strengthen your belief or drown it. And your mastermind will either birth your future or bury it. Now I give you a challenge. For the next 30 days, speak only to those who are definite in purpose, disciplined in habit, and honorable in spirit. Limit conversations to those who walk with vision. Watch how your energy changes. Watch how your mind sharpens. Watch how favor begins to flow. And do not wait for perfect people. Wait for committed ones. Do not search for genius. Search for conviction. The mastermind is not about brilliance. It is about harmony and purpose and spirit. One mind sharpens another. Say this now. I am joined to minds of power, purpose, and faith. Together we rise. Together we build. Together we obey the law of increase. This affirmation will become your sword and your shield. Use it. You are no longer a casual friend. You are a covenant man. You do not entertain fools. You do not mingle with mockers. You do not laugh at small thinking. You walk with kings, even if they are not yet crowned, because your spirit recognizes purpose when it sees it. God blesses unity. God empowers partnership. God multiplies where there is agreement. But He cannot multiply the scattered, the disjointed, the confused. Find your circle. Build your altar. Speak your aim aloud in the presence of those who believe, and nothing shall be impossible for you. Now move forward. Choose your company as you would choose your name, for both are sacred, and both determine your future. If you would claim the fullness of prosperity, you must understand this one eternal fact. Your outer world is nothing but the mirrored image of your inner obedience. Obedience to what? To divine law, to infinite intelligence, to the spiritual laws that govern all material success, wealth, peace, and permanence. You cannot cheat divine law. You cannot bribe it, debate it, or defy it without cost. And no man ever escapes the law by cleverness or cunning. Every act, every thought, every motive is weighed, and the scale of justice is exact. It gives back what you give it, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. When I say you were created to prosper, I speak not from speculation, but from law. That which is in harmony with God's order must multiply, and that which is out of harmony must decay. Thus, when you think in harmony with truth, act in harmony with purpose, and live in harmony with faith, you attract all things needful for your success. Consider the law of sowing and reaping. It does not waver. It never fails. The farmer who sows wheat shall never reap thorns, and likewise the man who sows faith, decision, integrity, imagination, and perseverance cannot reap failure. The very fabric of nature is arranged to reward him. The man who fails, fails because he violated the law, either by ignorance, laziness, fear, or indifference. He may plead that the world was against him, but no man is defeated from the outside until he is conquered on the inside. He lost his power the moment he lost his alignment with eternal law. You may look upon the lives of men like Henry Ford, who took no pride in how the world doubted him, but took pride in obeying the inner command of definite purpose. His fortune was not luck, it was law. You may say Andrew Carnegie. You may call it coincidence, you may call it consequence, but the truth remains. No man rises to the heights of enduring prosperity who has not first aligned himself with the invisible, immutable laws that govern all abundance. These laws are divine. They are spiritual in origin, yet practical in application. If there is lack in your life, whether it be money, peace, or strength, it is not because God has withheld it from you, but because you have not yet learned to obey His law. You have not yet earned what you demand. For the universe does not operate on begging, but on cause and effect, and obedience is the cause of all effect. Prosperity is the visible fruit of invisible obedience. You do not pray for an oak tree and receive one without planting the seed. Likewise, you cannot receive wealth unless you plant the actions, the faith, and the service which draw it forth from the soil of spiritual law. God's system is not bribery, it is law. You do not plead with the sun to rise. It rises because it obeys law, and so must you. The golden rule, so often recited and so seldom understood, is not merely a suggestion for kindness. It is the law of return. When you do unto others as you would have them do unto you, you set into motion a boomerang of blessings which, by the law, must find their way back to you multiplied. To disobey this is to court spiritual bankruptcy. The man who cheats another has not yet understood that he cheats only himself. For the moment you deal unjustly with any soul, you place your own prosperity under arrest. You forfeit the trust of infinite intelligence, and you cut off your own source. You may gain silver for a season, but you lose gold for a lifetime. You were not created to suffer. That is not God's plan. You were created to multiply, to expand, to grow, to rise, so long as you remain faithful to the laws upon which all good is built. Every act of honesty, every hour of labor given freely, every thought of faith and definiteness is a deposit into your invisible account with infinite intelligence. And that account pays interest that no bank can match. What you give returns. What you withhold is withheld from you. If you speak the language of lack, lack will be fluent in your life. If you think in terms of fear, you will find fear waiting for you at every door. But if you speak with faith, act with purpose, and walk in obedience, life itself will kneel before you. Let me repeat this. Your prosperity is not an accident. It is the exact measurement of your alignment with divine law. You cannot plant weeds and expect wheat. You cannot idle and expect increase. You cannot deceive and expect deliverance. The world may praise cleverness, but heaven rewards obedience. There is no such thing as luck in the kingdom of success. There is only law. And once you learn that law, once you submit to its discipline, you can predict your prosperity as surely as you can predict the coming of daylight. Obedience to divine law is the highway, and the toll you pay is faith, decision, labor, and love. Consider the life of Andrew Carnegie. Was it chance that took a poor immigrant boy and made him the richest man in the world? Or was it obedience to a code of thought, a discipline of purpose, and a determination to serve others on a massive scale? He rendered service, he created value, and he acted in harmony with law. John D. Rockefeller tithed 10% of his income, long before he had an income worth $10. Why? Because he understood that giving is not a loss, but a lever. He obeyed the principle before he saw the result. That is faith. That is alignment. And that is why his cup overflowed. You must decide today to stop resisting the divine laws that are trying to prosper you. Stop resisting service. Stop resisting discipline. Stop resisting the still voice within that tells you to rise early, to go the extra mile, to clean your thoughts, to correct your speech, to write your chief aim, and to keep your promises. This is not religion. This is not philosophy. This is success science, divinely structured and spiritually sound. When you obey the law begins to obey you. It moves people, places, and opportunities in your favor. It opens doors that no man can shut. It multiplies effort into outcome. But you must begin today. You must begin now. Let not another grain fall through the glass of your life before you turn your will toward divine alignment. Say this aloud, and say it with conviction. I was created to prosper. I am the servant of God's law. I obey with joy. I rise with power. I attract all I need because I give all I am. Repeat it, feel it, live it. For your prosperity is not somewhere out there in the world. It is within. It is waiting behind the locked door of disobedience. And the key you hold is called decision. Make it now. Take one small action today that aligns with your higher calling, and keep taking them until the current of life carries you forward on the wings of divine law. You were never meant to struggle. You were never meant to be afraid of money, afraid of people, afraid of failure. Those are the lies taught by the drifters of the world, not the promises given to you by your Creator. You were meant to rise. You were meant to prosper. You were meant to expand and build and bless. The moment you recognize that prosperity is a spiritual responsibility, not merely a personal ambition, is the moment you become qualified to receive it. It is not a trophy. It is a test. And once you are trusted with it, you will never lose it again. I charge you now to go and write these words where you will see them morning and night. I am obedient to divine law. I give service daily. I think only thoughts of growth. I am here to prosper and to bless. And with that charge, begin your new life. Begin it with faith. Begin it with enthusiasm. Begin it with absolute confidence that the law will not fail you, for it never has and never will. Your reward is not somewhere in the sky nor buried in the earth. It is wrapped in your decisions, and today you decide to prosper. Today you obey. Today you rise. Let the whole world drift if it must. You will not. Let others speak of luck. You will speak of law. Let others chase shadows. You will build with light. For you know now and shall never forget, your prosperity is the proof of your obedience to divine law. You find yourself working non-stop, staying up late, waking up early, pushing through every month just to cover the bills. Yet the money is never enough. The dream feels ever distant, and the sense of being stuck becomes more and more real. You're not lazy. You're not irresponsible. You do more than most people. But why don't the results match your efforts? Because hard work without financial intelligence only leads to exhaustion, not freedom. I used to think like you, just do a great job, work harder, and everything would work out. But the truth was, I looked around and saw that the hardest working people were often the ones living in scarcity. The street sweeper, the night shift worker, the one juggling 2 or 3 jobs, they worked harder than entrepreneurs, but money never stayed with them. The issue isn't how many hours you work. It's what you understand about money. No one teaches you that in school. No one tells you that the world doesn't reward those who work the hardest. It rewards those who think the smartest. You could ride a bicycle your whole life and still never reach the place someone else gets to in an hour by car. The problem is not effort, it's the system. You can work yourself to the bone and still stay in the same place if every penny you earn disappears the moment it arrives. If you don't know how to keep money, grow money, and make money work for you, then you're simply working for money your entire life. And money, if misunderstood, becomes an invisible master controlling your destiny. I'm not saying you shouldn't work hard. I'm saying hard work alone is not enough. Because the rich don't surpass you in hours worked. They surpass you in how they use those hours. A wealthy person might spend 30 minutes reading a financial report and make an investment decision that earns them hundreds of millions in a few months. Meanwhile, another person might take on 3 extra jobs and still struggle to survive, trapped in the loop. Earn, spend everything. Debt, work more, burn out. Have you ever felt discouraged seeing your bank balance drop to just a few $100,000 right after payday? Have you ever asked yourself, is my life really just about making money to pay for everything? I've been there. And that was the moment I realized, if I didn't understand how money works, no one could save me. Not the government, not the company, not family, not luck, only me, and a financial awakening from within. We've been taught that hard work is a virtue, and it is, but no one taught us that blind hard work is a trap. You need to understand how money operates. You need to know the principle of mastering cash flow. You need to realize that every penny you spend today is a choice, either toward freedom or toward burden. And more importantly, you need to stop thinking you're not smart enough to be wealthy. I've met too many intelligent people drowning in debt. And I've also met very ordinary people who enjoy financial freedom because they know how to think, not just how to grind. If you're living off every bit of your income, you're not free. If you don't have an investment fund, a reserve, or passive income, you're working just to survive, not to advance. And with every day that passes like that, you're trading your youth for prolonged insecurity. I know saying this might make you uncomfortable, but if I don't say it, who will? I don't want you to spend your whole life in fatigue and regret. I want you to pause, reflect, and ask one simple question. What is the cost of financial ignorance, and how much longer am I willing to pay it? I don't need you to become a financial expert. I just need you to be awake enough not to fall into society's trap, working all your life and ending up with nothing. Start with the simplest thing. Track every penny you earn and every penny you spend. Learn to delay gratification. Read about investing, about asset management, about how wealthy people think. You don't need to learn everything. Just learn the core truths. And most importantly, change your internal belief. You weren't born to wrestle with bills your whole life. You were born to create value, and that value deserves to be rewarded accordingly. Freedom doesn't come overnight, but it comes step by step, habit by habit, decision by decision, starting today. And you'll see, just by changing the way you think about money, everything begins to shift. You don't need more work hours, you need a new mindset. And I'm here to remind you, hardworking people don't deserve to be poor. But if you don't learn how to master money, you're allowing poverty to cling to you, no matter how hard you try. Have you ever asked yourself, if money is what you crave, why haven't you truly learned how to bring it closer to you? If you want to be wealthy, why do your daily behaviors still mirror those of someone just getting by? I'm not asking to blame you. I'm asking so you can pause just for 1 second and face yourself honestly, because I know that somewhere behind that screen there are people quietly carrying the weight of adulthood. People aged 25 to 65 bracing themselves against responsibility, expectations, and the fear of being left behind. Some are starting over. Some have come a long way but still haven't touched freedom. And I say this to you with deep respect. If you're still here, reading every word, listening to every line, you are someone I am deeply grateful for, because you dared to stay. You dared to learn. You dared to change. I'm not speaking to a faceless crowd. I'm speaking to you, the one brave enough not to look away from difficult questions. And if you truly desire a better life, show it to me. Comment just one word below, money. It's not just a word. It's a quiet declaration that says, I'm here. I'm ready to learn. I'm done hiding. The moment you dare to write that word, you're no longer on the sidelines. You've taken your first step into the journey of mastering your finance. Because to go further, you must start with 3 foundational principles. Earn, multiply, manage. That is the system every financially free person operates by, though few talk about it openly. I don't know what stage you're in right now, but I do know this. If you don't learn how to earn money proactively, you'll always be waiting for money from someone else. If you don't learn how to multiply money, you'll remain trapped within the limits of your labor. And if you don't learn how to manage money, you'll always feel like it's not enough, even when you're earning a lot. But the one thing I want you to remember is this. You don't need to shout to the world that you're changing. You just need to do it silently and let the results speak. The truly wealthy people I've met never flaunt. They don't post photos of fancy meetings. They don't need anyone to know where they're investing. They quietly build their financial empires with calm, discipline, and sharpness. They don't need to convince others to believe. They only need to believe in their own system. I didn't learn that from books. I learned it by observing real life. And I want you to understand this. Wealth doesn't need noise. Success doesn't need applause. You can transform your financial destiny without needing permission from anyone. If you're starting from zero, that's okay. I did too. But you need to understand this clearly. Earning money is the first step, but multiplying money is what separates the wealthy from those just surviving. And to do that, you must treat every dollar as if it's vital, because it truly is. If you let just one link slip, the whole chain breaks. But if you can control these 3 steps, you can start from any point and reach any destination you want. What matters is that you do it in silence. You don't need to post about your ambitions. You don't need to explain why you're saving money, why you're turning down invitations, or why you're spending your time reading financial books instead of watching entertainment. Those who don't understand you never will, and those who do, they'll come to you when you have results. You don't need to prove anything to the world. You only need to prove to yourself that you're clear-headed enough to play the long game. I know it's not easy, but precisely because it's hard, it's valuable. And you, the one quietly learning, you are the person I most want to see succeed. Not because you're more special than anyone else, but because you dared to step out of your comfort zone, dared to stay seated when others walked away, and dared to begin again at any age. That's what I am truly grateful for in you. And if you're still here, I want you to comment below, money, not so I can count people, but so I know I'm not alone in delivering this message. So I can clearly see that I'm speaking to those truly ready to change, not just dream. And when you write that word, you're not just sending a signal to me. You're sending a signal to your own life that says, I am ready. Ready to relearn money, ready to master the game, and ready to begin. Even if I start later than others, I will still reach the finish line in my own way. There's one thing that almost all truly wealthy people have in common, regardless of their profession, background, or nationality. They rarely talk about their money. They don't boast about how much they own, where they invest, or how much they earn each month. Not because they fear envy, not because they're pretending to be humble. They remain silent because they understand that silence is a form of protection, not just for their assets, but for the deep inner peace within them. When you make your income public, when you tell someone about your latest investment or your recent profit, you're not just sharing information, you're unintentionally inviting judgment, scrutiny, and pressures beyond your control. A friend might suggest you share that opportunity with them. A family member might ask for a loan, believing you're comfortable. An acquaintance might feel threatened or envious, even if you had no such intention. The truth is, money, when exposed to light, often becomes bait for disorder. I used to think that sharing business opportunities with friends was a good thing. I used to tell my family about my investment plans with the desire to help. But then I realized, the more I spoke, the more I got pulled into a web of expectations, demands, and the pressure to explain myself. I lost my autonomy. I lost the stillness required to make decisions without emotional influence. And more importantly, I lost that quiet space where I could calmly observe, adjust, and grow. The wealthy choose to live discreetly not because they fear being discovered, but because they understand that discretion is a smart strategy. When no one knows how much you have, they can't target you. When no one knows what you're doing, they're not bothered by unnecessary opinions. They don't need to know where you're putting your money or what you're planning to buy, and that unknowability becomes a powerful shield, protecting you from gossip, emotional borrowing, and unsolicited. But silence holds an even deeper meaning. It protects your inner power. When you keep your financial journey to yourself, you're not distracted by the need to prove anything to others. You don't need to show them. You focus on truly strengthening yourself. You make decisions because they are right for you, not because they look impressive to others. And that builds a quiet strength, a kind of power no one can take away. I once met a man so wealthy that even other millionaires admired him. But you would never see him driving an expensive car, wearing designer brands, or living in a lavish mansion. He lived so simply that his neighbors assumed he was just a retired civil servant. But behind that modest appearance was a meticulously managed portfolio, wise investments, and a strangely calm spirit. He didn't need to prove anything because he knew exactly what he was doing, and he let his assets grow in silence. No one disturbed him and no one obstructed him. That is true freedom. Of course, you can't always keep everything to yourself. You'll need a few trusted advisors, people who understand you and are ethical enough not to take advantage of you, but that circle should be small, refined, and built on deep trust. Everything else should remain private, even your successes, even your failures. You owe no one an explanation for why you invest here and not there. Your wealth is yours, and you have every right to protect it from the judgment of the world. Silence does not mean fear. It is a conscious choice made by those who understand the rules of the game. Because money, if not protected by awareness, easily becomes the cause of disruption. Many people rise fast and lose everything, not because they made bad investments, but because they boasted too much, too early, too publicly. Don't let anyone know where your treasure is buried. Let them see only a person who lives simply yet steadily. They don't need to know what you possess. They should simply sense that you are grounded and have nothing to prove. If you're on a journey to build financial stability, remind yourself of this. Great outcomes require quiet protection. Let what you create grow in silence, undistracted by the noise of the world. When you are truly strong, you don't need applause. You only need a clear mindset, a smart system, and a private space to operate your wealth in a way no one can interfere with. And it is that very silence that becomes the greatest shield, guarding not only your wallet, but your mental peace as well. One of the most common mistakes I once made, and I believe many others have as well, is seeking financial advice from people who have no financial results. You think they're friendly, they care, they're experienced, and always have something to say. But the truth is, not everyone who talks a lot about money truly understands it. And not everyone older than you or more eloquent than you is necessarily living better than you. I used to listen to advice from people who constantly complained about not having enough money, from people who had never made a successful investment, from people who warned me about dangers they themselves never had the courage to explore. And what was the result? I was delayed, I was shaken, I was pulled away from decisions that could have taken me much further many years earlier. You need a survival principle on your financial journey. Only take advice from people who have the results you want to achieve. If someone is drowning in debt, living paycheck to paycheck, if they constantly say wealth is bad, money is shallow, or just work hard and that'll be enough, then their words should not enter your belief system, not because you look down on them, but because you have a responsibility to protect your own future from a poverty mindset, one that's invisible yet deeply embedded in everyday conversations. Now, you'll notice some people always have an opinion about everything. You should invest here, don't spend there, saving like that is stupid, or just buy it, you only live once. But if you stop and look at their lives, do they have financial freedom? Are they living the life you want? Do they constantly worry about rent, tuition, medical bills, and unforeseen expenses? If so, then their advice, no matter how logical it sounds, is still not a compass for you. Because advice is not harmless, it is a form of planting seeds into your mind, and if you accept the wrong seeds, you will grow in the wrong direction. Advice from those with a victim mindset who believe wealth comes from luck, privilege, or corruption will make you question your own ambition to become rich. Advice from those who say, don't take risks, play it safe, stay stable, will make you afraid even in front of truly good opportunities. I lost a few years of my life just by listening to the play it safe voices of those who never walked beyond their comfort zones. Understand this, some advice comes from love, but that doesn't mean it's right. A family member might tell you not to take risks because they fear you'll fail. But if they've never invested, never run a business, never challenged themselves beyond safety, then their advice is simply a repetition of fear, not true guidance. And you cannot reach your destination if you keep letting other people's fears steer your life. I'm not denying that sometimes people who failed can still teach you something. But that failure must be part of a rising journey, not a lifelong stop. I respect those who went bankrupt but came back strong. I listen to those who once lost big but now run sustainable investment systems, because they don't just have experiences, they have results. But those who failed and never got back up, they only hold unprocessed lessons. And that's not something you should borrow. You need a guide, not just an opinion giver. A guide is someone who's gone ahead, who's done the work, who's paid the price, and who has a clear enough mental system to pass on. They don't speak emotionally. They don't advise based on trends. They analyze. They ask you back. They help you think more clearly instead of making you dependent on their viewpoint. And those are the people you should learn from, even if you have to hear them through books, through videos, or through a single brief meeting. What matters most is that you build a strong internal filter. When someone says something about money, ask yourself, are they living the financial life I desire? If the answer is no, you don't need to argue and you don't need to explain. Just nod gently and create inner distance. Let that advice pass like the wind. No need to fight it, but don't let it settle on your shoulders. The financial journey is a road full of choices. Every piece of advice you accept is a turn in the road. You can get lost just because of one passing comment if you're not alert enough. So choose carefully the voices you listen to. They don't need to be famous. They don't need to boast. They just need to have real results, clear thinking, and a way of life you admire. The rest, let your life be the proof. No applause needed, no approval required. Just you, truly moving forward on the path guided by someone worthy of leading the way. People often say, if you want to know what your future looks like, look at the people you spend your time listening to. In your financial journey, this is ruthlessly true, because you don't just learn from others through theory, you absorb their habits, their mindset, and even the things they never say out loud. And if you're learning from someone who lives in constant financial anxiety, or someone who spends their life chasing money but never managing to keep it, then sooner or later you'll carry that same pattern of thinking into your own life. We learn through modeling. The real question is, which model are you choosing? I'm not telling you to idolize anyone, and I'm not encouraging you to compare yourself to those high-profile names on social media. What I'm saying is this: you need to consciously and carefully choose the financial models you genuinely want to move toward. They don't need to be rich enough to own private jets. They don't need extravagant mansions, but they should be solid, not drowning in debt, not depending on monthly paychecks, and not needing to impress anyone for validation. They live with clarity, manage their cash flow, make free decisions, and more importantly, they don't let money control their emotions or their character. That is the person you should learn from. And you need to learn by observing. Watch their choices. Watch how they react to crises. Watch how they use money to serve, not to show off. Make them your mirror, and from there you'll know how to build your own financial life, no longer fumbling in the dark. But there's something personal I want to share with you, something I honestly feel a bit hesitant to say. This Friday, June 27th, some friends and I will be organizing a free meal drive for the homeless, for the elderly struggling to survive on sidewalks in the noisy heart of the city. These are people who have nothing, sometimes just a piece of cardboard to lie on, a plastic bag carrying all their belongings. They don't ask for pity, but I believe if we can learn to manage money better, to master our finances more steadily, then why not use even a tiny portion? no matter how small, to do something meaningful for someone in need. I'm not calling for anything grand. I'm not asking you to give much. But if something in your heart stirs, and if you want to, just a little bit of care is enough to warm an entire meal. I will, on behalf of those receiving that meal, send you my deepest thanks. Not because I need it, but because I believe that such small acts are how we prove our wealth, not just in numbers, but in spirit. In a world where everyone is busy getting rich, those who still remember how to give are the ones who are truly strong. I want you not only to be someone who earns well, but someone who uses money to build value. And perhaps your small act on that 27th day will become part of something much greater inside you, because you will realize, I'm no longer living just for myself. I have enough to give, even if it's just one meal. And that is something no investment can ever teach you. Choose who you want to become. And begin by living like that person, with every choice, every action, every penny you spend. Thank you for being here, for listening. And if you can give even a little, please know that you've just planted a seed of warmth into the life of someone you've never met, but who will remember that meal forever as a small miracle in a cold city. And I, from the bottom of my heart, am truly grateful for that. There's a simple habit that traps many people in a lifelong financial loop, spending money before earning it, not because they intentionally make bad choices, but because that's what society subtly encourages. Advertisements urge you to enjoy now, pay later. Banks hand you credit cards with high limits. E-commerce platforms tempt you with installment plans just a few clicks away. Everything is designed to make you believe you can own now and figure it out later. But the problem is, the more you live that way, the more you lose control, because when you spend first, you're assigning the responsibility of earning to your future self and putting yourself in a completely passive position. I used to live that way. I used to think that as long as I paid my installments on time, I was fine. As long as I could cover the payments this month, it was okay. But those it's okay expenses over time grew into silent burdens. A new phone, a vacation, a few convenient items, all seemingly harmless on their own, but collectively enough to erode any savings. And when something unexpected happened, an illness, a lost job, a delayed income, I realized I had nothing to fall back on because I had already spent away even my financial safety net. The wealthy don't live like that. They never let emotions guide their finances. They understand a fundamental principle. Money should only leave your wallet once it's been earned, intentionally. They don't spend because they want something. They spend because they already have the means. They clearly distinguish between desire and actual capacity. It's not that they don't crave things like you do. They too enjoy experiences, beauty, and comfort. But they only allow themselves to indulge once they have full control over their financial foundation. No debt, no dependency, no spending based on hope. Because here's a brutal truth. The feeling of owning something you can't afford is a short-term high followed by long-term consequences. That rush when unboxing a new product, stepping into a luxury destination, or posting a photo that draws admiration, it fades quickly. But the aftermath stays. Accumulating interest, the pressure of repayment, the sense of being tied down. And more than that, you're training yourself in a dangerous reflex. Instant gratification without waiting, without preparation, without being truly worthy yet. I learned to change that. It wasn't easy because it meant confronting the impulsive part of myself. But once you do, you'll begin to feel freedom returning. I started asking myself one question before every purchase. If I don't already have the money for this, who am I about to hand over control of my life to? The answer always made me pause. Because every time you spend before earning, you're signing an invisible contract, committing your coming days not to freedom, but to obligation, not to growth, but to making up for past mistakes. Impulsiveness is instinct. Controlling it is strength. Today's world trains us to expect everything instantly. Movies stream without waiting, food delivered to your door, information in seconds. And from there, we also expect money to come quickly, success to arrive quickly, gratification to be instant. But finances don't operate that way. Wealth is built through slow, repeated, consistent action. Every time you say no to an unreasonable expense, you're laying another brick in your foundation of future freedom. Every time you wait until you're capable before spending, you're protecting yourself from invisible traps. I'm not telling you to live in deprivation. I'm just urging you to reverse the sequence. Earn first, then spend. Don't let today's desires rob tomorrow's opportunities. Don't let fleeting emotions throw off your long-term path. And most importantly, don't spend to impress. Those who are truly impressive don't need to show off. They are grounded, quiet, and free. They walk with subtle power. They're not swayed by trends, by the opinions of others, or by consumer pressure, because they spend money with one clear awareness: I've earned this, and I am capable of keeping it. If you're facing expenses beyond your means, if you're struggling to pay off debt every month, if you constantly feel like you're chasing money, don't beat yourself up, but don't keep living that way either. You can change. It doesn't require complexity. Just begin with one principle. I will not spend money I haven't earned. I will not borrow from the future to fund the present. And if I'm not yet ready today, I will work, I will learn. I will wait until I am truly worthy. Mastering your impulsiveness is the first step to mastering your life. And when you achieve that, you won't just change your finances, you will reshape yourself into someone resilient, autonomous, and truly grounded. No need to rush, no need to flaunt, just steady steps. And one promise to yourself: I will live within my true capacity. No debt, no chasing, no trading freedom for a fleeting high, because lasting peace always begins with one simple decision: earn first, then spend. Most of the serious financial mistakes I've witnessed in my life started with one rushed investment decision. It wasn't born out of overwhelming greed, but from a small lack of caution. An enticing offer, a sure win opportunity, a whispered tip from a close friend. And just like that, people put their money into something they don't even understand. Because here's a strange paradox. People will spend hours choosing a phone, but only minutes deciding to invest tens of millions of dong in a model they've never studied properly. And when it all collapses, they don't just lose money, they lose trust, and with it, their desire to build sustainable financial growth. I'm not saying this to make you fear investing, but to help you understand. Investing is a serious act, and it only brings rewards when approached with the mindset of someone in control. A good investment doesn't come from being tipped off, but from having the ability to evaluate independently. You don't have to be a finance expert to invest, but you absolutely must be alert enough not to blindly put your money into something you don't understand. And the first principle I learned, perhaps the one that saved me from countless mistakes, is this: if an opportunity cannot withstand thorough scrutiny, it does not deserve the money you've worked so hard to earn. I once received an investment offer promising virtually guaranteed returns, 20% per month, no risk, no volatility. Everything was neatly presented: contracts, business models, a trustworthy referral. I was close to saying yes. But then I sat down, opened my laptop, researched every component, read financial reports, checked licenses, and looked into the team behind it. Within a few hours, I saw glaring holes. And that was the first time I truly understood trust cannot replace verification. Familiarity does not guarantee transparency. And any opportunity that promises no risk is already a silent red flag. You need to clearly understand one thing. Investing is not gambling, and it is not magic. It is a discipline of knowledge and patience. Every investment decision must be placed within a broader context. What is your current financial situation? What is your risk tolerance? Are you seeking quick profits or sustainable growth? How long are you willing to let the money sit? And most importantly, do you truly understand the business model and the source of its profit? Many people, driven by impatience, fall into pyramid schemes, disguised multi-level marketing setups, or projects with no real products, just money from new investors used to pay off old ones. And when that fresh money stops coming in, the whole system collapses. They don't just lose money, they lose confidence to return to the right kinds of opportunities. That's heartbreaking, because if they had just taken a little more time to investigate, to verify, to ask the right questions, they wouldn't have been swept up by hollow promises. Remember, real opportunities don't need to shout. Serious investors won't lure you with sweet words. They'll give you data. They'll encourage you to do your own research. They might even tell you to think carefully before joining, because they understand the value of a well-made decision. And if someone pressures you to act fast, says you'll regret missing this, or plays on your emotions more than offering transparency, that's exactly when you should step back, because smart investing happens in calm, not in emotional highs. I want you to grow financially by knowing how to place your money in the right places, not based on feelings, but on understanding. Learn how to read reports, assess risks, compare return rates against potential losses. Understand that capital preservation is more important than profit, because when you lose 50%, you'll need to gain 100% just to return to where you started. That's why wise people always choose stability before speed, because in investing, impulsiveness is your most dangerous enemy. And if you're just starting out, don't rush into areas you don't yet understand. Begin where you can retain control, like savings, mutual funds, or secure bonds. Spend time reading, studying, asking. Treat every dollar you invest like a soldier. And you are the commander. You must know where you're sending them, what they're doing, what risks they face, and when they're expected to return. Don't let your money fight blindly, because in the end, you carry the consequence. No investment is completely safe, but you can make safe decisions if you train yourself to verify everything, stay alert to too good to be true promises, and build the discipline not to follow the crowd. True wealth doesn't come from lucky bets, but from hundreds of cautious decisions made in silence and with consistency. Let every investment you make be a mark of your maturity. You don't need many, you just need the right ones. You don't need speed, you need endurance, because wisdom lies not in how much money you throw into the market, but in how well you protect what you've earned and let it grow with intention. That is real investing. Money can buy many things, but there's one thing it will never do: make decisions for you. It doesn't choose how you live, who you love, where you go, or what you pursue. It is merely a tool, and no matter how sharp a tool may be, it's useless if the one holding it doesn't know what they want to do with it. Yet sadly, far too many people live as if money is the one leading the way. They no longer ask themselves what they truly want. They simply look at their bank balance and let it define what they're allowed to dream, how they're allowed to live, and from that moment on, they lose their role as the one in control. I used to think that having more money would mean having more freedom. But then I witnessed many people who were very wealthy and yet had no real autonomy. They stayed in jobs they hated, endured toxic relationships, and forced themselves to maintain an image they no longer believed in, all to protect the position that money had bought them. They had assets, but no relief. They had reputation, but no inner stillness. And I realized money was never the problem. The way you see money, the way you use money, that's the real issue. Money is neither good nor bad. It's not moral nor immoral. It simply amplifies what's already inside you. If you're generous, having money will make you more giving. If you're selfish, having money will only fuel accumulation and control. If you lack direction, money will make you even more lost. But if you have a clear purpose, money becomes powerful fuel to bring that purpose to life. That's why you must never blame money. Don't let the phrase, "I don't have enough money yet, so I can't do what I want," become the excuse that delays your life. Money isn't holding you back. What's holding you back is your unwillingness to decide on a life with intention I know this may sound paradoxical, because how can you be free without money? But the real question is, have you truly figured out what you want, even before you have the money? Because if you haven't, then when money arrives, you'll still be swept away by external influences. You'll buy what others admire. You'll chase the version of success that society defines. You'll invest in other people's dreams while your own dream remains unnamed. I don't deny the role of money. It is an extremely important tool. It opens up options, expands your living space, frees your time, and creates conditions for growth, but only if you're the one holding the reins. When money starts deciding where you have to be, what you have to do, how you have to appear, then you are no longer the one using the tool. You've become the one being used. And the most dangerous part is not realizing that it's happening. I've seen people change their entire behavior simply because their bank account increased. They began speaking differently, living differently, surrounding themselves with different people, not because they had matured, but because they were now living to prove they were worthy of the money they had. They lost their original simplicity, lost the feeling of being themselves, and gradually money became a mask. The longer they wore it, the harder it became to remove. And eventually, they no longer knew whether they were buying things because they truly needed them or because someone like them should be buying them. Living that way is exhausting, and more dangerously, it doesn't lead to happiness. Because money, if not anchored in a deeper inner value, becomes nothing more than a string of cold numbers. No matter how much you accumulate, you'll still feel a lack of purpose, lack of direction, lack of genuine connection. And that's why I believe every person needs to redefine their position in relation to money. You don't live to make money. You make money to live a life worth living. And to do that, you must clarify one question: what will money help you accomplish, and what must never be traded for it? If you know where your money is going, for what ideal, for what desire, then you'll no longer be led by it. You'll spend consciously. You'll invest with wisdom. You'll give with an open heart, and you'll accumulate like someone who knows exactly what they're building for the long term. I believe financial freedom doesn't come from the number in your account. It comes from the ability to decide your own life, and that ability only exists when you are truly the one holding the reins. No one else can do it for you. Not the market, not a company, not your family, not your financial advisor. You are the final decision maker, and you must be clear-headed enough to remind yourself every day, money is just a tool. I am the one who decides. Have you ever paused and asked yourself, what exactly am I using money to serve? Or are you simply repeating monthly spending habits out of reflex, without thought, without examination, without direction? There are people who spend their entire lives earning money, spending money, accumulating money, but never once look straight at this question. They assume that having money means they must buy a big house, drive a nice car, travel a lot, live like a successful person. But how many of those choices are truly theirs, and how many are just the result of being led by expectations, advertisements, and the herd mentality? Money by nature has no character. It is just a tool. The issue lies in where the person holding it is headed. If you lack a strong core value, money will easily get pulled into false goals, things that keep you busy but never fulfilled. Every time you spend money for validation, you're handing over control to someone else. Every time you borrow to live beyond your means, you're signing an invisible contract that says, I agree to sacrifice future freedom for present gratification. And the most dangerous part is, you might live your whole life without realizing how much you've been led. I used to think I had strong control over my finances, until one day I looked back at my expense log and realized many things I bought weren't out of necessity. They were for a feeling. The feeling of upgrading, the feeling of being noticed, the feeling of I'm not falling behind. But those feelings were fleeting. They vanished after a few hours, a few days, leaving behind an empty question. Now what? And I realized I wasn't using money Money was using me. It triggered unconscious reactions. It led me down a worn path, not the one I had truly chosen. There is a clear distinction between someone who masters money and someone who is controlled by it. The master has clear values, while the controlled lives by momentary emotion. The master knows they use money to pursue something: freedom, time, meaningful experiences, inner peace. The controlled use money to patch emotional voids, to prove, to compete, to mask insecurity. And this has nothing to do with how much money you have. I've met high earners who are constantly stressed because every financial decision they make is rooted in fear of falling behind. They are rich in money, but poor in direction. If you want money to be a true tool, you need to return to one core question: what truly matters to me? Not what society says should matter, not what your friends think is cool, but what truly touches the deepest value within you. Some people use money to buy time with family. Some use it to learn, to expand their knowledge. Some use it to explore and to heal. There's no right answer, only an honest one. And once you've defined that, every financial decision becomes clear. You'll know when to spend, when to pause, when to invest, when to say no. And every dollar you use begins to carry meaning, no longer just reaction. I'm not saying you must cut all personal expenses or live in austerity. I'm simply asking you to check every choice. Does this bring me closer to what I value? If not, even at a 50% discount, it's still a depletion, not an investment. On the other hand, if a purchase brings you closer to your life values, like a book, a course, or a journey that helps you grow, then it's worth it, even if it costs more than what you originally planned to buy. You truly master your finances only when you use money as a way to live, right? Not just to live like everyone else. When you start distinguishing what's truly yours from what society imposed, you'll feel much lighter. No more racing, no more pressure to buy because others have it, no more "I'm not enough" whenever you check your balance. Instead, you'll find clarity, calm, and control. You spend with purpose. You keep money for a reason. And you say no, not out of stinginess, but because you know it serves no real purpose for you. The best part is this state doesn't require you to be rich. You can begin today with the money you have in your current situation. All it takes is honestly answering one question: what am I using money for? And every time you're about to make a financial decision, ask another: am I choosing or am I being led? If asked often enough, those two questions will completely transform your relationship with money. Because in the end, money will always pass through your hands, one way or another. The real question is not how much you can hold on to, but where it took you, who it helped you become, whether it deepened your life or just made it more chaotic. And that answer doesn't come from an equation. It comes from the awareness behind each action. Money can be a loyal servant or a dangerous guide. It all depends on who gives the orders, and that person is you. No one teaches us how to save. We're taught how to spend, how to borrow, how to enjoy, but very rarely are we taught how to build a solid financial foundation for the future. Everything in modern society urges you to live for the now. Life is today. Indulge yourself. You deserve it. Money is meant to be spent. These messages may sound clever and stylish, but they silently erode your ability to prepare for what hasn't yet come. And the irony is, the future always arrives. It doesn't wait for you to be ready. It comes unexpectedly, and if you're unprepared, you'll pay the price. I'm not against living fully in the present, but living fully doesn't mean spending recklessly. Appreciating this moment doesn't mean forgetting tomorrow, because most of life's deepest regrets come from what we didn't prepare for, not from what we passed up. Someone once said to me, "I don't need to save because I want to live like I'll die tomorrow." And I asked just one thing in return: but what if you're still alive tomorrow? The silence that followed said enough, that living for today isn't a reason but an excuse for financial negligence. Saving isn't the act of a miser. It's the act of someone with vision. When you save, you're not just putting aside money, you're building a buffer between yourself and uncertainty. You're giving yourself the right to choose. You're protecting the people you love from dependency. And above all, you're proving that you understand this game doesn't end on a good day. It stretches across unpredictable waves. When you save, you're making a quiet but powerful statement. I take responsibility for my future. There are things in life you only realize you should have prepared for when they happen. A job loss, an unexpected accident, a sudden business opportunity that needs capital, or simply the fatigue of middle age making you want to pause and rest. If you haven't saved, every disruption becomes a crisis. But if you're prepared, every crisis becomes just a temporary adjustment. And I believe you deserve to live in that state. Not panicked, not rushed, not desperate. Saving is also how you rebuild trust with yourself. Each month, when you set aside even a small portion into a savings fund, you're reminding yourself, I don't just work to spend, I work to build something greater than today. That's financial self-respect, something no one else can give you but yourself. And you'll feel a shift in your posture toward life, from reactive to proactive, from frantic to composed, because you know you're not racing against bills. You're walking steadily on the path to long-term freedom. I once spoke with a man in his 50s who had earned very well for 2 decades, but he hadn't saved a thing. Every time money came in, it was immediately converted into something. A new car, designer clothes, luxury vacations. He lived as if abundance would last forever. But then the job market shifted, the economy crashed, and his income plummeted. What he was left with were fixed expenses, a house with an outstanding loan, and no emergency fund to breathe. He looked at me and said, if only I had known sooner, lived less extravagantly, but more securely. But time doesn't rewind. The future does not pity the unprepared. I share that story not to scare you, but to show you that saving isn't something for later. It's not something for when you have spare time, or only for those with high income. It's for anyone who takes themselves seriously. Start with the smallest steps: an emergency fund to cover 3 months of expenses, a savings account for learning new skills, a long-term investment, even a tiny one, but done consistently. Saving is a habit, not a luxury. And when you train that habit, you'll feel the difference in how you face each day. Lighter, less anxious, and more confident in every decision. Money doesn't remember the impulse purchases you made, but you do. And those memories become burdens if you don't learn to adjust. Saving is how you reconcile with yourself, between the desire to enjoy and the need to protect the future. It's not a sacrifice, but a smart choice, because ultimately you can live fully in the present, just with a solid enough foundation so that the present doesn't wreck your future. And if you can do that, you're not just living well, you're living responsibly. Remember this: life does not reward recklessness. Life only gives lasting rewards to those who prepare. Saving is the silent action of a mature person, needing no audience, no applause, but offering a freedom that those living only for today will never touch. And if you're starting today, know this: you're granting yourself a privilege not everyone is brave enough to claim, the right to shape your future with your own hands. There are people who on the surface appear to be completely free. They dress in luxury, drive expensive cars, check in at the most beautiful places, and speak with the confidence of someone living their dream life. But if you listen long enough, observe closely enough, you'll begin to realize most of them are still living in a very subtle form of imprisonment, imprisoned by money. They can't take a break when they want to. They can't do what they love. They don't dare to change direction when their heart calls for it, because every choice they make is bound by one thing: financial obligations. Financial freedom is not simply about how much money you have in your account. It is the feeling of being able to decide your life without being forced to trade what you cherish because of the pressure of making ends meet. It's when you don't have to stay in a job you hate just to pay off debt. It's when you don't have to stay silent in the face of injustice for fear of losing income. It's when you have the right to say no to what no longer aligns and yes to what nourishes your soul without fear of scarcity. And if you've ever tasted that feeling, even just a little, you'll know this is the deepest kind of freedom a person can experience. I once met a woman who was simple, unassuming, not wealthy by society's standards, but she had one thing that earned my deep respect. She was financially independent. She lived modestly, managed her expenses well, had a small stream of passive income from a few rental properties, and most importantly, she knew exactly what she needed to live enough. No borrowing, no debt, no effort to impress. She turned down a high-paying job because she didn't want to trade away time with her children. She chose to rest when she felt tired and work when she felt inspired. And when I asked what gave her the courage to live so differently from the majority, she simply smiled and said, "Because I don't have to live on someone else's money." That sentence made me think deeply, because financial dependence, if not recognized and untangled, will slowly lead you far from your true self. It forces you to do things that contradict your values, to endure toxic environments, to stay silent about what's wrong, to live a double life, one for others to see, one for yourself to hide. And over time, you lose track of who you really are. What remains is a person who knows how to earn money, knows how to spend, but no longer feels the meaning behind what they're doing. Financial freedom gives you something incredibly rare in modern life, the right to live authentically, to work without fear, to rest without guilt, to choose partners, projects, and the ways of living not dictated by the need to earn money at any cost. And the most beautiful thing is, when you're no longer controlled by pressure, your true values begin to bloom. You become more creative, more patient, kinder. Because you're no longer running, you now have the space to choose each step deliberately. I'm not saying everyone needs to become a millionaire to achieve financial freedom. That's a harmful misunderstanding. Financial freedom doesn't necessarily mean being extraordinarily wealthy. It means having enough assets and passive income to sustain a life that's aligned with your personal values without having to trade your health, dignity, or relationships to maintain it. Some people feel enough with 15 million a month. Others may need 150 million. But what they share is this: they know what they need, and they proactively build a financial system to meet that need. To achieve financial freedom, you must begin with discipline. No freedom comes from indulgence. You must control spending, learn to save, build sustainable income sources, invest for the long term, and overcome the mindset of "I can't do this," because financial enslavement mostly stems from a poor mindset, not poor circumstances. I've met people with modest incomes who are very free because they live simply and invest steadily. I've also seen high earners in a constant state of panic because they have no concept of reserves or long-term planning. Freedom doesn't come overnight. It comes from hundreds of small, quiet decisions made repeatedly. Every time you refuse to buy something unnecessary to invest in your future. Every time you learn a new skill instead of wasting time on distractions. Every time you start thinking in years and decades, not just in paychecks. And one day you'll wake up and realize you no longer fear money. No longer feel pressure at every bill cycle, whether alive from one paycheck to the next. You have the right to choose. You have space to breathe. You have time to think. And when you have those things, you are truly alive. Financial freedom is not the final destination, but it is the prerequisite for living a life that's honest with yourself. It doesn't make you instantly happy, but it opens the door for you to pursue happiness on your own terms. And if you can start that journey today with small steps, then you are moving closer to one of the most precious rewards a grown person can receive, a life you chose yourself, with no one forcing, no one replacing, and no longer being led by money. Only you remain. And true freedom. There's something very quiet, but if you don't pay attention, it will slip into every corner of your life. Money starts controlling you instead of you controlling money, not with whips or threats, but with very reasonable urges. You must earn more. You must hold on tight. You must fear loss. You must always feel not enough. And just like that, step by step, money gradually becomes a form of invisible power. It doesn't need to speak, only to exist. And you begin adjusting your entire life to match its rhythm. I used to think that only the poor were controlled by money. But then I realized the more money you have, the greater the fear of losing it. The higher your status, the heavier the pressure to maintain it. The more successful you become, the more quietly persistent the desire to prove yourself worthy. And within all of that, money becomes the most subtle of masters. It doesn't demand directly, but it always exerts hidden influence. It doesn't force you to kneel, but it makes you live your whole life straining to serve a persona no one ever asked you to become. You don't have to be greedy to be manipulated by money. Sometimes just living in fear of lack is enough to unconsciously center every decision around it. You choose jobs for the paycheck, not for the values. You choose relationships for financial stability, not for emotional connection. You ignore your heart's calling just because this one pays better. Every decision like that makes you think you're being practical. But that version of reality is being defined by fear, not by aspiration. Don't let money become the master, because when it rules you, it makes you work not out of passion, but out of obligation. It sends you to work in exhaustion, returns you home drained, and forces you to live for the weekend as a way to temporarily recover from the pressures of the week. And then you repeat the cycle again, believing this is the only way to survive. But surviving is not the same as living, and if your days are just a series of reactions to financial strain, then you're losing the very thing that makes you human, the right to choose. I'm not advocating quitting your job or rejecting structure. I just want you to understand this. Money is a means, not an end. It may be powerful, but it's not the reason for your existence. Look back at the things that make you feel truly alive. Maybe it's a quiet afternoon with someone you love, a book that changes your thinking, a trip that awakens you, or a day of work that fulfills you. Very few of those require much money, but all of them require your full presence, something you cannot give if money is the master and you're merely running after the schedule it dictates. Some people make a lot of money but live as if they're in chains. They don't dare stop. Don't dare rest, don't dare feel, because they believe that if they stop, money will leave them. But that belief is the real prison. It makes you tie your self-worth to the number in your bank account. It makes you feel less important when income decreases. It makes you measure success through comparison instead of inner fulfillment. To break free, you don't need to reject money, you just need to put it back in its rightful place, a tool to serve a meaningful life. Let money work for you, not decide for you. Ask yourself often, am I choosing this because it truly aligns with me, or just because it pays more? There's nothing wrong with pursuing good income, but if money is the first and only standard by which you make decisions, then you've placed yourself in the role of the servant, not the leader. You can begin to take back control by setting boundaries. For example, being clear that you won't work weekends just for extra overtime pay, or turning down a high-paying project that conflicts with your personal ethics. These choices may cost you short-term opportunities, but they will preserve something much greater, your integrity. And that integrity is the foundation of real peace, something money can't buy, but those who aren't ruled by money always possess. I once stood between two options. Take on an extra job that paid double but required sacrificing time with my family, or stick to my balanced schedule with unchanged income. I chose the second, not because I didn't need the money, but because I knew what would lead to deeper regret in the long run. And what I learned is this: when you let your values guide you, money still comes, but in a way that makes you proud, not weary. Money can be a powerful friend, but it can also be a ruthless master. The difference lies in this: are you clear-headed enough to hold the reins? Every time you feel yourself being controlled, stop, take a breath, ask, is this decision coming from my true values or from financial pressure? That honest answer will lead you back to the right place. And if you do this enough times, you'll find that money starts to play its proper role: to support, not to dominate; to serve, not to command. Don't let money become the master, because when you do, you give up the most precious power a human being possesses, the power of self-determination. And no number is large enough to buy that back once you've handed it away. Some people spend their whole lives chasing money, but always feel like they're lacking. Others never talk much about money, yet wherever they go, they're valued, well compensated, and invited into partnerships. The difference doesn't lie in the number of hours worked or the number of degrees one has. It lies in a very simple principle that few truly understand. Money is a reward, not a goal. It is the natural result of the value you create, not a random prize handed out to the hardest working or the luckiest. The more value someone creates in others' lives, the more money will naturally flow to them, like water running to lower ground. But value isn't just the product you sell or the service you provide. It's also how you solve others' problems. It's the trust you build. It's the results you deliver quietly, not the image you put on display. Money has no emotions, but the people holding it do. And they will only open their wallets for those who make them feel respected, supported, and elevated. Many people complain, I do so much, but I don't earn much. But if you look deeper, you'll see they don't create enough clear value. They work mechanically, follow instructions, don't actively improve their skills, and don't dare take ultimate responsibility. They work to get things done, not to truly improve outcomes. And in this world, there are always many who follow processes, but very few who take responsibility for results. And that rarity creates value, which is why those people are paid more. I once spoke with a mechanic. He didn't know tech, had no degrees, but every day he repaired customers' vehicles with almost obsessive attention to detail. He remembered each customer's name, remembered which parts were replaced on which cars, even remembered details like that aunt said the car had a slight rattle on the left last time. He never tricked customers into replacing unnecessary parts. Because of that, people from all over sought him out, even though his shop was small and tucked away in a deep alley. He didn't advertise, didn't build a brand, but his clientele kept growing. That was the reward for genuine value. You don't need to be a genius to be well compensated. You just need to be slightly better than the majority and protect your integrity like gold. Every person you help the right way, every outcome you deliver, is a seed planted in the market. And the market never forgets those who provide true value. At first, you may not be noticed, but persist in delivering value. Don't demand immediate rewards, because rewards come later, always slowly. But when they arrive, they come with trust, referrals, and opportunities beyond measure. There's one thing to note: you cannot deceive the market forever. Maybe you impress people with appearances, promises, or loud promotional tactics, but if the value you deliver isn't real, you'll be replaced quickly. Meanwhile, those who quietly deliver sustainable results, though slower to rise, will have a much stronger foundation for the long journey. The market may appear chaotic, but in truth, it's fair. It doesn't pay for sweat. It pays for outcomes. And outcomes never arise from vagueness. You must know exactly what you're good at, what problem you solve, for whom, and how. You must turn knowledge into skill, skill into outcomes, and outcomes into credibility. Every step requires practice, and the fewer people who can complete this chain, the easier it is for you to stand out. Don't expect to be highly rewarded if you're doing ordinary things with average spirit. If you want exceptional rewards, you must create above standard value. No noise, no begging, just consistency and excellence. Money doesn't come because you need it. It comes because you deserve it. And that worthiness isn't in what you say, it's in the actions you repeat every day. People won't remember what you said, but they will remember how they felt working with you. They'll remember how you responded when problems arose. They'll remember your attitude under pressure. They'll remember the final result you delivered, and all those things are summed up in two words: your value. If you continuously strengthen your personal value through every interaction, money won't need to be chased, it will arrive. Maybe you're in the early stages, unknown, unrecognized, but don't worry. Every big tree was once a silent seed. Start by doing the smallest task well. Practice to become someone anyone would want to work with. Turn quality into a habit. Because when you stay committed to value, the reward will come from places you never expected. And when it comes, you'll realize money no longer causes you worry. It's simply the natural result of someone who has learned how to create value without noise, without showing off, just consistently and sustainably. There's a common mistake many people make on their financial journey. They are optimistic to the point of blindness. They believe that if today goes well, then tomorrow will too. They invest everything, spend it all, live each day to the fullest, but forget one basic truth. The future never promises certainty. Life can turn upside down in a single morning, and those who are unprepared are the most vulnerable. You can live positively, but you must not be naive. You can hope for the best, but still need a plan for the worst. I'm not saying this to make you live in fear, but to help you understand that financial stability doesn't come from an optimistic mindset, but from adaptability. Because when the storm hits, illness, unemployment, a market crash, or an unexpected crisis, only those who have a backup plan will remain standing. They don't panic, don't rush to pull out funds, don't lose their direction. They simply activate Plan B because they had anticipated this possibility long ago. And in a world full of turbulence, preparation is a form of survival intelligence. Met many people who were great at earning money, but none of them reached true freedom without knowing how to reserve a contingency for themselves. They lived fully, spent their accounts dry every time income increased, and invested everything into a seemingly guaranteed opportunity. And when a crisis hit, they returned to square one, or worse, because they had also lost their confidence. Meanwhile, there were others who didn't earn much more, but every step they took was calculated. They had an emergency fund, personal financial insurance, and an exit plan. That's what helped them go farther, more steadily, and ultimately more securely. Optimism is necessary, but only truly helpful when paired with preparation. If you're starting a business, don't just think you'll succeed. Ask yourself, if I fail, do I have enough to live for 3 months with no income? If you're investing, don't only look at potential profits, set a limit on acceptable losses. If you're employed with stable income, always assume one day your company may downsize. Not because you're pessimistic, but because you're responsible for your own future. Truly financially intelligent people aren't those who chase the best opportunities, they're the ones who survive when the worst hits. They aren't swept up by emotions. They aren't blindly optimistic. They don't pour all their money into sweet-sounding promises. They know the market can flip, people can change, and what seems certain today can vanish tomorrow. And because they understand this, they don't put all their eggs in one basket. They always have more than one plan, a separate untouchable savings account, and a fallback in case their current income disappears. I once asked a friend working in tech, if your company fires you tomorrow, how long can you last? He answered without hesitation, at least 12 months without touching my investment account. That's the answer of someone who fully understands the value of a backup plan. He doesn't just work for money. He's built his personal financial system like a fortress, not to avoid war, but so that if war comes, he won't have to abandon his land. If you're living without a plan B, you're putting your entire future in the hands of chance. If you believe everything will be fine, but don't prepare for the possibility that it might not be, then you're relying on hope, not managing your life. And in finance, hope is never a smart strategy. Change that. Start by setting aside 10% of your income as an emergency fund. Make sure you have enough money to live for at least 3 to 6 months without new income. Set clear limits on risky investments and never touch money you can't afford to lose. Optimism is the light, but a backup plan is the map. They don't cancel each other out. They support one another. A person with light but no map will wander in the darkness of their own illusions. A person with a map but no belief in the light will never dare take a step. But the one who has both, who dares to believe and dares to prepare, is the one who reaches the destination faster, more surely, and more solidly than anyone else. Be that kind of person. Be optimistic but not blind. Put your faith in the good, but never forget that this world is always in motion, and motion means uncertainty. If you know that in advance, you'll never be caught off guard, and when the rest of the world scrambles to find solutions in panic, you'll already be standing in readiness, calm, proactive, more confident than anyone else. That is the true strength of someone who understands living positively does not mean living without a backup plan. There's a harsh but undeniable truth. If you don't know how to price yourself, the world will value you far below your true worth. And if you lack the courage to clearly articulate the value you bring, then don't blame anyone for why you're underpaid, why others are favored while you're overlooked, why you always feel like you're working for someone else's dream and never truly living for your own. Knowing how to price yourself isn't arrogance, it's your responsibility, both to yourself and to those you serve. Pricing yourself is not about saying, I deserve more without evidence. It's a serious self-inquiry. What results do I deliver? What problems do I solve, and for whom? Are those results measurable? Do they have lasting value, or are they only temporary? Only when you have clear answers can you stand firm during negotiations, say no when treated unfairly, and choose the right environment to grow, without having to sacrifice your dignity or your life energy. I've met many talented people who live with a quiet insecurity. They believe that if they're truly good, others will naturally recognize it. They assume that if they keep doing their best in silence, the world will reward them. But the truth doesn't work that way. In a noisy world, the quiet are easily forgotten. In a competitive market, value that's not properly communicated is undervalued. You can't expect others to understand you if you don't speak up about who you are, what you do, and what you deserve. Humility does not mean invisibility. To price yourself correctly, you need 3 things. First, a clear understanding of your core abilities. Second, knowledge of what the market needs and is willing to pay for. Third, the confidence to present yourself along with tangible results. For example, if you're a designer, don't just say, I design well. Say, over the past 12 months, I've helped 15 brands increase their conversion rate by 40% through visual design improvement. If you're in sales, don't just say, I'm persuasive. Show the numbers. I generated 8 billion VND in revenue last quarter by rebuilding our lead pipeline. Pricing isn't based on empty claims. It comes from the ability to turn words into real outcomes. People who don't know how to price themselves will always settle for less. They work overtime but never dare to ask for a raise. They are aware of their capabilities but are afraid of being seen as delusional if they speak up. Over time, silence becomes the default. The more they do, the less they receive. The better they perform, the more exhausted they become because they've handed over the right to define their value to others. And others rarely value you accurately if you don't force them to see it. On the other hand, those who know how to price themselves are not arrogant. They simply have standards. They refuse to work below their worth. They know that accepting unfair terms is the fastest way to devalue themselves. They're willing to walk away from attractive opportunities if they don't align with their core values. And because of that, they attract people, opportunities, and environments that share the same value system. This is the law of attraction through clarity. The clearer you are about who you are, the easier it is to filter who deserves to walk with you. I remember once negotiating a contract with a major partner. At first, they offered a price that was quite low compared to the effort required. I didn't get angry, nor did I agree right away. I simply presented an analysis, the time needed, the value I would bring to them, concrete metrics, and the opportunity cost if I chose this project over another. They looked at it, remained silent for a moment, and then agreed to my proposed rate. No demands, no pressure, just clarity. That is the art of pricing, sharp yet calm. If you're living without knowing your own value, you can't expect others to know it either. If you're working without a clear pricing standard, you'll always be at a disadvantage. And if you don't learn to stand up for yourself, no one else will do it for you. Don't wait until you're drained from unrecognized dedication. Don't wait until you lose your self-respect just to keep a title or a stable income. Start today by rewriting your own pricing guide. Ask yourself, what am I good at? What specific results do I have? Which market needs that? How much am I truly worth for the value I deliver? And if someone says no, am I strong enough to keep looking for those who do see it? Your answers will determine the entire direction of your path. And I believe when you learn to price yourself clearly, wisely, and confidently, you'll not only elevate your finances, but also elevate your entire life. Because you'll never again allow anyone to bargain with your self-worth. And that is the true beginning of wealth. There is no chain more cunning than debt justified by emotion. You buy something beyond your financial means and console yourself by calling it a well-deserved reward. You swipe your credit card for impulsive needs, promising to pay it off next month, but then next month brings something more urgent. And the month after that, another reason arises. Slowly, small debts accumulate into a heavy burden, and you, the person who once dreamed of freedom, are now living as a hostage to your own impulsive decisions. Debt isn't just a number. It's a silent agreement that you'll trade your future to pay for your present. Every time you borrow without a clear repayment plan, you're signing a contract that binds you to days of insecurity. This is no longer just a financial matter. It's a matter of freedom, because those who are heavily in debt no longer own their time, their choices, or even their mood. They work not out of passion, but obligation. They take on extra projects, not to grow, but out of fear of missing a payment. They say yes to unfair offers simply because they have no other option. Some people think everyone has debt, but don't confuse smart debt with slave debt. Smart debt is a calculated loan with the potential to generate returns that exceed the interest paid. Slave debt is spending beyond your financial capacity, forcing you to work not for long-term goals, but to patch short-term mistakes. Someone borrowing money to buy tools that directly support their work with a clear plan to increase income. That's strategy. Someone borrowing money to live above their means. Fancy cars, branded goods, luxury trips. That's living on borrowed pride. You can't go far while dragging a boulder tied to your leg. You can't think big when your mind is consumed by negative account balances. You can't calmly invest in your future when your present is stuck in a loop of earning, repaying, and reborrowing. And the scariest part is, debt blurs your vision. It makes you forget what you once wanted. You once said you wanted freedom, but now you just hope to make it through another monthly installment. You once dreamed of building a career, but now you accept a job that leads nowhere because it helps maintain a broken financial cycle. The biggest trap of debt isn't about money, it's about the numbness it creates. When you grow used to living with debt, you start to normalize imprisonment. You no longer feel the urgency to escape. You work without strategy. You spend without control. You live on autopilot. And the saddest part is, you start to lose faith in yourself. You stop believing you deserve freedom. You only think about survival. But I say this to awaken you, not to make you feel guilty. If you're in debt, you are not alone. But you must not settle either, because your future deserves more than a life governed by bills. Face the numbers you've been avoiding. Write down every debt you owe, from biggest to smallest. Don't let them linger in your mind like nameless ghosts. Put them on paper, truly confront them, and make a plan. Break them into smaller pieces, cut unnecessary expenses, renegotiate interest rates if needed, and most importantly, stop borrowing more to cover your fear. You'll have to sacrifice a few comforts in the present, weekend parties, new clothes, spontaneous getaways, but that sacrifice isn't a loss. It's a powerful choice. Every time you refuse an unnecessary expense, you're buying back a piece of freedom. Every time you pay off a debt, you're removing a mental shackle. Every time you say, I don't need that right now, you're retraining your ability to take control. And then you'll see, a day without debt is a day you breathe deeper, a day you choose work you love, not because it pays the most, but because it's worth your commitment. A day you can invest instead of just pay. A day you can help others instead of always needing help. Freedom doesn't come from extreme wealth. It begins the moment you're no longer pulled backward by recurring financial mistakes. If you truly want to take charge of your finances, there's no more important step than ending uncontrolled consumer debt. You don't need to be the smartest person. You just need to be the one brave enough to face the truth, take action, and reject what harms your future. Start today with the smallest debt, and step by step, you'll see your future is not shackled. It's simply waiting for you to unlock it. Whenever you see someone promising fast wealth with no effort, no time, and no failure involved, be cautious, because the only thing getting richer in those stories is the person selling you the illusion. And you, if you believe in them, won't just lose money, you'll also lose faith in your own ability to build. The dream of getting rich isn't something that can be compressed into a few shortcuts. Every shortcut leads you away from real capacity and straight into a dead end. Wealth never comes quickly. It is the result of hundreds of wise decisions, thousands of emotional self-controls, and decades of quiet perseverance. But that doesn't sound exciting. It's not enough to make an impatient person stop and reflect. They want miracles. They want shortcuts. And so they become juicy prey for the seductive promises of instant wealth. These people lure you in with flashy cars, with luxury lifestyles, with stories like, I was once broke like you, and in just 3 months But listen, 3 months is not enough to build anything solid. It's barely enough to erect a flashy tent on sand. Have you ever asked yourself, if it really worked that well, why do they need to sell it instead of silently scaling up their own wealth? Why do they need thousands of people to buy their course to share the secrets if those secrets can generate millions? Because the secret isn't in the content they're selling. It's in their ability to make you buy. They're not teaching you how to be rich. They're making money off your impatience. Look at those who are truly wealthy, not the ones showing off, but those who build lasting value. They are careful. They understand that every dollar comes with responsibility. They don't skip steps, and they don't look for shortcuts. They invest in knowledge, in time, and in steady effort to build layer by layer, from character to skill to financial systems. And if anyone ever taught them, it was someone who had truly gone before them, someone who had suffered losses, paid the price, and learned that the real value of money isn't in speed, it's in depth. I've seen too many people fall into the trap of urgency. They bet everything on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity just because they heard others already hit it big. They ignore their intuition, their principles, and even their reason just to chase a promise that hasn't been proven. And then they lose it all. They lose money, time, and trust in themselves. But the most painful loss is this: they lose the genuine longing that once lived in their heart, the very thing that could have led them to freedom if they'd just been a little more patient. Real wealth building isn't as glamorous as people imagine. It means waking up earlier than others, saying no to entertainment in order to keep learning. It means years where no one claps for you, no one acknowledges you, but you keep working in silence anyway. It's the process of building reputation, creating real value, reinvesting in your skills, and tracking every expense like you're walking a tightrope across the sky. It's not flashy, but it's solid. It's not dazzling, but it's sustainable. You can be rich, truly, but not by taking the easy road, by taking the right road. A road that requires you to turn down tempting offers that lack substance, one that asks you to step back and see the bigger picture, one that teaches you to delay gratification in exchange for true freedom later, one that urges you to question anyone who says, just follow these 3 steps, because you know 3 steps cannot replace 3 years or 3 decades of practice. If you're truly serious about changing your life, you'll learn to distinguish between cheap promises and real strategy. You'll spend more time reading books than scrolling online. You'll choose to learn from people with real results, not just polished images. You'll build $1, one relationship, one skill at a time, and turn them into an unshakable financial foundation. That's how truly wealthy people rise. They build, they don't leap. So if you're feeling too slow, remember, slow but steady beats fast and hollow. If you feel left behind, ask yourself, am I building my house on rock or erecting a castle in the clouds? And if you're about to invest in something that promises high returns with no risk, step back, breathe, ask yourself, is this truly sustainable? If I lose everything, what will I learn? If I succeed, will I grow as a person? Money is never the main issue. You, the one who earns it, keeps it, and invests it, are both the problem and the solution. Don't let a cheap course, a flashy ad, or a smooth talker throw you off the path you were meant to follow. Protect your dream of becoming wealthy with clarity, with discipline, and with devotion to real value, because only when you reject the illusion of getting rich quick will you be truly free to begin the journey toward being rich for real. And that's the kind of wealth no one can ever take away from you. There is no investment that yields more sustainable and long-lasting returns than investing in yourself. Stocks may rise and fall, real estate may fluctuate with the market, and gold may lose value over time, but your abilities, mindset, and the intrinsic value you create, those are things no one can steal, and no era can render useless. You could lose everything, but if you're someone who once built it all through your own thinking and resilience, then you haven't truly lost anything. You still possess the most powerful resource, yourself. The real question isn't where should I invest, but rather to what extent have I truly developed myself? Because most people are waiting for opportunity. They search for potential stock picks, dive into crypto markets, ask this person, listen to that one, read hundreds of analyses in search of a safe place. But the irony is they invest very little in upgrading themselves. They'll spend tens of millions on a piece of tech, but hesitate to spend a few $100,000 on a book. They'll spend a week researching the market, but can't spare an hour to understand their own strengths and weaknesses. And then they wonder, why am I still stuck? Every financial door you dream of, a better job, a business opportunity, a high-quality relationship, requires you to be at a certain level. If you're not there yet, you won't even see those doors. And even if you do, you won't be able to hold them open. People often think, when I have money, I'll invest in learning. But the truth is, you don't have money because you haven't learned enough. And if you keep postponing investing in yourself, you're also postponing the freedom you've always dreamed of. Look at people who are truly successful. They don't stop after one victory. They never stop learning. They enroll in courses, hire coaches, read every day, and listen more than they speak because they understand. The value you generate in the marketplace is directly proportional to the value you accumulate within. You can't expect the world to pay you more if you haven't grown to deserve that number. A person who earns $1 million isn't just someone who knows how to make it. They've become the version of themselves capable of keeping and multiplying that million. And investing in yourself isn't just about knowledge. It's also about health, emotions, and resilience. A fatigued body cannot make sound decisions. A restless mind will easily fall prey to short-term emotions and lose sight of the long-term vision. A person who doesn't understand themselves can't lead others, whether in a team, in negotiation, or in any social role. So every time you choose to train yourself, you're enriching yourself at a level deeper than money. You're building a person who can generate wealth regardless of the environment. I've made wrong bets in the market. I've invested in things that sounded reasonable but were beyond my control. But I've never once regretted investing in myself. Every course I've taken, every book I've devoured, every morning I've woken up early to train my mind has brought me returns that aren't immediately measurable, but compound over time and multiply exponentially. Those small steps don't bring applause, but they lay the foundation for every round of applause to come. And I want you to know this: no one else is responsible for your development. Not teachers, not bosses, not parents, only you. If you don't take charge of upgrading yourself, the world will assign you the lowest position you're willing to accept. And from there, you'll have no voice, no choices, no power to say no to what you don't want. That's why investing in yourself isn't optional. It's the bare minimum requirement for taking ownership of your life. You don't need to start with anything big. Start by reading for 15 minutes a day, listening to a podcast instead of scrolling social media, walking instead of lying down, writing out your thoughts each morning instead of letting them race uncontrolled in your head. You'll see that these small actions add up to a new version of you, one with sharper vision, more precise actions, and more confidence every time a major decision arises. And if you ever find yourself with a little money left over, don't immediately think about buying something fun. Think, what could make me more valuable in the marketplace? A writing course? A skill development program? A trip to expand my perspective? A great book I've been putting off? These are intangible assets, but they are the foundation for all the tangible assets that will follow. Finally, don't invest in things that only make others admire you. Invest in things that make you admire yourself. Because one day when you walk into a big room, when opportunity comes knocking, when people look at you and ask, "Who are you?" you'll be able to smile and answer with the person you shaped every single day. I'm someone who invested in becoming the best version of myself. And you won't need to show off anything, because the results will speak for themselves. If you can't control your money, chances are you can't control your life. Because in the modern world, money isn't just a means of exchanging goods. It determines where you live, what you eat, what you learn, who you spend time with, and how many options you have to protect what you love. No one escapes the influence of money. But there are two ways to live with it. Either you control money, or you let money control you. And the way you manage money is a clear reflection of how you manage your life. A person who doesn't know how much money they have, how much they spend, or where that money goes, usually also doesn't know what they're living for, what they're chasing, or where they ultimately want to go. Losing control of your finances doesn't just lead to debt, it leads to mental chaos. You're constantly stressed, afraid of not having enough, and confused by decisions that should be simple. You don't dare to say no, don't dare to rest, don't dare to invest in yourself because you're always scared. Scared of not having enough, scared of making a mistake, scared of losing it all. But the problem isn't the amount of money you have, it's how you operate it. Someone who controls their finances knows exactly where every dollar goes. They don't spend based on emotion. They don't release stress by shopping. They don't waste money on meaningless things just to prove something to others. They spend based on value. Every expense reflects a clear mindset. It either helps them grow, saves them time, or creates meaningful experiences. Everything else, they avoid, not because of social pressure, not because someone said you need this to be classy, and especially not because of the fear of being outdone by others. You may find this surprising. Truly wealthy people live very simply. They don't need to show off cars, wear expensive watches, or live in flashy mansions because they understand the most valuable thing to show off isn't money. It's the freedom that money brings, the freedom to choose work you love, the freedom to spend time with your family, the freedom to say no to what's wrong without fearing the loss of stability, the freedom to speak your truth without fear. And that kind of freedom can only be achieved when you master your finances. You cannot live a big life if you're constantly suffocated by the small decisions you should be able to control daily. For example, if you don't manage your money well, you won't dare to quit a job that's draining you. If you don't have a clear financial plan, you'll keep postponing rest, learning, and exploration because you think, I can't afford it yet. You live in a constant state of waiting. When I have money, I'll live differently. But the truth is, only when you live differently will you have money. Financial control isn't about being stingy. It's about being intentional. You don't have to cut out all pleasures, but you must know the difference between long-term investment and short-term gratification. You don't have to be a financial expert, but you need to know basic planning, how to prepare for risks, and maintain an emergency fund for the future. A truly mature person is not defined by how much they earn, but by their ability to maintain the quality of their life with stability and agency, regardless of circumstances. And if controlling your money feels too hard, too tiring, too complicated, remember, chaos in finances always creates chaos in the mind. But once you control your money, your mind becomes clearer, calmer, and more composed. You no longer get swept up in impulsive decisions. You're not easily seduced by ads, trends, or external pressures. You start making choices based on your real goals, not your fleeting emotions. And from that clarity, you begin to take control of your life. You choose the right path. You become brave enough to say no. You build the discipline to delay gratification. You develop the wisdom to distinguish between spending and investing. And you start living a life no longer ruled by money, but governed by intelligence, clarity, and timely decision-making. What matters most is not how much money you have, but how you use it. Money in the hands of someone who isn't ready is a burden, but in the hands of someone who understands their worth, it becomes a powerful tool to expand freedom, multiply value, and live in alignment with their deepest ideals. And you, if you're serious enough, insightful enough, and courageous enough to look honestly at your financial reality, will realize you absolutely can control your money. And when you control your money, you're taking control of your life. Every choice, every day, every step of the way. True wealth isn't measured by the balance in your bank account. It lies in whether you get to live according to your own choices. You may already know this, but let me ask you again, right now, at this stage of your life, are you living by your own choices, or are you living under the expectations, pressures, and templates set by others? Because if you're straining to meet a standard that isn't yours, no matter how much money you have, you're still not truly wealthy. Wealth isn't about chasing the glittering things society praises. It's about knowing exactly what brings you peace, what makes your life feel meaningful, and pursuing that with conviction, regardless of anyone's opinion. Some people feel free when they can travel endlessly. Others feel fulfilled simply being close to loved ones. Some are happiest working diligently in silence, while others shine brightly in the crowd. There is no one-size-fits-all definition of wealth. There is only one honest question you need to answer. What kind of life truly belongs to you? Society will always try to teach you that being rich means having more than others. But I believe the opposite. Being rich is when you no longer need to compare. When you're awake enough to realize you don't need to live like anyone else, don't need to prove anything, and certainly don't need to force yourself to keep up with a race whose finish line is never clearly defined. Because if you don't know what you're running for, you'll keep running endlessly, ultimately trading everything for a feeling of emptiness you can't even name. The truly wealthy aren't those who own the most assets, but those who have the ability to say no to things that don't align with their values. They don't trade their precious time just to please the crowd. They don't choose jobs just because they're prestigious if those jobs rob them of inner peace. They don't need to win every competition because they've already defined that they're not here to beat anyone. They're here to live truthfully. And that clarity gives rise to an inner strength that nothing can shake. When you live in alignment with your own choices, money ceases to be pressure. It becomes a tool. You use money to build the life you want, not the life others expect of you. You don't spend to fill a void. You use every dollar to construct a reality worth living. Every decision you make is intentional. Every day you live has a direction. You don't need anyone's applause for your choices because you know the only person who needs to honor this path is you. I once thought being wealthy meant being recognized by others. I once did many things just to be labeled as successful. But then, in the quietest moments, I realized every bit of external validation feels hollow if, deep down, you're living a life that no longer carries your own voice. I don't want to live to make someone else happy. I want to live so that every morning I can look in the mirror and not have to pretend. That's when I understood the greatest form of wealth is being yourself and still being enough. You don't need to give up your ambition for success to live truthfully, but you do need to redefine success on your own terms. It's not mansions, luxury cars, or fame if those things don't make you feel deeper, wiser, and more at peace. Real success is the fusion of the ability to create value and the courage to live in alignment with it. An honest entrepreneur, a kind laborer, a genuine artist. They are all wealthy in their own way, and no one has the right to judge that but you. Take a close look at your life. Ask yourself, how much of your daily time is spent living in alignment with yourself? How many recent decisions came from within, and how many from pressure? Is there something you've been delaying just because you're afraid of disappointing others? Is there something you've always wanted to do but keep saying now's not the time? If so, perhaps it's time you rewrite your definition of wealth. Start not with numbers but with honesty. I know, it's not easy to live truthfully. It requires letting go of expectations that don't belong to you. It means facing judgment, enduring skeptical glances, and standing alone in moments of uncertainty. But trust me, the reward of honesty is freedom. The reward of freedom is depth. And in that depth, you feel real. No performing, no hiding, no rushing. That is true wealth, a kind of richness that cannot be taken away by the market, by time, or by anyone else. If you're still listening, I know you're not just looking for money. You're looking for a life of meaning. And I want you to know, you deserve that. Not because you've done enough good, but because you're awake enough to ask, is the life I'm living truly mine? If you're brave enough to live by your own design, then no matter where you are, what income level you're at, or what age you're starting from, you are already wealthier than millions who are running without knowing what they're running for. And finally, please remember this: wealth is not a destination. It's the journey you walk with a map you draw yourself. And if you've made it this far, walked with me through all 20 parts of this story, I want to say thank you. Not because you listened to me, but because you dared to listen to yourself. In a loud and hurried world, you chose to sit quietly, look inward, and ask, how do I live truthfully? To me, that is the clearest sign of someone who is truly wealthy. Back then, I was used to forcing myself forward. Not because I enjoyed the chase, but because there was always this lingering feeling inside me that if I didn't do something right now, all the opportunities would slip away. I chased what I believed was worth it. A better job, a deeper relationship, a clearer future. But the harder I tried to move forward, the more I felt like I was being pulled back. Each step, instead of getting me closer to what I desired, felt like sinking into exhaustion and emptiness. People called it persistence, but deep down I knew it was an endless pursuit, a battle where the more I tried, the further I drifted from myself. What confused me the most wasn't that I hadn't achieved what I wanted, but the feeling that the harder I tried, the farther the results moved away. Unanswered emails, polite rejections, closed doors with no one responding inside. Deep down, I began to ask, maybe it wasn't that I hadn't done enough, but that I'd been doing it the wrong way. Maybe I wasn't lacking effort, but I was walking in the opposite direction of what I was truly seeking. One day, after many days immersed in fatigue, I stopped. Not because I was discouraged, but because I no longer had a reason to continue the same way. I stopped writing more proposals. I no longer forced myself to be noticed, to be chosen, to be validated. I did just one thing. I returned to my own rhythm. Instead of trying to impress, I focused on integrity in what I was doing. I started rewriting my small personal projects, sending them to no one, expecting nothing but the sense of rightness. I stopped running. I learned to be still, but with intention. 2 weeks later, a strange chain of events began to unfold. Someone who had previously rejected a collaboration suddenly returned with a new project proposal. An email I thought was long forgotten received a positive reply. A longtime friend offered to connect me with an opportunity that had once been out of reach. Nothing was prearranged, no strategy had changed. The only change was me, not sending out signals of lack, but living in a state of fullness, confidence, and independence from anyone else's approval to feel worthy. That's when I began to understand something I had once considered vague. You don't attract what you want by chasing it. You attract it by becoming the person who can hold it naturally, without strain, without grasping. Because whenever you chase something with the fear of losing it, you're sending a signal of lack. And life, which operates like a refined mirror, reflects back exactly what you emit. When you run because you believe you don't have it, you will continue to receive the same truth. You still don't have it. The paradox is that we often confuse proactive action with action born from anxiety. A person acting from inner peace radiates an entirely different energy than someone acting out of fear of being left behind. I used to act from a place of emptiness, stuffing value into every word I wrote, hoping someone would see me as worthy. But all I received was silence. And only when I no longer needed others to confirm my worth did the world begin to speak. Everything in nature operates on the principle of balance. You can't keep inhaling without exhaling. You can't keep holding on to something without letting go of something else. The tighter you grip a desire, the more you suffocate the space for it to come to you. We often think that by exerting more control, the outcome will be ours. But in reality, the more you control, the more you become controlled by what you can't control. And in that world, you are no longer the creator of your reality, you become dependent on it. What you long for isn't running away from you. It simply won't come until you've become the one who can hold it with steadiness. You don't need to be better, smarter, or more impressive. You just need to adjust your internal state. From scarcity to sufficiency, from begging to gratitude, from forcing to trusting. Then you're no longer someone pleading for something. You become the place where that thing wants to come and belong. Not because you're better than others, but because you've stopped resisting yourself. Life doesn't operate by speed, it flows by rhythm. Some move slowly but stay in rhythm and everything comes to them gently. Others rush forward but are out of sync, so everything becomes resistance. You don't need to speed up, you need alignment. And alignment doesn't begin with the outside world. It begins with how you speak to yourself each day. Do you believe you're lacking, or do you believe you're ready to receive? That is what determines what you attract. And when that changes, there's no need to run. Everything will begin to find its way to you. I used to believe that if I gave my all, there was no reason the results wouldn't come. I did everything with all my heart, left no detail untouched, hesitated at no action. Every time I planted a seed, I stood watch over that patch of earth, day by day, hour by hour, as if with enough care it would sprout exactly as I wished. But not every seed sprouts when you want, and not every effort turns immediately into the results you imagined. There were things I created with full belief, only to watch them vanish coldly. What hurt the most wasn't the failure. It was the helplessness. of having tried so hard and still being unable to hold on to what I cherished. For years, I linked the concept of doing my best with never letting go. I believed that if I stopped thinking about something, it meant I was giving up. That if I didn't worry, didn't control, didn't stay on top of every detail, then I was being careless. But after too many times of exhausting myself, trying to hold on to something with both hands, I started to look deeper. It turned out a part of me wasn't being devoted. It was clinging. I was clinging to expectations, clinging to the perfect storyline I had created, clinging to a specific outcome I believed was the only one. And it was that very clinging that made it hard to breathe, hard to create, hard to open up to something better that life might have been trying to offer. Once a friend and I worked on a big project we had high hopes for. We spent months preparing everything down to the finest detail. But at the last minute, the partner informed us of a change in plans. The project was canceled. I was stunned, angry, disappointed, and immediately threw myself into saving it, rewriting proposals, making calls to persuade them, even offering to lower costs. I didn't realize that I was no longer creating value. I was just trying to control something already out of my reach. In the end, none of it made a difference. The only thing I retained was the lesson. There are things you must let go of at the right time, so you don't lose yourself before you lose them. I began learning to do things differently, not with less effort, but from a different place within. One without force, without the desperation to possess at all costs. I still gave my all to the things I loved, but I no longer tied my identity to the outcome. I learned to let what comes, come, let what goes, go. I discovered that letting go doesn't mean refusing to act. On the contrary, only when you release attachment to the outcome can your actions become free, pure, and more powerful than ever. People often think letting go is a form of giving up, but in truth, those who can let go at the right moment are the ones who have deep faith in what they're doing and in what lies ahead. They don't need to cling to results to feel safe. They know that real value lies in the journey itself, in the growth that action brings, not in whether things unfold exactly as planned. When you do something simply because you love it, because it aligns with your true nature, because it helps you become a better version of yourself, then results are no longer something you have to force. And the miracle is, the moment you release expectation, results begin to arrive in ways you never imagined. Clinging often wears the disguise of noble names: perseverance, dedication, responsibility. But only you know whether what you're holding on to is truly worth holding, or just a habit that makes you feel like you're in control. We often deceive ourselves, thinking, if I don't constantly think about it, if I don't manage every detail, it won't happen. But the truth is, some seeds need to be left alone in the dark to sprout, and some desires need to breathe, to be free from the suffocating grip of expectation in order to grow into real fulfillment. Letting go is not something you do once and it's done. It's a deep, repeated process. Every time you complete a task, ask yourself, did I give it my all? If the answer is yes, then let it go. Let the outcome follow its own path. Grant yourself peace and let everything unfold as it's meant to. Not sooner, not more your way, but better in a way you might not yet see. Letting go isn't the end. It's the necessary space for the next chapter to begin. And you can't write the next chapter if you keep forcing yourself to reread the same old line. Have you ever asked yourself, what is truly directing your life each day? Is it the actions you take, or is it the energetic frequency you unconsciously emit in every thought, every emotion, every silent belief within you? Many people believe they are living with intention, but in reality they are simply reacting to the world like an old recording playing on loop. They don't realize that they are constantly transmitting a signal into the universe, and the universe is responding to them with honesty, with precision, and sometimes with brutal accuracy based on what they've sent out. I used to be a highly rational person. I believed that if I did well enough, spoke eloquently enough, proved my case clearly enough, the world would open up. But the more I acted, the more it felt like I was knocking on the wrong door. No one inside responded, not because they couldn't hear, but because the frequency I was emitting had never matched what I was looking for. I acted with apparent confidence, but deep down there was doubt, fear of rejection, fear of not being accepted, fear of not being enough. And that was the true signal. The universe doesn't hear what you say, doesn't care how hard you try. It only senses what you are, your true essence, unmasked by positive affirmations or well-crafted plans. If you emit scarcity, you will receive circumstances that make you feel even more lacking. If you emit fear, you will encounter more reasons to fear. If you emit doubt, you will live in a reality with no grounding. And you ask yourself seriously, what frequency are you sending out in this moment? Is it confidence or exhaustion? A quiet faith or the fear that everything will collapse? A sense of worthiness or the fear of being left behind? You don't need to answer me, but if a part of you is ready to step out of the old state, ready to shift how you relate to life, then let me see you. Comment below a simple line, I'm ready for change, or just the number 1. Sometimes a small number is a courageous declaration. It's not for me, it's your own affirmation to yourself. But I will read every comment because I want to see you there. I want to know that you're on this journey with me. I want to feel that I'm not walking alone in this desire to live a fuller, truer, more attuned life. I used to think change started with action. Now I know. It begins with a shift in the frequency you live on. Every morning you wake up, you don't need to do something grand. You only need to ask, what signal am I sending out today? Don't fool yourself with empty positivity. Be honest. If it's insecurity, recognize it. If it's fear, look it in the eye. There's nothing wrong with being afraid. But there is a problem if you keep transmitting that frequency without knowing. Change doesn't come from running away from your real emotions, but from learning how to recalibrate them, little by little, moment by moment. Only when you know what you're sending out can you choose to send something different. Frequency isn't something you pretend to have, it's something you become. If you want to attract love, you must live as someone who is already loved. If you want to attract abundance, you must emit the frequency of sufficiency, not because you have it all, but because you believe you can always create it. This isn't theory, it's law. Just as you can't tune into a radio station without aligning to its frequency, life cannot deliver to you anything beyond the energy you are radiating. And the only thing you can control is your own frequency. I'm not telling you to be cheerful all the time, nor asking you to believe in something that hasn't happened yet. But if you're brave enough to change your baseline frequency just by 1 notch, everything will shift with it. Think back to the last time you truly felt peace. In that moment, everything around you seemed to flow more easily, not because the world suddenly became better, but because you were sending out a signal with no resistance. Things came to you because you were no longer pushing them away. You don't need more, you need less resistance. You don't need to do more, you need to emit better. And if today, even just a little, you feel it's time to shift what you're sending out, I invite you to comment with the number 1. No long explanation, just one small symbol, but it marks the beginning of a new wave. When I see it, I'll know you are here. I'll know I'm not speaking into the void, and I thank you for having the courage to pause, to listen, and to ask yourself what others often avoid. Not everyone does that, but those who are ready to change are always the ones whose lives begin to change first. There's a simple truth many people don't want to face. The more tightly you try to hold on to something, the more it tends to slip through your fingers. Not because you're not good enough, not because the world is harsh toward your efforts, but because in the very act of clinging, you are sending out a signal of lack, fear, and insecurity. And life never responds to fear. It only responds to resonance. I once witnessed a friend spend 3 years trying to convince a fated relationship to return to what it used to be. She did everything she could, texting daily, adjusting herself to the other person's preferences, waiting, explaining, even sacrificing her own values to hold on to what she believed was true love. But the more she did, the more she was left in a state of emptiness and self-doubt. She didn't understand why he kept growing distant while she tried to get closer. But the truth was, her relentless clinging had drained her natural magnetism. She was no longer herself. She became someone begging for acknowledgement rather than someone others wanted to stay with. There's nothing wrong with cherishing something, but there's a fine line between cherishing and dependency, between caring and controlling. And when you cross that line, you're no longer the one holding something precious. You become the one suffocating it. A relationship cannot thrive if you weigh it down with your insecurity. An opportunity cannot ripen if you keep digging up its roots every day to check if it has sprouted yet. What you think is effort may in fact be the very reason goodness quietly walks away. Instead of clinging, stop and ask yourself, am I someone that this thing would naturally be drawn to? Don't ask whether it's worthy or how important it is. Ask, am I the version of myself where this could truly bloom alongside? If the answer is no, then what needs changing is not the result, it's you. You cannot get a butterfly to land on your hand by chasing it. But you can stand still in a quiet garden, radiating peace and wholeness, and eventually the butterfly may gently come to you, not because you forced it, but because you created a space where it wanted to be. Life is the same. The good things in life don't need to be forced. They need a space spacious enough, calm enough, and real enough to rest within. I once deeply longed for a career breakthrough. I wrote dozens of plans, sent hundreds of emails, adjusted myself to all sorts of advice from successful people. Not a single day passed without me thinking about it. I tracked every opportunity, followed every change, continuously crafted new strategies to attract success, but nothing happened. Not because I lacked capability, but because I was forcing something that needed to come naturally. I never allowed life a chance to arrange things. I occupied all the space with my control, and the only thing that came to me was my own fatigue. Only when I let go, truly let go, without holding on inside, without measuring my worth by the outcome, did things begin to shift. I returned to doing small things that felt true to me, sharing ideas not to impress but to offer value. I stopped seeking opportunities, and one day an opportunity far beyond what I had planned knocked on my door, gently, unexpectedly, and at just the right time. No competition, no striving to outdo anyone, just alignment of self, of frequency, of rhythm. Not everything you let go will come back, but what returns after you've released it is exactly what's meant for you. And if it doesn't come back, be grateful that you no longer have to carry something that was never truly yours. You don't need to pull anyone toward you. You only need to become the person others naturally want to move closer to. No need to prove anything, just show up fully. The good things in life are always drawn to stability, to sincerity, and to a kind of energy that gives them space to be themselves. Be that place, not for anyone else, but first, for yourself. When you stop clinging to what's beyond your reach, you make space for what's right to arrive, and when you become the kind of person your desires are seeking, you'll realize you never had to chase anything after all. There are things in life that the more you search for, the more they evade you. The more you desire them, the more distance they seem to create. Not because you're unworthy, but because searching at times is not an act of faith. It is a subtle expression of fear. Fear that if you don't do something, it won't come. But you see, sometimes only when you stop, release control, stop seeking, what you yearn for finally has the space to return. Not as a reward for letting go, but as a natural response from the universe when you begin to live in alignment with the very frequency that your desire is searching for. I didn't used to believe this. I was the type who believed in action, strategy, plans. Every goal in my life was clearly defined, broken down by timelines, supported by detailed checklists. But strangely, some of the things I chased the hardest were the ones that rejected me most. I searched for genuine companionship, but relationships drifted past like smoke. I searched for an opportunity that matched my ability, but met only silence. I questioned, was I not good enough, or was the world too closed off? But after too many times of pushing myself to the edge of effort, I grew tired, and I stopped. Not because I gave up, but because I no longer wanted to live like someone chasing the shadow of their own longing. When I stopped searching, I returned to what once seemed small. I wrote without needing anyone to read. I worked with pure focus rather than obsession with results. I learned to be present with myself. And instead of asking, what am I lacking, I began to ask, what do I already have, and how can I offer that? Not long after, the very things I used to long for came back, but more gently, more timely. No need to call, no need to force, no need to beg. They came on their own, as if they had always been waiting for me to stop pushing them away with the energy of lack and pressure. The universe doesn't respond to the intensity of your actions. It responds to the inner state from which those actions arise. When you seek something with the sense that you're lacking it, you emit a signal that says you're not ready to hold it. But when you stop and return to the fullness within, you create a stillness, and in that space, what you long for can finally recognize you. I know some will read this and feel it's far-fetched, even contrary to everything they've ever been taught. But if you're here, if these words are softly touching a part of you that has been tired, confused, or longing for something without knowing how to reach it, then maybe this is the whisper you needed. And if those emotions are present, I just want to gently say, you are not alone. We are here together creating this space, a space where no one is rushed to move faster, where no one is judged for having clung too tightly or been disappointed before. We simply want to create a place calm enough for you to hear yourself again. If you feel these words are in any way mirroring your inner feelings, and you want us to keep creating thoughtful, nuanced, and meaningful content like this, you can leave a simple thank you in the thank you section below, where even the smallest sign of presence becomes a great encouragement. Or sometimes just tapping the like button on the screen is enough to let us know you're still here, listening, and that's more than enough. No need for noise, no need for show, just a soft signal, but one full of meaning. We don't do this for applause. We do it because we know that somewhere someone needs to be gently reached, and if today something within you has shifted even a little, even just a subtle change in the way you perceive stopping the search, then that alone is a greater transformation than any plan. Because sometimes the moment you stop seeking is the very moment your longing is granted permission to find you. No force needed, no more asking when. Just live as though it's already near. And then you'll realize what you had been chasing all along had been waiting for you in the place where you stopped resisting and started believing. There is a kind of exhaustion that doesn't come from doing too much, but from living too long in the mindset of waiting for results. You don't truly do anything for its own sake, but always with an ulterior motive, a condition attached. I'll be happy if this succeeds. I'll feel worthy if someone recognizes me. I'll allow myself to be proud if the outcome meets expectations. But when you live like that, you're no longer present. You're simply borrowing each moment of the present to trade for a future no one can guarantee. You turn every action into an emotional investment, and if the return doesn't pay off, you see yourself as a failure. I used to live that way. Everything I did, every word I wrote, every encounter I initiated was tied to a specific expectation. If no one responded, I was disappointed. If there were no signs of progress, I felt discouraged. Joy was postponed until the thing I wanted came true, and if it didn't, I blamed myself for having lived wrong. But in truth, the only wrong wasn't in not succeeding. It was in not being present in what I was doing. I didn't paint to enjoy the stroke of the brush. I painted to have a piece hung on a wall. I didn't speak to connect. I spoke to impress. And eventually I realized I no longer felt anything while doing the things that once excited me, because I wasn't living in them anymore. I was rushing through them to get somewhere else. You cannot live authentically if you're always focused on the reward. Every moment in the present becomes dull when your eyes are fixed only on the destination, and sadly, that destination never looks the way you imagine. It either arrives late or not at all, or comes and goes. But presence, if you know how to honor it, never fails you. When you're truly present in action, you are nourished from within. You don't need external results to validate you. You don't need applause. All you need is to feel every step, every breath, every motion. That is the deepest form of success you can experience in a single day. A friend of mine is an artist. She once set a goal to have her own solo exhibition before turning 30. She threw herself into painting like a fever. Every piece she created carried the pressure to be something, to stand out, to sell. But the more she painted, the more alienated she felt from her own emotions. Her work became more polished, but cold, lacking soul. One day, exhausted and doubtful, she sat down and painted a piece for no one. She didn't send it, didn't post it, didn't attach any hope of being noticed. She simply painted for herself. And for the first time in months, she cried. Not from pain, but because true emotion had returned. That piece wasn't her most beautiful, but it was her most real. And strangely enough, it was the one selected for display by a gallery she had never reached out to. That taught me something. You don't need to create something impressive to be acknowledged. You just need to be real. And truth only shows up when you are fully present in what you're doing, not trying to be anything, not aiming for any result. When you live fully in the moment, that energy infuses your actions. Others may not name it, but they'll feel it. And sometimes the strongest impact doesn't come from striving to reach someone. It comes from being so aligned with yourself that others are drawn to your gravity. Presence is not flashy, it's quiet. But in that quiet, you recover your roots, why you began, what moved you, the deepest reason why you can't walk away. When you no longer live for the outcome, you begin to hear subtler movements, the sigh after a sentence left incomplete, the gentle emotion when a new idea emerges, the quiet satisfaction of completing something small that no one sees. These things can't be measured, can't be counted, can't be posted online, but they're what fill your life from the inside, layer by layer, breath by breath. And from that deep foundation, better outcomes than you imagined will come, but not because you forced them, because you're now ready to hold them with a self that is steady, sincere, and grateful. You're not living for results, yet you become the kind of person who creates the most sustainable ones, not from extreme effort, but because you're no longer ruled by what's out of your control. You're simply living, but fully. And from there, what comes, comes. What doesn't, you remain whole, missing nothing at all. Winnie spent nearly all of her youth chasing one dream, to have her paintings displayed in a prestigious gallery. She didn't dream of fame. What she longed for was a space where her work could be seen, where the delicate emotion she poured into each brushstroke might touch someone out there. To Winnie, painting wasn't just technique, it was the whispered voice of her soul. But because that desire grew so large, she gradually lost the purity she once had. Her paintings became more refined, more polished, but also increasingly devoid of emotion. She began to paint for acceptance, no longer for the pure love of color and light as she once did. Each morning, she woke up with a single goal: finish one more piece good enough to submit. The list of galleries she contacted stretched endlessly. Introductory emails, proposal calls, trips to drop off her work only to return in silence. All of it became her daily rhythm. Every time she was rejected, Winnie didn't allow herself to rest. She kept painting, painted more, painted better. But in each brushstroke, something was slowly vanishing. Maybe it was her freedom, maybe her joy, maybe even her true self. Until one afternoon, after yet another rejection letter from a gallery she had pinned great hopes on, Winnie stepped out of her home without a clear purpose. She brought no portfolio, no reason. She just needed to walk some way to break the cycle between hope and disappointment that had become all too familiar. She wandered to a small park where autumn was gently shedding its leaves along the path. No one recognized her. No one cared she was an artist. No one expected anything from her, and that was exactly what made her feel like she could finally breathe. Winnie sat on a simple wooden bench and pulled out her sketchbook, not to build a portfolio, not to prepare a project, but simply because the scene before her was achingly beautiful. She sketched bare branches casting shadows over the water's surface. She sketched an elderly couple walking hand in hand. She sketched a little dog chasing a drifting leaf. Each line returned to its original meaning. No agenda, no strategy, no one to judge. Winnie drew, because if she didn't, she wouldn't be able to breathe. And in that moment, she felt her tears quietly fall onto the page. Not from pain, but because something deep within her had just been released. From that day on, she stopped sending out applications. Not because she gave up on her dream, but because she no longer used that dream as a condition to allow herself to live fully. She kept painting every day, but with a different energy. She hung her work in her home studio, shared a few pieces on social media without flowery captions, without asking, "What do you think?" She lived as if being exhibited was secondary, while getting to paint each day was already a reward. 3 months later, an email quietly appeared in her inbox. It was from an art curator. The person wrote that they had come across Winnie's sketches on an international art forum where she had once shared them as a keepsake. They could feel the rawness and sincerity in her work, a kind of energy that even technically perfect pieces often failed to convey. And they wanted to know if Winnie would be willing to create a collection for an upcoming exhibition in the city. She read the email again and again, then sat in silence for a long time, not exactly overwhelmed by success, but because she knew that only when she stopped chasing it did it finally come to her. Not because she no longer cared, but because letting go had shifted something inside her, from a seeker to someone who had become worthy. And when worthiness becomes quiet, the things worthy of it no longer need to be announced loudly. They just need a true space, a true person, and the miracle will choose the right time to appear. Winnie walked into the opening night of that exhibition in a simple dress, her face calm. She stood among the paintings she had created on those expectation-free afternoons. Visitors stopped, admired, conversed. Some asked her about technique, some asked about inspiration. But what made her smile was when a young boy pointed to a painting with moss-green hues and whispered to his mother, "It looks like my dream." No praise could surpass that, because she knew that what she had painted had truly touched someone. Not because it was excellent, but because it was honest. She no longer needed anyone's validation, nor did she feel the urge to attract more, because in the end, when she let go of the longing to be seen, she began to live as someone already accepted. And that energy, more than anything else, was the miracle that opened every door. Not through force, but through resonance. Not because she chased something, but because she had become the kind of person that something wanted to find. Not all visualization leads to results. Some people daydream their whole lives and change nothing. Yet others close their eyes for just a few seconds each morning, and their entire lives begin to shift. The difference doesn't lie in how long you visualize, but in how you do it. Visualization is not escaping the present into fantasy. True visualization is intentional mental action. It's how you tune your inner vibration to match a future that is already prepared to come, but can only appear if you're aligned enough to receive it. I used to visualize the wrong way. I thought about my dream house every day, but attached to that image was a deep sense of lack. I could see the house clearly in my mind, yet my heart shrank with anxiety. How could I ever afford it? I imagined success, recognition, a life of freedom, but immediately afterward came doubt, a quiet voice saying, "You're just dreaming foolishly." So even though I visualized constantly, the universe only heard the frequency of worry that I was truly. And the universe, like a perfect machine, doesn't send back what you wish for. It sends back what you are. True visualization doesn't come from painting grand images in your head. It comes from allowing your body to feel the emotions of that future as if it were already real. When you close your eyes and imagine yourself living as your highest version, you don't observe from the outside, you step inside it. You enter that image with all your senses. You hear your own confident voice. Feel the texture of your dream desk. Breathe in the air of your new home. Experience the thrill of completing a major goal. You don't see it as distant. You train yourself to feel it as familiar. And here's the strange thing. When your inner emotion becomes familiar with that new version, your brain doesn't distinguish between what's real and what's imagined. The neural regions that govern internal experience send signals to your emotional, hormonal, and behavioral systems, activating a chain of internal changes. You start speaking differently, walking differently, making different decisions, and you don't have to force yourself to believe because you've already become. The right kind of visualization is a practice in becoming. It's not, I wish, it's, I am, aligning with this day by day. One morning I sat meditating on the front porch. The sun had not yet risen. I closed my eyes and didn't focus on what I wanted to have, but on who I wanted to become. I didn't think about money. I thought about the freedom I could give others once I became strong enough. I didn't think about fame. I thought about the calm in my words when I no longer needed to prove anything. And as I breathed deeply, I touched a state that I once believed would take 10 years to reach, but it was already there. Not because circumstances changed, but because I changed. In that moment, I was that version of me. That is the power of correct visualization. It doesn't wait for the right conditions. It's not about pasting a pretty image over a poor reality. It's an internal declaration. I've chosen the person I will become, and I begin to live as if it is real, not to perform, but to open the path for that future energy to flow into every present decision. When you act from that state, you don't need to monitor whether everything is on track. You know that if you maintain this frequency long enough, everything will naturally shift into place. The purpose of visualization is not to control outcomes, it's to change your energetic core. When you adjust your frequency, you no longer need others to understand or your environment to change overnight. You only need to stay consistent with the version you've chosen. Whatever no longer fits will fall away. Whatever is seeking you will begin to appear, and you stop feeling impatient because you're already living inside that journey. Your vibration is the first language the universe hears. You emit it before you say a word, take an action, or achieve any result. You may think you are being judged by what you've done, but in truth, you are shaped by the energy you carry in every single moment. When you learn to visualize with your entire body and consciousness, you are no longer someone waiting on the future. You are living as if it's already begun. And because of that, it will find you. Not as a surprise gift, but as something inevitable. Motion is not just a fleeting reaction. Emotion is a silent current radiating from within you every single moment. It forms an electromagnetic field invisible to the eye, but it is the very first thing the world feels from you. You may say nothing, make no decisions, post nothing on social media, but the moment you enter a room, your energy has already spoken. And if you're sensitive enough, you'll notice this in others. Some people arrive and the space becomes heavy. Others show up and everything feels lighter, not because they're more talented, but because the field they carry has been purified. This magnetic field is not created by surface behavior. It is generated by the deepest emotions you repeat every day. If you constantly feel anxious, doubtful, angry, or envious, no matter how hard you smile or try to act positive, the world still senses the unrest. On the other hand, if you carry peace, gratitude, trust, and love within you, then even without saying a word, everything around you will begin to adjust. Not because the world is favoring you, but because you're emitting a frequency the world naturally responds to. Emotions repeated frequently become a state of being. A sustained state creates a magnetic field, and that field is the invisible operating system behind every outcome in your life. People think they act based on conscious decisions, but in truth, most choices are guided by the emotional magnetic field they've already programmed. A person with a field rooted in fear will always choose safety, even when opportunity is knocking. A person with a field shaped by past wounds will sabotage themselves, even when they're being loved. You cannot rise beyond your current reality if you don't change the field within. And to change your magnetic field, you must start at the root, the real emotions currently living inside you, not the ones you're trying to display outwardly. Ask yourself honestly, what frequency am I living in? What am I emitting, even when no one is watching? That is the most truthful place you need to return to. Don't try to paint over your emotions. Don't rush to dismiss the negative. Observe them like a scientist with no judgment, but also with no denial. Because only when you truly touch your real emotions can you begin to rewire. A woman once told me she had been trying to stay positive, work hard, and be grateful every day, yet her life remained unchanged. Until she finally admitted to herself, deep down, she always felt unworthy. She didn't say it out loud, didn't complain, but that silent feeling created a magnetic field that leaked out day by day, weakening every effort. When she began healing that root, not through surface-level affirmations, but through acceptance and deep understanding, her magnetic field changed. And then, new doors began to open without her having to try as hard as before. The emotional magnetic field is also why someone who isn't wealthy yet still attracts opportunity, why someone who hasn't reached their goal yet already radiates the presence of success, why you feel safe next to someone even if they don't say beautiful words. It's because they've been living in a consistent emotional state. And from there, their reality begins to shift to match that energy. It's not luck, it's not coincidence. It's the law of attraction working at its deepest level. If you want to change your reality, don't just change your plans or your behavior. Turn inward and ask, what emotion am I sending out? What kind of magnetic field am I creating? If you want a peaceful life, but you live in constant anxiety, then your field is clashing with the life you're asking for. If you want to be loved, but you emit defensiveness, doubt, and coldness, then no matter how good someone is, the relationship will soon fall out of alignment. The emotion you repeat most often is the invisible declaration of the reality you will receive. Every day, when you wake up, you can choose the first emotion you want to plant. Not artificially, but intentionally. If you wake up anxious, don't feed it by scrolling through negative news. Sit down, place your hand on your chest, and breathe deeply. Recall a memory that made you feel grateful. Bring back a moment when you overcame yourself. It doesn't have to last for hours, just a few minutes of state shift, so the magnetic field you're sending out begins to change. And if you do that consistently, the pieces of reality around you will begin rearranging into a new order. Emotion creates the magnetic field, and the magnetic field is the signal you're sending to the universe constantly, without pause. Don't just focus on fixing the outside. Return to the very broadcast station running inside you, because that is where all results are born. Not when you act, but when you feel. And it is that emotion that becomes the seed of the next version of the life you're about to live. When you live as if you already have it, you no longer emit the signal of lack. You no longer beg, no longer wait, no longer ask, when will it be my turn? Because living as if you already have it means you are vibrating on the same frequency as what you desire, and that is the most powerful reason for the universe to send it to you. Not too early, not too late, but at the precise moment when you are strong enough to hold it. People often think they must wait for results before they can trust, but that is the logic of a fearful ego. The law of creation operates in the opposite direction. When you trust deeply and act from a state of already having, you become a living magnet that pulls your desire closer each day. I'm not saying you should lie to yourself. I'm talking about a conscious choice. To live according to the version you are building instead of repeating the version you want to leave behind. If you are on a journey to becoming calm, wise, and inspiring, then every step, every word, every decision today must align with that image. You don't wait for life to be stable before learning to stay calm. You don't wait until you have extra to learn how to give. You don't wait until you're recognized to live as someone of value. Because if you're still waiting, it means you don't believe. And if you don't believe, your entire magnetic field still carries the scent of lack. I once met a woman who always dreamed of becoming a writer, but never wrote more than 3 pages because she believed she wasn't good enough, didn't have time, and the timing wasn't right, until one day she changed the way she lived. Every morning, she woke up like a real writer. She wrote. Not to prove anything, but to live in the frequency of someone who had already become. She ate, read, rested, and observed the world as if she were already a writer. No one paid her, no one published her work, but a few months later, the pieces began to shift. A collaboration offer came, a contest she submitted to by chance. A friend connected her with a publisher, not because of magic, but because she had changed how she showed up in her daily life. She lived as if it were real. When you live as if you already have it, you stop checking daily to see if the result has arrived. You no longer act with the mindset of, will this work? You simply live fully in the belief that every action you take is sending a powerful signal to the universe that you are ready. And the universe, which does not operate based on your emotions, but on the frequency you consistently emit, will begin to respond. Not out of favoritism, but through the logic of resonance. You don't need to act overly positive, you just need to live truthfully, as the higher version of yourself you've chosen. If you want to attract high-quality relationships, behave like someone who already knows how to love healthily. If you want a successful career, work like someone who is committed to their values. No complaining, no procrastinating, no waiting for external rescue. If you want peace, live like someone who has let go of the need to control. Don't wait until conditions are ideal to change. It is the inner shift that creates the conditions you long for. The ego will always resist this. It will say, how can I live like I have money when my account is empty? How can I live like I'm successful when no one knows me? How can I live confidently when I'm still afraid of failing? But you don't need to convince the ego. You only need to act beyond it. Because every moment you live as if you already have it, you are breaking the old program. You are rewiring neural pathways, reconstructing your self-esteem, planting a seed from a higher frequency. And that alone forces your reality to adjust accordingly. Someone who truly believes they're on the right path doesn't ask, when will the result come? They only care about, did I live in alignment with the self I'm becoming today? And that is the mark of real power, no longer dependent on external validation, no longer attached to speed, just intentional, trusting presence in every step, because they know reality is not created by promises, but by the state you sustain every day. Living as if you already have it is not delusion. It is the act of someone who is leading themselves through vibration, through choice, through alignment of thought, emotion, and behavior. And if you maintain that long enough, you will no longer be surprised when what you once dreamed of suddenly feels familiar. Because you've lived as if it was part of you from the very beginning. Anna was someone who was always searching for love, not in a loud, obvious way, but in a quiet yearning. The kind of longing you keep hidden, yet it lingers in every small action. She took care of her appearance, advanced her career, learned to listen and understand, but deep down there was always an unspoken question: when will I meet the one? She entered every relationship with hope, only to leave with a lingering trace of pain. Each time she was disappointed, she tightened her grip on faith, as if she needed to try harder to become worthy of real love. But it was that very effort that kept her further away from it. One day, after ending another short-lived and disheartening relationship, Anna didn't cry, didn't blame, didn't make a list of things she needed to improve. Instead, she quietly placed her hand over her heart and asked, "If true love is real, why can't I feel it even when no one is beside me?" That question shifted her entire perspective. It made her realize that all this time she had been living as someone who lacked love. And from that very frequency, she could only attract relationships that confirmed that lack. Anna stopped. She stopped looking for someone to fill her, stopped living like a rough draft, waiting for someone to complete her. She began to shift the way she showed up in her own world. Not to attract someone, but to live fully as someone who already knew how to love. Not love others first, but love herself as if she were the partner she had been searching for. She spent time with herself, no longer with loneliness, but with joy. She took walks, wrote in her journal, listened to music, cooked thoughtful meals just for one. No more fleeting dates to fill a void, no more self-questioning about her worth, only an Anna who was whole, peaceful, and clear. Then something curious began to happen. Life started responding to her differently. People noticed her energy, not because she had changed her appearance, but because she no longer emitted the signal of lack. An old acquaintance, once just a casual friend, suddenly began to notice her in an entirely different way. Not because she tried to attract him, but because within her was now a quiet magnetism that needed no explanation. The magnetism of someone who needs nothing, but somehow draws others close. Love arrived gently, as if it had always been there. No grand declaration, no rescuer moment. Just two people meeting at the right time, when neither was searching for someone to complete them, but simply wanted to share a world that was already full within. And what moved Anna most wasn't that love came, but how it came. Not when she tried, but when she released. Not when she made herself more worthy, but when she realized she had been enough all along. Anna's story isn't a fairy tale. It is the natural truth that emerges when you understand this law. What you desire most will come when you stop behaving as though you lack it. Love doesn't come because you beg for it. It comes because you emit the magnetic field of someone who already knows love, lives with love, and no longer uses it as a condition for feeling valuable. And it is that state, the state of fullness and non-attachment, that becomes the most powerful invitation to the universe. Anna never gave up hope. She only gave up clinging. She didn't abandon love. She simply abandoned the belief that she had to earn it by pleasing someone. And because of that, real love, love without control, without conditions, without bondage, had the space to appear, not to complete her, but to walk alongside her in a journey of mutual growth. If you are searching for love, remember this: love doesn't hide in far-off places. It's not inside a dating app, not in carefully crafted plans, and certainly not in the effort to please everyone. Love lives in the way you treat yourself every day. And when you live as if love is already present, in your warmth, sincerity, gratitude, and self-respect, then love won't be something you chase. It will be something that finds you gently, at the right time, and in the right way. Stillness is not passivity. It is the power of someone who knows themselves so well that they're no longer dragged around by unconscious reactions. People often confuse stillness with weakness, thinking that when you don't react, don't argue, don't have the last word, it means you're giving in. But true stillness doesn't come from resignation. It comes from the conscious choice not to be pulled into things unworthy of your energy. A person who understands stillness is someone who has walked through inner crises without needing to prove anything outwardly. They don't need to shout to assert their right. They don't need to chase anyone to feel valuable. They don't rush into decisions just to fill a void. They sit with themselves, face the truth directly, and respond from a place of groundedness, not from being triggered. And that's why they attract more without seeming to try. Stillness doesn't mean you sit and do nothing. It's an internal state where you act from clarity, not from panic. You still make plans, build, and take steps, but you're not attached to outcomes. You're not tossed around by external fluctuations. You're not seeking validation from the crowd because you understand it's the undercurrents that move the ocean, not the foam on the surface. And you've chosen to become that undercurrent, quiet, steady, and unshakable. I once met a man who had gone through a major business collapse. While those around him rushed to recover funds, liquidate assets, lash out, or assign blame, he chose to withdraw, not to escape, but to observe. For a month, he signed no new contracts, made no public statements, sought no investment. He wrote in his journal by hand, reviewed old decisions, listened to what he'd previously ignored. When people said he had lost control, he simply smiled. And within that stillness, he discovered what others had missed. A new direction, an overlooked relationship, a tiny flaw in the system that could become an advantage. 6 months later, when he re-emerged, people said he had reversed the current. But he hadn't resisted the flow. He simply waited for the right moment to rejoin it with a new frequency. This world glorifies noise. It idolizes those who respond fast, speak often, do more, appear everywhere. But that doesn't mean you have to chase speed. Not everyone who runs fast travels far, and not everyone who stays silent is failing. Often, in moments when you think you're doing nothing, your inner self is being rearranged, preparing for a breakthrough. Trees don't grow during the harvest, they grow silently through the winter. Stillness is also how you maintain emotional sovereignty. When others are angry, you don't have to retaliate. When the world is chaotic, you don't have to join in. When one door closes, you don't need to break another down in desperation. You are strong enough to sit and ask, what is this teaching me? Where am I being invited to evolve? Your silence, if it comes from understanding, carries more resonance than any speech. And from that place, your decisions are no longer reactions, they are intentional choices. Stillness helps you notice the subtlest signals that the hurried can never perceive. A look asking for compassion, a tiny opportunity germinating amid noise, a misalignment within yourself that, if unnoticed, you'll keep repeating. Silence allows you to touch the deeper layers, where real transformation begins. I'm not saying you need to withdraw from the world. I'm inviting you to step into it with an inner world already mastered. To be someone who lives in the everyday but is no longer swept away by it. Someone who listens not to rebut, but to understand. Someone who responds not to win, but to protect the highest energy within themselves. And when you live that way, everything you do carries weight. You don't need noise to be remembered. You don't need competition to stand out. You don't need to grasp to attract, because the energy you radiate no longer comes from fear. It comes from the deepest center of calm. And that, whether you're writing an email, walking into a room, or simply sitting in stillness, makes the entire world pay attention. Sophia used to be an artist in the exact way society expected her to be. A prestigious fine arts degree, solo exhibitions, thousands of followers on social media, and contracts with major galleries. But what you couldn't see in the glamorous photos was a woman slowly burning out. Yes, she painted every day, but not out of passion anymore. Each brushstroke was a calculation. What does the market want? What do the viewers like? How will the curators judge this? Her paintings were increasingly well received, but her soul was growing emptier. Sometimes, in the midst of applause, she felt like a mere tool, reproducing expectations. No longer a free creator. One winter evening, Sophia sat in front of her easel and couldn't lift the brush, not because she was out of ideas, but because for the first time she admitted a truth that had been quietly growing inside her. She no longer loved what she was doing. She no longer saw herself in her paintings. She no longer found herself in the act of creation. It was a painful awakening, not caused by failure, but by success that had gone in the wrong direction. She decided to stop. No announcement, no emotional post, no explanation. She simply disappeared from her hectic schedule. No more commissioned work, no more submissions for exhibitions, no more replies to collector emails. In that silence, she returned to her small room, pulled out old tubes of paint, scraps of canvas, and a dusty journal, and for the first time in years, she painted. Not for anyone, not for achievements, not to impress. She painted childhood memories, painted nameless sorrows, painted tenderness that the market never valued highly. And she cried as if she had betrayed her soul for all those years. Day by day, new paintings emerged, completely different from her previous style. No more elaborate technical polish, no more striking compositions, just raw honesty. And something strange happened. She felt alive again. Blood seemed to flow freely through her veins once more. Each finished painting was no longer for a debut, it was an act of healing, a silent apology to herself for having neglected her inner voice for so long. Months later, a close friend visited, saw the new works, and was left speechless, not because they were more beautiful, but because they were more real. The friend suggested organizing a small exhibition in an intimate space with no promotions, no ticket sales, just a place for people to come, sit, and feel. Sophia agreed not to make a comeback, but to share what she had rediscovered. Inner freedom. The exhibition took place in a small studio, no dazzling lights, no media, no applause. Yet each visitor left in silence, carrying something unnamed, as if they had just been touched by something sacred they, too, had once lost. Then something unexpected happened. A collector happened to attend, deeply moved by the sincere emotion in her work. He didn't buy any paintings. He proposed something Sophia had never considered, hosting sessions to share her artistic journey without chasing achievements. Painting sessions with no goals, classes focused solely on reconnecting with inner emotion. And for the first time, Sophia stepped onto a stage not as a famous artist, but as a human being who had once lost her way and was now coming home. Her career changed, not in a louder direction, but in a deeper one. Those who came to her were no longer investors, but souls longing to live authentically. No one asked her how many followers she had anymore. They only asked, how did you dare to paint for passion again when everyone says you must create success? Sophia's answer was always gentle, because I couldn't keep living without remembering where I began. Sophia's story is a reminder for anyone straining to live by someone else's definition of success. You don't have to leave everything behind, but you do need the courage to look back to where you started and ask, why did I begin? Because if you ever did something from a pure heart, that version of you still lives. You just need to stop, listen, and paint, not to be recognized, but to feel alive again. And it is precisely in the moment you stop living for expectations and start living for authentic connection with yourself that everything begins to change. Not because you force it to change, but because you've returned to your own true frequency, and that frequency is always the most powerful invitation the universe will ever receive. There are desires that flare up inside you not by coincidence. They don't appear as illusions, nor are they the result of you being too ambitious, as people often say. They arise because there's a deeper part of you remembering your true essence, the part not yet suffocated by societal expectations, not yet clouded by fear of failure, not yet defined by the limitations others have imposed on you. Each of those desires, if genuine, never comes to torment you, but to lead you back on the right path. Recall the last time you truly longed for something so deeply that every cell in your body lit up. Maybe it was a childhood dream, an image you once imagined on countless sleepless nights, or a moment that came suddenly and stayed in your mind, refusing to leave. Whatever it was, if it made your heart beat faster, then it wasn't just a fleeting thought. It was a signal. And the universe, whether you believe it or not, does not ignore a signal that truly comes from within you. That signal isn't sent through words. It doesn't require shouting, nor does it depend on how many people you share it with. It's sent through frequency, the frequency of faith, of joy when imagining that desire, of persistence when you act even without applause, when you genuinely long for something with all your heart and are willing to take steps, even slow, even silent, then a resonance begins to form, and that resonance is never forgotten. Some ask, if the universe hears me, then why hasn't my dream come true yet? The answer lies in how you hold that desire. Do you hold it with trust or with anxiety? Do you nurture it with consistent action each day, or do you suffocate it with judgmental thoughts like, maybe I'm not good enough? The universe doesn't respond with rewards or punishments. It only responds to the exact frequency you emit. If you send out desire laced with doubt, you'll receive more situations that feed that doubt. If you send out trust, you'll begin to see strange coincidences, people, opportunities, information, as if everything is aligning to support you. And the truth is, that's exactly what's happening. There was a woman who said she had always dreamed of being a writer, but she worked as an accountant for 7 years. Every morning she woke up with a faint sense of regret. Not painful enough to force change, but just enough to feel she wasn't living fully. She said that in her most exhausted moments, there was still a voice inside whispering, "Write." But she didn't. Out of fear, out of a lack of confidence, thinking her dream was a luxury. And then one day she couldn't take it anymore. She started writing, not to get published, not for approval, just to free herself. And strangely, after just a few months, an old friend stumbled upon one of her quietly posted pieces in a small group and forwarded it to an editor. 6 months later, her first book was published. Not because of luck, but because the signal had been sent. And she finally had the courage to keep it alive instead of burying it. I'm not telling this story so you'll quit your job and chase something in desperation. I'm telling it so you understand every genuine desire within you has a reason to exist. It doesn't come to disappoint you. It comes to awaken you. If you still feel that desire strongly inside, don't extinguish it with delay or fear. Don't wait for perfection to begin. You don't need to be qualified to send out your signal. You just need to be honest. Do something every day to show the universe you're serious about what you want, even if it's just 10 minutes, even if no one sees, because that quiet persistence is the most powerful commitment you can send. And you will see one day soon what once seemed impossible will begin to move toward you, slowly but surely, as if it had been listening all along, just waiting for you to hold the frequency a little longer than a fleeting moment. And if today something within you is speaking, something you haven't dared to say aloud but can't forget, don't dismiss it. It's not a fantasy. It's a reminder of who you truly are, who you once were, and who still lives inside you, whole and intact. All it takes is the courage to listen. There is a vast difference between someone who begs and someone who co-creates. One acts as though every good thing lies beyond their reach, requiring permission, requiring a blessing to be granted. The other understands deeply. They are an inseparable part of the universe's stream of intelligence. They do not wait for miracles to fall from the sky, but walk forward as though they themselves are the miracle in the making. They do not kneel in fear, but stand upright with sacred respect for themselves and for what they are striving to create each day. I once believed that to have the life I dreamed of, I had to plead long enough, suffer enough, show enough humility to the point of almost denying my own worth. But then I realized that wasn't faith. That was dependency. That was the loss of the divine identity that each person carries at birth. You did not come into this world to play the role of a beggar. You came to learn how to remember that you have the right to choose, the right to shape, and the right to resonate with what you desire to become. Everything you see in life began at one point. Someone believed they could create it. That building was once just a sketch. The song you love was once the sound of solitary typing in a small room. A happy marriage was once just a tentative first touch. Everything you see was once a vague vibration in someone's consciousness until they stopped seeing themselves as a beggar and became a co-creator, working in harmony with the energy of life. The feeling of helplessness arises when you forget your power to choose, when you think, I can't unless someone allows me. But the universe does not operate by permission, it operates by resonance. You don't need anyone to validate your worth. You just need to live as if you already are that person. Act as if what you want is already in motion. Vibrate as if you are in sync with exactly what you are calling in. Observe how an artist paints a world that doesn't yet exist. They don't ask, do I have the right? They pick up the brush and let their soul pour through every stroke. They don't check who agrees, who supports, who understands. They create, not because they know the outcome, but because they know, if they don't, the world will be missing a part of what was meant to be. And so are you. You carry within you a fragment of being that needs to be released, not to be applauded, but to be lived. The difference between the one who begs and the one who co-creates lies in the posture of living. The beggar waits for a signal from outside before daring to act. The co-creator moves first and lets the signal follow. One asks, do I have permission to dream? The other affirms, if I have dreamed it, that is my invitation to begin. You don't have to be perfect to start. You just need to begin as if you are already chosen, because that desire is itself a directive. When you see life through the eyes of a co-creator, you stop blaming fate. You don't ask, why don't I have it yet? You ask, what am I resonating with? Every result you have is an honest reflection of the frequency you're living in. If you live in fear, you'll attract situations that deepen your fear. If you live in trust, you'll start seeing possibilities you previously overlooked. And if you live like a creator, you'll begin to see the world adjust to your initiative. You don't have to defeat anyone. You just have to stop placing yourself below what you dream of. There is no distance between you and what you want, only distance between you and yourself. When you release the doubts, the outdated beliefs, the barriers others planted in you, you'll realize you never needed to beg anyone. You only needed to become the one who aligns with what you're reaching for. Don't wait for someone to validate your dream before you believe it's real. Don't wait for results before you believe you're on the right path. Everything you need to create a new reality begins with an internal shift. And once you shift the way you show up, the way you think, the way you feel, then everything outside of you cannot help but change too. You are not a beggar. You are a co-creator. And when you live in alignment with that role, the world is no longer a place that controls you, but a canvas you are painting with the vibration of your very being. When you're still resisting reality, you're unconsciously declaring, I don't trust the process. And in that very moment, you separate yourself from the flow of all the goodness that might be heading your way. What you don't realize is, the more you resist, the more you delay. The more you try to control everything according to how you think it should be, the more you block life from arranging itself the way it was meant to. Life is not something to be controlled. It's a piece of music waiting for you to listen and flow with it instead of rushing to change its rhythm. I used to be the one who resisted everything, resisting circumstances, resisting insecurity, resisting silence, resisting days that didn't go as expected. Every time something didn't go according to plan, I would jump in to fix, control, change, adjust. Until I was exhausted, I thought that was being proactive, being strong. But I didn't realize I was swimming upstream, not because life was wrong, but because I wasn't willing to listen to what was really happening inside me. I didn't trust what was coming, so I clung to what was familiar. Resistance begins when there is tension inside you, unacceptance, unreadiness, distrust. You think you need to change everything outside to feel more at ease inside, but in truth, what you need to change first is your inner state, the softening, the letting go, the acknowledgement that you don't have to know everything, you don't have to control everything, and you don't always need to understand the why. When you stop resisting, you don't become weaker, you become deeper. You enter a state where every shift becomes gentle, sustainable, and timely. Like water that stops being stirred, it can finally reflect the sky. You can't see what's truly happening if you're always caught in waves of resistance, fear, and doubt. You need stillness, not to give up, but to truly see clearly. Stopping resistance doesn't mean giving up. It means shifting from force to resonance. You no longer ask, why is this happening to me, but begin to ask, what am I meant to learn from this situation? You stop investing energy in erasing the circumstance and begin to invest your mind in shifting within to become someone strong enough to stand through it. There are things in life that cling tighter the more you try to push them away. But strangely enough, when you turn inward, slow your breath, acknowledge their presence, and accept them as part of the process, they begin to dissolve. Like a breeze you cannot grasp, an emotion you cannot imprison, what is embraced with understanding finds its own way out. What is chased away by fear clings even harder. It began to change when I stopped trying to make everything okay. I started to be more present with my true emotions, whether it was confusion, disappointment, or loss of direction. I learned not to label those emotions as negative. I learned to say to myself, I can be here with what is and still be whole. And when I did that, strangely enough, everything around me began to change. Saying resistance is not an action, it's a permission. Permission to let yourself be present with what is. Permission for the process to unfold without you pulling strings behind the scenes. Permission for yourself to not have all the answers, yet still trust that everything happening holds a deeper purpose, even if you can't see it yet. In physics, there's a simple principle. The greater the force, the greater the reaction. The same holds true in the mind. The more you push an emotion away, the more it returns with intensity. But if you stop, invite it in, look at it in silence, it will dissolve into you as part of your healing process. The universe does not work with those who resist. It works with those who cooperate. Through presence, through trust, through not trying to control every outcome. Look at nature. No flower blooms in haste, no rain arrives late, no season misses its rhythm. Nature knows when to contract and when to blossom. It does not resist change, it flows with it and becomes whole. You are part of nature too. You don't need to rush. You only need enough trust and enough listening not to miss the rhythm of the miracle knocking on the door of your life. When you stop resisting, you return to your original state, where all life operates through you, not through effort, but through resonance. And from that place, good things begin to appear, not because you chase them, not because you strain for them, but because you are present, deep enough, real enough, and soft enough to allow yourself to become the kind of person that all the right things want to find. When you wait for something from a place of lack, every moment becomes a burden. You count the days as if you're being delayed from something that should have arrived sooner. You look around and see others who already have, already achieved, already reached, while you still stand at the starting line. And in that comparison, you begin to drain your own life force, little by little, day by day, not because you haven't received what you desire yet, but because you are tying your self-worth to the speed at which life unfolds. You may be waiting for a relationship to arrive, an opportunity to appear, a dream to materialize. But if in that waiting, you live in the feeling of, I'm not enough, I'm lacking, I need that thing to feel complete, then you're not truly waiting. You are suspended between two extremes. On one side, longing. On the other, the rejection of who you are right now. There's a subtle truth most people overlook. The universe doesn't respond to your pleading. It responds to the emotion you are emitting. If you emit a feeling of lack, you'll attract more situations that affirm your sense of scarcity. But if you emit the belief that you already have, that you are already enough, that you are getting closer, you will synchronize with opportunities vibrating at the same frequency. And this is not just blind faith, it is the principle of emotional magnetism. Each person is a broadcasting station, and life is the mirror silently reflecting what you're transmitting in the quiet. Waiting is not an empty space. It is a pause, a place where you are tested to hold your faith without evidence, a place where you learn to enjoy the journey instead of punishing yourself for not being at the destination, a place where you discover that fullness doesn't come from outcomes, but from how you choose to live each unfolding moment. I used to wait for something grand to happen so I could feel more valuable, a better job, a more visible achievement, recognition from someone. But then I realized, when I sat waiting in tension, in the feeling of lack, I was emitting a frequency that pushed what I wanted even further away. Life does not respond to pressure. It responds to harmony. So what does it mean to wait in happiness? It means you can smile even when what you desire hasn't arrived. It means you care for yourself, nurture your passions, connect deeply with the present moment without needing it to be perfect. It means you understand your worth isn't in what you're missing, but in how you choose to live, whether you have it or not, whether it's here or still on its way. Look at a mother expecting her child. She doesn't wait in anxiety, but in joyful anticipation. She doesn't feel incomplete because the child hasn't arrived. She feels whole in each day she carries that sacred presence within her. You are the same. What you desire is forming, being refined, on its way. But if you wait with the mindset of someone afraid they may never receive, you're the one closing the door. Happiness doesn't come after you achieve something. Happiness is the state you choose to maintain while things are forming. And the paradox is that very state speeds up the process. When you're at peace with the present, you release the energy trapped in anxiety. When you're grateful for what you have, you expand your capacity to receive more. When you live as if what you desire is on its way, it actually begins to arrive. Lack is a clever illusion. It convinces you that until I have this, I can't be happy. But if you don't learn to find joy now, you won't know how to enjoy it when it comes. You'll remain stuck in the cycle of when this happens, then I'll be, and life will keep slipping by with no moment ever feeling enough. But if you can find meaning, beauty, and wholeness even during the waiting, then you have shifted from being passive to becoming someone who actively generates the magnetism for your reality. You don't need to fake optimism. You just need to be honest with yourself. Ask, who am I becoming while I wait? If you're becoming someone who complains, who envies, who doubts themselves, then it's not life slowing you down. You are draining your own energy. But if you become someone calm, creative, self-loving, and capable of seeing the gifts in the now, then you've already taken a giant step forward in attracting what you want. No time is ever wasted if you use it to live deeply. No delay is ever meaningless if you use it to nurture yourself. And no waiting is ever in vain if you know how to wait in happiness, not in lack. Because the moment you stop demanding life to hurry, you begin to realize what you need was never that far. It was simply waiting for you to become the person ready to receive it. Love, money, health. Three things that seem separate, but in reality they are all expressions of one single thing, the frequency you're living on. People spend their whole lives chasing each one. They tirelessly search for someone to love, a job to get rich, a regimen to be healthy. But the more they search, the farther these things seem, the more they try to possess, the more they feel they lack. Not because life is cruel, but because they're searching in the wrong place. They forget that the answer isn't out there, it begins within you. You might look at your life and see many incomplete pieces. An unfulfilled relationship, a bank account that falls short of your expectations, a body that doesn't feel as strong as you'd like. But if you only fix the surface, try to change things, try to force yourself to try harder, then you're only treating the symptoms, not the root. The root is you've forgotten who you are. You've lived as though you're someone who has to beg, to search, to prove your worth, but you are not that. You are someone who is given worth the moment you were born. You only need to remember. Love doesn't come when you crave someone to fill a void inside. It comes when you realize you are already whole, and others are merely mirrors reflecting the love you already possess. Money doesn't come from a fear of lack or a hunger for success. It comes when your inner and outer worlds align, when your actions are rooted in a sense of internal value. And health, too. It isn't a battle against your body, but a return to harmony with its natural rhythm. Have you ever had moments like that? Moments where you didn't try hard at all, you were simply present, and everything seemed to flow? A phone call arrived out of nowhere from the exact person you needed. An idea appeared just when you felt stuck. A wave of energy surged through your body, even though you weren't doing anything special. That's not a miracle. That's the moment you stepped out of the role you've been playing and touched your true essence, the place where there's no separation between you and life, where all good things have been waiting just for you to remember who you are. Why remember? Because you don't need to learn how to be lovable, wealthy, or healthy. You've always had those within the original blueprint of your energy. What stops them from becoming visible, from coming close, from manifesting clearly, are the layers of false beliefs, societal conditioning, fear, and self-denial. You've forgotten. You don't need anyone's approval to live fully. You don't need a trophy to feel valuable. You don't need to control everything to feel safe. Love arrives when you become lovable, not through appearance or words, but through inner peace. When you stop demanding others to fill something for you, real love finally has space to enter. Money arrives when your actions come from abundance, from the value you create, not from the anxiety of will anyone pay for this. And health comes when you end the war with your body, start listening, respecting, and loving it, not as a machine to fix, but as a companion on this journey. It's all frequency, and you are a living radio. You can tune the dial at any moment, but not by forcing yourself to be fake positive or pretending to be cheerful. You do it by gently removing the layers of dust covering your original light. Every time you release a fear, you return closer to your true self. Every time you reject a limiting belief, you open a door for something new to enter. And every time you choose to live from love, not fear, the universe can finally respond with accuracy. You don't need anyone to grant you power. That power is already in your blood. You don't need the world out there to change for you to feel at peace. You only need to change how you relate to it. Shift from the role of someone in lack to the role of someone creating. And that shift is the greatest one you'll ever make. No one has to permit you. You just have to agree. When you remember yourself, something strange happens. The world starts to remember you too. The ideal partner shows up, not because you begged, but because you're broadcasting the right frequency. Financial opportunities arise, not because you chased, but because you aligned internally. Your body begins to heal, not because of force, but because it's no longer under attack from your harmful thoughts. Love, money, health, they never left you. They simply stepped back, waiting for you to return to yourself. Not so you could be rewarded, but so you could remember. You were never lacking. You only needed to choose a different position, and from that position, everything good will begin to find its way back. No longer a journey of pursuit, but one of return. No longer a struggle to obtain, but a peace that attracts. Because you are not a beggar, you are a co-creator. And the time to live like that is now. Being grateful first. It may sound counterintuitive in a world accustomed to the rule of be thankful after you receive. But that is the very first key that unlocks the door to a new reality. Gratitude is not a final reaction, it's the opening signal. It is not the result of things already accomplished, but the energetic invitation that calls in what you deeply long for. Be grateful first, not because you're deluding yourself, but because you believe enough to know that what you desire has already set out toward you. In physics, every signal creates a response. In the human mind, every inner state sets off a chain of outer reactions. If you live in worry, you emit a magnetic field of caution, and the universe responds with experiences that confirm your need to brace yourself. But if you live in gratitude, as if what you want is already present, you emit a frequency of openness, a vibration of expansion, and the universe has no reason to withhold it any longer. Imagine yourself standing at a train station, waiting for a loved one to return. You don't know the exact time, there is no clear announcement, but you've received a sign they're on the way. You don't doubt, you don't leave. You stand there with a heart full of anticipation. You smile as you think about the reunion. You may not yet see them, but your heart is already full of gratitude for the moment that's coming. You don't need proof, you just need faith. And gratitude is the highest form of unconditional faith. We are often taught to wait for results before feeling whole, but that very waiting keeps you stuck in lack. You think you must attain something to feel peace, but the truth is you must feel peace first, so that what you desire has a place to arrive. The universe doesn't respond to begging, it responds to the signal you broadcast every day. And there is no stronger signal than gratitude. Think back to the good things that have ever come your way. Did you notice how in moments when you truly let go, truly trusted, truly felt at ease, what you longed for seemed to show up more effortlessly? That was not a coincidence. That was you stepping out of a state of pleading and into a state of receiving. You were no longer the one demanding, but the one giving thanks. And only the one who gives thanks can truly hold on to what is worthy. Being grateful first doesn't mean denying reality. It doesn't mean pretending to be joyful when inside you feel tangled. It means choosing to live from a deeper layer where you know that what you need is forming, even if right now you're in the stillness. You're not resisting reality. You're simply refusing to let reality limit your vision. And in that very choice, you raise your vibration enough to receive what matches it. Successful people don't always have more, but they always give thanks more because they understand. Gratitude isn't just a reaction, it's a spiritual strategy. A grateful person does not live in a rush. They don't need to control everything. They don't need to force things to happen because they know good things are not delayed, they're simply waiting for a matching frequency to appear. And gratitude is that frequency. You don't need everything to be perfect to be grateful. You just need to look a little deeper, be a little quieter, believe a little more, and you'll see that everything you've been praying for has already begun to shift inside you. Every thought is a blueprint. Every feeling is a vibration sent out. Every small action is a sign that you trust the path you've chosen. And if you've been living that way, then there is no reason you shouldn't give thanks right now. Be thankful that you still have the capacity to trust. Be thankful that you still have desire. Be thankful that life is still giving you another day to try again. Be thankful that what you desire has begun to find its way to you in ways you can't yet predict, but will fully understand when it arrives. Say thank you even when you see nothing, because in that very moment, you are no longer living from fear, but from faith. And that is when reality starts to change. You are the one writing the next chapter, not the one waiting to read it. And gratitude is the first word you need to write, not because you have to be good or spiritual, but because it's the simplest way to remind yourself you are no longer in a position of lack. You are standing in the place of receiving. You are not begging, you are welcoming. And you don't need any reason to be grateful, except for this one: you have chosen to live as if the miracle is already happening. And when you give thanks with sincerity, that miracle can no longer ignore you. Stop chasing, because nothing that truly belongs to you will ever make you run after it. The right things will come when you become the right person. The good things will stay when you stop trying to control them. And the extraordinary things will only appear when you live as if you've always been worthy of them. The universe is not drawn to those who beg, but to those who radiate the energy of someone who knows exactly who they are and where they are headed. You don't need to chase anything, because you yourself are the strongest magnet. Throughout this journey, you may have thought you needed to try harder, prove more, fight more fiercely. And then you became exhausted, confused, feeling like the world kept turning its back, even when you gave it everything. But that wasn't a problem of effort. It was a problem of direction. You were not born to race against life. You were born to move in harmony with yourself. When you align with the true frequency of your inner self, the whole external world begins to respond like a symphony finally in tune. Every emotion you hold, every thought you nurture, every word you speak emits an energy field. And what you receive from this life will never go beyond the limit of that field. If you live in fear, you attract more situations that make you anxious. If you live under pressure, everything around you feels urgent. But if you live in trust, a calm, non-panicked trust, you create space for what you want to find its way to you naturally, without force, without pleading. Magnetism doesn't lie in appearance. It lies in the deep self-awareness of your own value. When you know you don't need anyone's validation to be valuable, you stop trying to please everyone. When you know you don't need external results to feel fulfilled, you stop racing against time. When you know you are enough, then every action, every glance, every decision you make carries a natural gravitas that causes everything around you to recalibrate. No noise, no fight, just a presence clear enough, strong enough, real enough. You are the magnet when you no longer try too hard to prove yourself. You walk into a room and people feel your energy, not because you're trying to make an impression, but because you show up with clarity in your mind. You know who you are. You're not there to take up space. You're there to offer value. And you don't live to please. You live to align with what resonates with you. Until now, you may have walked through many inner journeys, trying to change others, forcing outcomes to happen, clinging to what no longer fits, or losing yourself in the fear of being left behind. But now you understand. You no longer need to live that way. Instead of trying to make someone love you, you learn to love yourself. Instead of forcing things to happen, you learn to be ready when they come. And instead of asking, "What must I do to be worthy?" you begin to ask, "What must I remember that has always been mine?" That is the great shift from chasing to attracting. And you don't need anything grand to begin. Just live closer to your true self each day. Speak honestly, work wholeheartedly, connect meaningfully. Act as if you already have what you desire, not because you're pretending, but because you're making that magnetic field more real with each passing day. When you live as if you already have it, you send a clear signal to the universe. I am ready. I am not demanding. I am cooperating. I am not afraid of lack. I am living fully. You are not someone begging for what is good. You are someone who resonates with it. And the universe never turns away from those who know who they are, what they need, and what signal they are broadcasting each day. Because reality is not built from what you want, but from the state you are living in. When your vibration is right, the right things will come. When you live rightly, the right people will appear. When you stop trying to get everything, you receive the most unexpected thing: inner peace and outer results beyond your predictions. Remember, you don't need to wait for something to arrive before you start feeling fulfilled. It's precisely when you feel fulfilled from within that you become the magnet for what is aligned. And there is no strategy more powerful, no method more effective than your true presence, someone who no longer chases but becomes the very force that makes goodness impossible to resist. Because you've remembered, you are the source, you are the frequency, and you are the quiet yet powerful invitation that the universe cannot refuse. You're working harder than ever before, yet you still feel like you're running through a maze with no exit. Every morning you wake up to a to-do list longer than the day before, but by the end of the day all you feel is exhaustion, fatigue, and a sense that something is still missing. It's not because you lack effort. It's not because you don't have goals. It's because you're building your life without understanding the one foundational structure that holds everything together. Wisdom. That's what Solomon saw when he chose not to ask for gold, not for power, not for fame. He asked for one thing only, understanding. And it was that choice that made everything else come to him. But what about you? You're chasing results, but you haven't stopped to ask, from what system of laws are these results being born? You're trying to hold on to something, but you haven't asked, have I become the kind of person who can be responsible for this? You think you're lost because of a lack of opportunity, but the truth is, you've overlooked the root of all possibility, understanding how life actually works. Modern people are constantly swept away by the current of goals and strategies. You've been taught to set clear objectives, to write out detailed plans, to act without ceasing, but no one ever taught you to ask the most important question of all. What law governs the things you're pursuing? Why is it that some people take fewer steps, speak less, and yet everything bends to their will? Meanwhile, the harder you try, the more it feels like you're chasing a ghost, distant and elusive. It's not because you haven't done things the right way, it's because you're doing everything inside a mental system with no order. Solomon didn't start by writing out financial goals. He didn't ask, how do I build the temple? How do I expand Israel's borders? How do I collect taxes more efficiently? He began with one simple yet profoundly transformative request. Give me a discerning heart so that I may judge rightly. And at the very moment he asked the right question, the entire reward system was activated. Not because he was good enough, but because he aligned his mind with divine law. What about you? What questions have you asked yourself this week, this month? Or are you merely running through an endless list of tasks? The lostness you feel is not a personal failure. It's a warning bell that you are living disconnected from the order that wisdom brings. You don't need more encouragement. You need a strategic pause to look again. What is governing your behavior every day? Is it emotion or principle? Reaction or law? A man can work all year, but if his mindset lacks structure, all his efforts become nothing more than wasted energy on random outcome. And you were not born to live by randomness. I want you to understand this. It's not the world that is against you. It's that you're using your internal power to fight against the laws of nature themselves. You strive for success, but you don't strive to understand what kind of success can actually last. You read, you learn, you work nonstop, but you don't stop to check whether your core beliefs are broadcasting contradictory signals. You want financial freedom, but constantly think about lack. You want to lead, but you still react emotionally in every conversation. You want clarity, but allow chaotic sources of information to shape your thinking. You want to be trusted, but have never learned how to trust a steady system of laws within yourself. And that is what leaves you lost. You're not lost because you lack information. You're lost because you have too much but no standard to filter what's right. Solomon wasn't accidentally successful. He was someone who built from the inside. He understood one principle: all sustainability begins with inner law. When your mind operates according to law, you don't need to chase recognition. When your thoughts are ordered, you don't need strategies to be seen. When you know what you're living by, you don't need to follow everything. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying you haven't started from the right place. And the right place is not what should I do next, but what must I understand before doing anything. This is the kind of understanding you were never taught in school, but you feel it vividly in every moment of disappointment. You know something's off, but you can't name it. It's like an invisible fracture in the structure, even when everything on the outside seems to function. That fracture is the cause of your invisible weariness, even though no one else sees it. And that's why you're here. Solomon didn't choose ease, he chose the root. And because of that, he didn't have to chase outcomes. The outcomes came to him. That's not mythology, that's a law of operation. And if you want to step out of the maze of blind effort, you don't need more motivation. You need an understanding strong enough to reconstruct your entire way of thinking, choosing, responding, and deciding. You don't need to keep asking, how do I get what I want? You need to ask, do I understand enough to keep what I'm about to receive? Because if not, you'll fall into the same cycle that most of the hardest working people are trapped in, achieving, losing, and starting over with a more exhausted mind each time. I'm not saying this to make you feel guilty. I'm saying this so you'll see that feeling lost is not a failure. It's a signal for a new beginning if you choose to rebuild everything from the law. And the first law, the root law of all laws, is this: understand before you demand. Wisdom before reward. Roots before branch. Start from here. You don't need to change everything all at once. Just start by asking one question each day. What law am I operating under? If you don't have an answer, that is exactly where you need to begin building. You are seeking, but that doesn't mean you are qualified to hold what you're seeking. Not because you don't deserve to be a good person, but because you haven't yet become someone who can take responsibility for the reward you're demanding. There's a truth I want you to face. The world does not grant achievement based on begging, but based on the maturity within the one who demands it. You may plead for wealth, but if your mind still operates from a fear of scarcity, you will only attract more cycles of anxiety. You may long for a deep relationship, but if you haven't learned to keep yourself in order, then love will arrive like the wind and leave like dust. Solomon was not granted power because he desired it. He was granted power because he understood before you demand authority, you must first ask for wisdom. Before you hope to be heard, you must become someone capable of discernment. Before you carry a burden, you must have the inner strength to stay grounded when strong winds blow. And that's why he asked for the one thing people rarely ask for: give your servant a discerning heart. You say you want more, but do you truly know what you're asking for? You want recognition, but do you know what within you is truly craving it? Your ego or your spirit of service? You want more money, but have you ever sat down and asked, do I know how to converse with money in a wise and ethical way? You want freedom, but you're still bound by small daily habits that keep you from managing your own time. This is not a judgment, this is a reflection. Because the more honest you are with yourself, the clearer you'll see. There are many things you once demanded, but were never ready to hold. And because you didn't have the internal structure to sustain them, life had to delay those rewards. Not to punish you, but to protect you from yourself. Solomon understood that great rewards are not things you receive when you demand them, but things only granted when you understand the law they operate under. He didn't ask, how do I get the power my father had? He asked, how do I gain the ability to judge fairly? That is why he became someone whom kings came to seek counsel from, not someone who begged for support. And that didn't happen from a stroke of luck, but from a clear decision to become the kind of person that rewards must flow toward. Because otherwise, the very system of life would be thrown into disorder. Have you ever asked yourself why you've tried so hard but still haven't received? Perhaps it's because you're still asking for gold while you haven't yet asked for the heart that understands the laws governing gold. Perhaps you're still obsessed with the outcome, but haven't placed discipline to train your mind strong enough to hold that outcome for the long haul. When you don't know what governs a reward, that reward cannot come. And if it does, it will arrive as a test, not as a blessing. Look at how you live each day. What are you building? What qualities are you cultivating? Are you reacting or being proactive? Each day you live sends out a signal to life saying, "Who am I in the structure of this universe?" And the world does not respond to what you say you want. The world only observes, "Who have you become?" And that's when the law begins to move. If you are someone in order, the reward comes as a natural result. If you are still in internal chaos, the reward only shows up to reveal that you are not yet ready. I'm not saying this to discourage your dreams. I'm showing you that if you truly want to keep the reward, you need to pause and ask, who have I become in this journey? Not everyone who begs is given, and not everyone who longs gets to hold what they once dreamed of. The law operates not on emotion, but on alignment between the inner being and the reward. If your inner self lacks the structure to sustain success, then success will become a disaster. If you're not peaceful enough to live in abundance, then abundance will only bring more unrest. And that is why you cannot continue to demand until you begin training your mind deeply enough to master the very thing you are searching for. You are not being rejected. You are being prepared, but that preparation doesn't come from the outside world. It comes from you, from how you rethink your purpose, from how you reset your personal ethical standards, from how you speak to yourself each morning, from how you no longer allow yourself to react impulsively in situations where you once lost control, from how you dare to slow down to understand what is operating, rather than rushing into action as a way to escape insecurity. Every true reward is only granted when you are someone worthy of holding it, and that begins the moment you stop demanding and start building. Solomon was not honored because he was wealthy. He was honored because he was the living embodiment of a man who knew how to live within the law. He asked for understanding, not to become clever, but to become a guardian of justice. And because his purpose was pure, because his request aligned with divine law, all the things others only dreamed of came to him as inevitability. That is why he was not just lucky, he was chosen by the very way he chose what to ask for. And you can be that way too, if you choose the right thing to seek. If you dare to stop asking for gold and begin asking for a mind that can keep gold. If you dare to reject urgency and patiently rebuild your entire inner foundation. If you dare to ask the question, what am I truly begging for and why? Because from the moment you ask that question, you are no longer a beggar. You have begun to become a keeper, and that is the transformation no reward can ever refuse. You don't need to control the world, you only need to control your thoughts. Everything you're witnessing in your external life originates from the silent commands you've been broadcasting from your mind. There is no chaos in your circumstances that wasn't first chaos in your thinking. There is no limitation in reality that wasn't first programmed through belief. You're not a victim of your circumstances. You're the result of the thought system you've been silently operating each day. Solomon made it clear. As a man thinks in his heart, so is he. That's not poetry. That's law. No one can go out into the world to rule if they haven't first learned how to govern the rebellious streams of thought within themselves. I want you to imagine this. Your mind is either a throne or a battlefield. If you don't sit on the throne of your own brain, then chaotic voices, impulsive emotions, old memories, and invisible fears will sit there and issue commands in your place, and you will live a life that isn't truly yours. You will react instead of decide. You will flee instead of stand firm. You will avoid instead of step forward. And the worst part is, you'll believe you have no other choice. Solomon didn't wait for inheritance. He didn't rely on political power. He started by ruling within. He understood that a king cannot maintain peace on the outside if he hasn't established order on the inside. He didn't need to shout to be obeyed. He didn't need threats to gain submission, because inside his mind was a system of thought that was clear, sharp, and structured, and that's exactly what made him dangerous, but also trustworthy. Only someone who can stay calm in the storm of thought can make decisions that don't deviate from the truth. I want you to ask yourself this: are you ruling your thoughts, or are your thoughts ruling you? When a negative idea arises, do you immediately react, or do you know how to take a step back and observe it? When fear surges in, do you let it steer your words, actions, and emotions, or do you force it to stop until you choose the right response? When a brilliant idea flashes by, do you write it down, assess it, nurture it, or let it fade like the thousands of buried opportunities lost in distraction? A man who has never learned to examine his own thoughts is like someone living in a castle without guards. Anyone can break in. Any idea can take root. Any doubt can sprout, and slowly the entire mental fortress collapses, not from external attack, but from internal invasion, unnoticed by anyone. That is why Solomon didn't begin with war, he began with internal governance. And because of that, he didn't need war. You may want wealth, you may want influence, you may want freedom, but if your mind hasn't been trained to sustain those things, they will all become burdens. Wealth will make you more anxious, influence will leave you overwhelmed by judgment, freedom will turn into confusion. Because you don't have a disciplined court of thought within to govern your inner world, the voices inside you are still arguing, doubting, diminishing one another, and you're stuck in the middle with no clear position from which to lead. And if you don't reestablish mental authority, your life will drift along with that chaos. Henry Ford wasn't considered the smartest man of his time, but he was respected for one thing: his ability to hold focus on a single idea until reality had no choice but to follow. He wasn't a multitasker. He was someone who knew what he was thinking. And that's why everything he thought eventually became real, because he didn't let himself get swept away by thousands of conflicting thoughts. He chose, and he held that choice firm regardless of circumstance. That is the power you can also possess if you are brave enough to start retraining your mind. I'm not advising you to think positive. I'm inviting you to build a thought system governed by law. In that system, not every thought is allowed to exist. In that system, fear is censored, doubt is interrogated, memories are redefined, and beliefs must be tested before they are accepted. Each morning, you don't rush into the world. You sit in stillness and decide, what kind of thoughts will I allow to enter my mind today? Each night, you don't fall asleep in unconsciousness. You review your day and ask, which thoughts helped me? Which ones weakened me? And from there, you make a decision. Tomorrow, there will be no room for the kinds of thoughts that drain my energy. Solomon did just that. He didn't write Proverbs to be a philosopher. He wrote them to restore order to a nation through the way he governed his mind. One sentence from him could end a war. One judgment could rebuild trust between two people. Because his words didn't come from fleeting emotion, they came from a mind disciplined by the rule of thought. You want to build a kingdom? Start by ruling your thoughts. You want to lead others? Learn to lead the flow of your own thinking, because those who cannot govern their thoughts will soon be led by them into the wrong territories, and your life will not be the result of choice, but the result of drifting. Write this down and read it every morning. I command my thoughts, and therefore I command the world. When you believe that, you'll stop trying to control everything on the outside. You'll begin building your empire from within. And when that empire is strong enough, the world will respond by rearranging itself to fit you, not through magic, but through law. The law of the one who has mastered what no one sees, and therefore is entrusted with what everyone sees. Not every word you utter is harmless. One sentence can ignite a war, another can calm centuries of anger, and you, in moments that may seem trivial, are shaping your entire world through the language you choose to use. You're not simply speaking, you're signing thought contracts with yourself every time you speak a sentence. And if what you say doesn't carry the power to build, it is silently destroying a part of your inner structure, whether you realize it or not. Solomon didn't need weapons to maintain power. He ruled with words. And not because he spoke often, but because every time he spoke, law was established. The power wasn't in the volume, but in the precision. A word spoken at the right time, with the right weight, and in the right structure can change the fate of an entire kingdom. On the other hand, careless words, spoken to fill silence, to dump emotion, often carry consequences the speaker could never foresee. I want you to begin observing how you use language. When you speak about yourself, what definitions are you assigning to your identity? When you react in anger, how much trust have you destroyed in just a few seconds? When you rush to answer something you don't fully understand, do you realize you've handed control over to impulsiveness? Instead of holding the authority of a deliberate builder, a man who doesn't know how to control his tongue cannot rule any kingdom, not because others oppose him, but because his own words will undermine every structure he once tried to build. You were taught that speaking is a form of release. But I tell you this, speaking without internal regulation is merely a way to broadcast your inner chaos onto others. And the world begins to respond to that chaos. At that point, you wonder why everything seems to push back. But in truth, you are living inside the consequences of the things you once carelessly said. Language is a seed. What you plant into the environment around you will return to you in the same energetic form, sometimes multiplied. Solomon taught that words are not tools for expression. They are instruments of creation, and for that reason they must be used intentionally. When he sat in judgment, he didn't let emotion dictate his tone. He let truth shine through every sentence. Every word he chose carried the weight of a royal decree. And I want you to understand this. If you want to build a life of order, you cannot speak out of habit. You must speak by law. Powerful standard today. You need to set an unbreakable standard. I do not speak unless my words build something, not build for others, build for yourself. You can remain silent, but carry immense power. You can choose not to react instantly, not because you are weak, but because you are guarding your internal empire. When you speak, you are redefining who you are. Every time you casually criticize yourself, every time you curse over a small failure, every time you complain amid uncertainty, you are teaching your subconscious that you are not strong enough to maintain disciplined silence. And that weakens you, not because you lack talent, but because you lack security in your language. Empire builders don't talk much. They speak precisely. They speak sparingly. And they only speak after filtering every stream of thought beforehand. John D. Rockefeller wasn't known for being loud, but for being silent at the right moments. When markets were in chaos, he remained quiet. When criticized, he waited. When offering advice, he said half as much as the average man. But every word could shift the strategy of an entire industry, not because he was wiser, but because he was more disciplined in speech. And that made him dangerous in his silence. I'm not telling you to become quiet. I'm telling you to become someone who knows when not to speak. In moments when you're hurt, hold your words. When you crave recognition, step back. When you're about to say something just to prove you're right, ask yourself, does this help build anything? If the answer is no, stay silent. Silence in the right moments is one of the purest forms of power, understood only by those who've been burned by their own words. Solomon didn't build the temple with bricks, he built it with law. And one of those laws was this: your words must never weaken you. Each day you can audit this system by writing one sentence. I only speak what has purpose. I only speak what builds. I do not use words to react. I use words to shape. Write it. Say it. and measure every word you speak throughout the day by that standard. You will see the world begin to change its response to you, not because you speak louder, but because you speak with clarity. You don't need to speak much to influence greatly. You only need to speak rightly and sparingly. The right sentence at the right time to the right person from the right identity is what defines a destiny. And if you're brave enough to hold your silence until you are ready, you will have the strength to deliver words that cause everything around you to realign. Because in a world full of noise, a sentence spoken with discipline and insight is what makes people stop. And that's when you're no longer just speaking, you're ruling. Not everyone is worthy of hearing your dream. Not because they are bad, but because they do not operate on the same mental frequency and cannot preserve the purity of what you are nurturing. A dream in its early stage is like a delicate seed. It cannot survive if you constantly expose it to skeptical eyes, half-mocking criticisms, or the cold reactions of people who have no capacity to understand what you are carrying inside. And it is these moments of premature, hasty sharing with those who aren't aligned with you that have caused so many people to abandon their most precious possession without even realizing it. The ability to build something no one has ever seen before. Solomon did not write proverbs for the crowd. He didn't shout to the whole town about his vision. He wrote for those who have ears to hear, for seekers, for those who live with reverence and discipline. Great secrets are never revealed in noisy places, and I want you to understand this. You are not required to share your dream in order to be validated. You only need to be determined enough to protect it from misunderstanding, eyes from meaningless conversations, from the energy drain of having to explain something sacred to someone who only measures things by instant results. Have you ever shared something deeply meaningful and then felt a strange sense of loss afterward? As if you had just dropped a piece of your spirit, as if the dream had been pulled from you, no longer retaining its original clarity? That's not your imagination, it's an energetic truth. When you place the sacred in an environment that lacks reverence, it loses its power, not through attack, but through indifference, not through criticism, but through ignorance. And that is far more dangerous because it makes you begin to doubt yourself. I'm not telling you to hide your dream forever. I'm telling you to learn to discern. No one plants seeds on rock. The wise know when to sow and when to store. Some dreams must be nurtured in silence. Some ideas must be guarded like national secrets until they are strong enough not to be shaken by doubt. Like an embryo without a spine, your dream requires strict protection. And the first guardian, the first gatekeeper, is none other than you. If the person you just told your dream to immediately asks, "Can it make money? Has anyone done it before? Are you sure?" then that is not the person you need. Because their questions do not come from understanding, but from fear. And you cannot build something new with someone else's old fears. These people may be your friends, your family, even past supporters, but that doesn't mean they are entitled to be the first audience of the sacred thing being formed within you. You must build a spiritual circle for yourself, a space no one is allowed to enter unless they know how to honor what you're planting, not because you are above them, but because a dream cannot survive in energy polluted by shallowness. The people you need around you are not those who always nod. They are those deep enough to truly listen, composed enough not to react too quickly, humble enough not to impose. These people are rare, but if you do not build this circle, you will find yourself worn down by trivial conversations, and little by little, your belief will begin to crack. Solomon did not allow just anyone into the place where he issued law. He had a council. He had scribes. He had selection. And that is why his words have lasted for thousands of years. Because the sacred can only live when there is a proper structure of protection. As for you, each time you share your dream with the wrong person, you are allowing them to unknowingly touch a part of your consciousness not yet strong enough. And they leave behind traces of doubt that may take you weeks, even years, to cleanse. I want you to do this. Write down what you are nurturing and keep it to yourself for 90 days. Don't speak it. Don't ask for opinions. Don't seek validation. Just do every day in silence. And you will witness something miraculous. Clarity will emerge on its own. Your faith will grow, and you won't need anyone's approval anymore, because you will have become someone weighty enough to stand firm within your own dream. And at that point, you don't share to be understood, you share to build. And you only invite those who live by the same law to build with you. Don't confuse the need to be heard with the need to be validated. The one seeking validation is easily wounded. The one who is building knows when to remain silent. And that silence, when chosen wisely, becomes sacred ground where dreams take root. I'm not telling you to be alone. I'm telling you to be disciplined. There are conversations you must avoid. There are nods you no longer need. There are people you must distance yourself from, not because they're bad, but because they're not aligned. And if you do not have the courage to step away from that familiarity, you will remain in stagnant energy, where no dream can survive. Solomon chose whom he passed his wisdom to, and you, who will you allow into the sacred circle shaping your future? Choose wisely, because not everyone is worthy of hearing what you are about to create. And that is not arrogance, that is responsibility. A person may possess assets, power, and the whole world at their feet, but if there is no purpose within, all of it is nothing more than a beautiful shell for an emptiness that cannot be filled. Being wealthy does not mean you are living rightly. Wealth without a sacred mission is no different from poverty wearing the mask of luxury. Solomon once warned, "There are those who toil their entire lives accumulating riches, only to leave it all to someone else. Someone who does not understand the value of what was given, who has no structure to preserve it, no purpose to apply it. That is not a tragedy. That is the consequence of a life built with no foundation." I see your effort. You want to go far. You want financial freedom. You want to live better. Take care of your loved ones. Leave your mark. These are entirely valid. But I'm going to ask you a question most people avoid. Why do you truly want to be wealthy? Don't rush to answer with something society approves of. Answer with the sentence that makes you shiver in its honesty. Are you striving to earn as much as possible to escape a deep-seated insecurity from childhood? Do you want to own more in order to prove your worth to those who once doubted you? Do you crave power so that you'll no longer feel small in a world full of judgment? If the answer is yes, you're not wrong, but you're pointing in the wrong direction. Because if your purpose is only to soothe a wound, then every accomplishment you achieve will become the next casualty of that wound. You will earn but not keep. You will reach but not enjoy. And you will live with a strange feeling, having it, yet still feeling as though you've never had enough. That is the sign of a belief system lacking support beams. That is when you build a tower but forget to lay the foundation. Henry Ford didn't just manufacture cars. He created a vision. He wanted ordinary workers to be able to travel as easily as the elite. He didn't build to become rich. He built to transform the way the world moves. And wealth came as the natural result of a righteous vision. Ford didn't build factories. He built dignity. And so every dollar he earned was tied to a purpose greater than himself. What about you? What are you building? Does every number in your bank account tie back to a meaning that goes beyond enough to live or less to worry about? Or are you still stacking bricks without a blueprint? Wealth without purpose is the easiest form of poverty to hide. Outsiders look at you and think you're fine, but you know deep down that you're standing at an intersection with no signs. Each morning is just another chain of reactions. Every new goal is just a patch for an old emptiness. Every major decision carries a faint sense of panic, even if you manage to look calm on the outside. And that feeling is more exhausting than any poverty you've known. Because when you're financially poor, at least you know what you lack. But when you have enough, and still feel hollow, you begin to question yourself, and that is the most silent form of collapse. I want you to pause, not to give up, but to ask yourself an important question. Why do I want to build? If you can't write down a clear, coherent answer that transcends yourself, then you don't truly have a goal. You're just following a societal model. And everything you build will be reaction, not intention. Today you earn 100 million. Tomorrow you'll set the goal at 200, then 500, then a billion. But no milestone will make you stop and feel something truly deep. Because you're not running for a reason. You're running to avoid feeling left behind. Solomon asked for wisdom, not wealth, and because he had wisdom, wealth came to him. His purpose was to govern justly, so power was given. He didn't chase results. He aligned himself with the reason those results should exist, and that's why he didn't need to hold on tightly. Yet he never lost anything. Just like a seed cannot bear fruit out of season, achievement cannot flourish unless you are aligned with the purpose it was born from. When you build something without clear purpose, you will eventually destroy it. Sometimes through boredom, sometimes through surrender, sometimes through quiet self-sabotage no one sees. I'm not telling you to stop earning. I'm telling you to tie it to a higher reason. Don't want wealth just to have more options. Want wealth to build something beyond ego. Don't want assets just to worry less. Want them to create a healthy environment for the people you love. Don't want power just to be heard. Want it to change systems that have long ceased to serve. When your purpose is big enough, your achievements will become worthy of keeping. If not, every achievement will begin to drain you from the inside out. Rewrite your goal, not in numbers, in meaning. Write, what do I want to build and why does it need to exist? If your answer makes your spine straighten, your eyes brighten, your heart feel calmer, then you are heading in the right direction. But if it only adds pressure, competition, and comparison, then maybe it's time to change your goal, not increase your speed. You were not born to exhaust yourself in a directionless race. You were born to build something with soul, with structure, with the power to inspire beyond your time. And that only begins when you stop seeking wealth to fill a void and begin using wealth to extend something worthy. When that happens, you won't just live richly, you'll live rightly. And that is the only kind of wealth that can never be taken from you. Failure is not the end, it is a mirror reflecting the unfinished structure within you. The wise do not avoid failure, they face it, document it, dissect it, and turn it into fuel. But the weak, no matter how well they hide it, are slowly drained by their fear of failure. You don't lose because you fall. You only lose when you learn nothing from the fall. Every mistake sends you a message, and if you are humble enough to listen, sharp enough to analyze, and disciplined enough to adjust, then failure is no longer an obstacle, it becomes a blueprint for a stronger version of you. Solomon was not someone who avoided confrontation. He was someone who stood in the midst of it and remained clear-minded. When two mothers fought over one child, he did not rage or get swept up in emotion. He used wisdom to reveal the truth, and his judgment silenced the crowd. That kind of discernment only comes when you have endured enough internal collisions. Enough moments when you felt like you'd lost everything, but chose to learn instead of run. And I ask you, when was the last time you wrote down lessons from your failures? The intelligent can explain why things broke down, but the wise are those who record, reflect, and restructure their behavior immediately after every fall. They don't sit and complain, don't assign blame, don't cling to bad luck. They face failure like a learning partner, without emotion, without illusion. They write down what led to the outcome, what habit repeated, what judgment was off, what emotion was ignored, what insight was overlooked. And then they write a new law, a law they will never violate again. I want you to understand this. If you learn faster than you fail, you will never truly lose. Because every failure isn't a setback, it's a recalibration. Each fall is a test of your system's precision. If you learn to analyze instead of defend, to dialogue instead of blame, to revise instead of bury, then failure becomes the most loyal coach you will ever have. And no great achievement in history came without passing through that door. Abraham Lincoln lost elections, failed in business, battled depression, but he didn't turn those experiences into reasons to retreat. He turned them into deep understanding of human nature, of pain and patience. And that's what made him great. Not luck, but the ability to learn faster than pain could destroy him. You can do the same. If you dare to look directly at your most recent mistake and write a new rule for the future, you are moving faster than the 90% still repeating old patterns. The average person meets failure and feels insulted. The wise meet failure and feel awakened. And that's the difference between someone still stuck and someone building a system of constant upgrades. If you write down your last 5 failures, you'll see a clear logic behind your habits, your blind spots, your thought gaps. And if you spend just 1 hour restructuring your behavior around those lessons, you'll change how you make decisions for the rest of your life. I'm not advising you to get over failure. I want you to know how to use failure. Record it. Name it, trace the systemic root, and above all, trace which law you unconsciously violated. Maybe you lost money because you didn't establish a risk principle. Maybe you lost a relationship because you lacked verbal discipline. Maybe you missed an opportunity because you were unprepared. But every loss is backed by a breached law. Your job is to write a new law and live by it, never repeating the same breach again. Solomon wasn't considered wise because he was good at theory. He was respected because every decision he made was forged through a mind that had encountered its own limits and still held clarity. And I want you to live like that. Don't run from the pain, face it, understand it, document it, and act differently from that moment on. Each time you do, you are laying another layer of foundation for an inner fortress that no one can take from you. Start today. Take a notebook. Write down 3 failures you've avoided thinking about. With each one, ask, what law did I fail to see here? What principle did I ignore that should have been foundational? Then write a new law, concise, strong, immediately applicable, and commit to it. Review what you've written every week, because memory deceives, but laws written and repeated become your new backbone. You were not born to be perfect. You were born to learn quickly, and only when you learn faster than you're drained will you become unbreakable. Like a swordsman who never dodges a fight, he simply learns a new strike from each wound. You too must learn to rise, not to walk the same path again, but to walk deeper, sharper, and wiser. The wise don't avoid failure. They interrogate it. And in doing so, they don't just learn about the world, they learn about themselves. And that is something no success can give you unless you first dared to walk through fire. It is not the lack of resources that brings down empires, not the lack of opportunity, manpower, or external strength. Every great dynasty, every colossal structure, every exceptional individual who once reached great heights, all collapse for one reason: the loss of inner discipline. When the inside begins to loosen, the outside soon crumbles. When you live without personal law, you expose yourself to all the forces of life with no boundaries to protect you. And don't think discipline is something you use when you have spare time. It is a life architecture, a foundational structure, a pillar that keeps everything you build from falling when storms arrive. Solomon wasn't just famous for his wisdom, he was revered because he maintained long-term stability, not through military might, but through a strong inner law system. He governed the kingdom by governing himself. And that's why he became a model no one could replicate. Because inner stability doesn't come from genetics or circumstances, it comes from habit, from intentional repetition, from writing personal laws and living by them every day, regardless of mood, circumstance, or the world's reactions. I'm not asking if you have discipline. I'm asking whether you have clearly defined internal laws. Do you have a set time you wake up, whether yesterday was a victory or a defeat? Do you have boundaries for the thoughts you allow yourself to think each morning? Do you have principles guiding whether you respond or stay silent when insulted? Do you have a structure that helps you stay aligned whenever emotions try to pull you off track? If not, don't wonder why you're easily distracted, easily discouraged, easily swayed by trivial things. That's not weakness of character. That's a system with leaks. Thomas Edison didn't wait for inspiration to invent. He created an environment that could generate inspiration through serious habits. He didn't work randomly. He scheduled his thinking. What about you? Are you waiting for the perfect mindset to begin an important project? Waiting to feel ready? Or waiting for a chain of favorable events to regain motivation? If you live like that, you're not truly mastering your life. You're bargaining with randomness, and without inner discipline, you will use emotions to make decisions. But emotions are unpredictable, and consequences are not. Everyone likes to talk about goals, but very few talk about systems. Systems aren't glamorous. They repeat, they seem dry, but they are what hold you up when inspiration fades. They are the invisible part, the unpraised part. But they are the only reason you can stand firm in a chaotic age. And if you don't build them, you'll live by the waves, rising high, then crashing low, shining brightly, then breaking apart. Not because you're not good enough, but because you haven't chosen to be serious about building laws for yourself. I'm not talking about military discipline. I'm talking about living with a personal operating system, meaning you write and uphold rules about what time you wake up, what time you study, how you speak to yourself daily, your communication boundaries, how you manage your energy, limits for negative emotions, and standards for patience. When these become defaults, you begin to live like an architect, not a victim. And when the whole world is in chaos, you still have one thing left: inner order to rebuild from. Solomon did not allow himself to rule by impulse. Every word he spoke, every judgment he passed was based on pre-established order. He didn't use power to intimidate, but law to maintain balance. What about you? Do you have such a system? Or are you still living on borrowed energy? When someone yells, you react. When social media is chaotic, you rush to adjust without clear criteria. All of that shows one thing: you haven't built your inner empire. You're living in a temporary shelter, waiting for the weather to decide your fate. Those without inner discipline always live in fear of being pulled away. They chase work, relationships, trends, but have no anchor. Every time they try harder, they fall into the same loop, not for lack of effort, but because there's no structure to retain the results. You may earn money, but without laws for spending, you'll lose it all. You may gain attention, but without rules for how to respond, you'll destroy your own credibility. You may love someone deeply, but without inner discipline, you'll hurt them unconsciously, simply because you don't know how to regulate your emotional reactions. Start writing your personal system. It doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to exist. Write down what time you must wake up and follow it without needing motivation. Write how you'll handle distraction and apply it every time it happens. Write your daily minimum standards for learning, for health, for speech, and most importantly, write the things you will no longer allow in yourself, even if the world around you forgives them. That is when you begin living as someone who lives by law. And when you live by law, you don't need to control the whole world. You only need to keep your word to yourself. No empire falls from the outside if the inside still stands. And no dream collapses if you have a living system that preserves each step forward. Inner discipline is not a natural strength. It is a choice. The choice to live by structure even when no one requires it. The choice to lay down small bricks every day instead of waiting for an explosion. The choice to guard what no one else sees in order to build something the world cannot ignore. And that choice is where all difference begins. It's not wisdom, not wealth, not fame or power. When Solomon wrote the final conclusion of his reign, he emphasized nothing else but one supreme law: fear the Creator and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. This is not a religious warning. It is a principle that transcends time and systems. Because if you live without alignment to an order greater than yourself, you will soon be led by your own ego down a path of collapse. To fear the Creator is not to tremble before authority. It is the humility of someone who understands they are not the center of the universe, that there is a law greater than ego, a wisdom deeper than logic, and an order that overrides all personal intentions and human calculations. You may reach the top. You may harvest success, but if you believe everything comes from personal effort and disconnect from sacred principles, pride will begin to quietly erode your soul from within. And at some point you will start doing wrong, not because you don't know better, but because you think you're exempt from consequences. That is the moment you begin breaking the law, and life will respond with collapse from the place you least expect. Reverence does not make you weak. It makes you steady. It protects you from slipping into the dark places where greed, arrogance, or the thirst for power silently wait. Reverence means knowing even if no one sees, there is one who sees. Even if no one reminds you, there is a law still in motion. Even if no one corrects you, there is a standard silently measuring your every decision. And if you live by that law, within that order, you won't need to fear the world because you're walking in the path of truth. Solomon didn't say, ask for wealth, become powerful, or take what's yours. He didn't conclude his life with a philosophy of success. He ended with the purest declaration. Reverence and obedience to divine order is the foundation of all stability. When you forget that, every other achievement can be swept away by an unexpected wind. But when you live in your proper position, not above, not below, you don't just endure, you become a conduit of a power that transcends personal ability. You may call that being God, the source, or universal wisdom. The name matters less than whether you recognize that such a presence governs the order of life. Because whether you acknowledge it or not, the law is still at work. You reap what you sow, you trade values for gain, you will pay the price. You live against order, you will pull yourself out of the zone of blessing. And the most painful loss is not losing something, it's losing connection with the force greater than yourself. Those who lack reverence always see themselves as the center. They get swept up in decisions rooted in arrogance. They drift from truth but think they are still in control. They trust in luck, in talent, in their network, forgetting that every good thing has a sacred origin. And when that origin is cut off, even if the system still appears to run, the life force behind it has long been drained. Collapse becomes a matter of time. I'm not speaking to you with moral tones. I'm speaking in operational structure. You cannot build a structure that lasts unless its foundation is connected to the earth itself. Likewise, you cannot build a life of lasting influence unless you anchor yourself to the law of the Creator. Not man-made rules, but laws tied to the original meaning of life. Honesty, integrity, humility, responsibility, and service. These things never go out of style because they are not trends. They are foundations. Solomon could have ended his life with lessons on investing, on communication, or leadership strategy, but he chose one message. Reverence is the root. And if you cut off that root, every bit of knowledge you have, every dollar you earn, every relationship you build can become tools that lead you into ruin if you no longer anchor them in a sacred purpose. You don't have to become devout, but you must become someone who lives by order. And that order cannot come from outside. It comes from your commitment to live by a standard higher than yourself, not because someone's watching, but because you know there is one who always is. Write this in your personal journal. I do not live to please the world, but to live aligned with the divine order etched in my soul. When you read that each morning, you'll begin to make different decisions. You'll say no to the wrong opportunities. You'll hold yourself back from shady shortcuts. You'll choose silence when pride rises. And in that self-governance, you don't become weaker, you become dangerous in the way those with depth always are, unshaken because they don't build their lives on emotions or markets. They build on law. You can have everything, but if you lose connection with the source, you've lost what matters most. And if today you have nothing but choose to live rightly within divine order, you've already laid the foundation for a life that cannot be destroyed. Live as someone who knows they are not the source, but the steward of the source. Then you won't need permission to succeed. You'll just need to live by the law, and success, one way or another, will find you. Not because you're great, but because you chose the right route. And that route is where all lasting things begin. Strategies can change with each season, but a personal code of living, if built properly, will be the compass that keeps you from losing your way throughout the entire journey. Many people keep searching for more strategies, money-making strategies, time management strategies, branding strategies, communication strategies. They believe that if they gather enough strategies, they'll succeed. But one day they realize they know too much, yet live so little, because what they lack isn't strategy. What they lack is a personal code of living, something that keeps them consistent no matter the environment, position, or circumstance. Strategy helps you go far, but your code keeps you from losing yourself along the way. Strategy teaches you what to do, but your code answers the questions, who are you, and what values are non-negotiable? And only when those two are combined can you create an uncopyable kind of strength, an internal power with structure. A personal code of living is a set of principles you do not compromise. It doesn't need to be complex, but it must be clear. And you must live it truthfully in the hardest situations where no one sees, no one rewards, no one judges, and you still choose right because it's the law you committed to live by. Without a personal code, you will be easily pulled into someone else's game. You will react instead of initiate. You will shift your stance just because the environment changes. You will temporarily abandon yourself to please the world, and eventually you'll no longer know who your true self is. But when you have a code, you don't just live clearly, you live deeply. You make decisions not based on fleeting emotions, but on an already established value system. You don't chase what's efficient, you choose what's right. You're not hypnotized by results, you stay grounded in the process. And that's what makes you different. This is not a moral philosophy, it is a functional principle of every individual with long-term influence. The ones who survive the harshest trials are not those with the highest skills, but those with the strongest internal pillars. They know what they live for. They have an inner system for evaluation without needing the crowd, trends, or applause. And because of that, they are not dependent on external validation. They can govern themselves. And those who can govern themselves are the most trustworthy in any situation. Well, I'm not talking about cliche slogans like live by your values. I'm talking about writing your own code of living as if it were your personal constitution. For example, I do not betray the truth even when it benefits me, or I will not do anything I couldn't explain to my child someday. These laws don't just help you preserve your character, they help you make decisions quickly, accurately, and without regret, because you no longer have to reconsider every time something happens. You just ask, does this violate my code? If yes, don't do it. If no, do it decisively. Stability in life doesn't come from controlling the outside world. It comes from controlling your inner reactions by living according to a law you've designed for yourself. That law is the tract to keep your energy from scattering. It is the skeleton to give shape to your actions. It is the fence to keep you from slipping into regrets you've lived before. And it is a deep commitment to build a life not only of success, but also of depth, meaning, and real credibility. Strategies can be learned from others, but your code must be born from within. It is formed through experience, through failure, through collision, through self-observation. No one can give it to you. You must sit down, listen inwardly, take notes, and decide what is non-negotiable in your life. What will you not do, even if it profits you? What will you always do, even when it's hard? What is the red line you will never cross? And when you define that, live by it daily, as if the whole world is looking to you to learn how to live with integrity. You don't need dozens more strategies. You only need one personal code, simple but strong enough to anchor you even when life shakes violently. And when you have that, you'll begin to feel a new kind of strength. You are not just a person with direction. You are a person with identity. And from that place, you no longer seek success. You begin to attract, because success does not come to the one who knows the most, but to the one who knows exactly what they live for and never departs from that order. You no longer live by vague hopes. You no longer wait for results like someone standing on the sidelines begging fate to smile upon you. Because from this moment on, you see clearly, results don't come from indefinite prayers. They come from the system you build. It's not what you want that shapes your life, but the laws you live by each day. Solomon didn't sit around praying for wisdom as if it were some miracle falling from the sky. He asked, but he also built. He followed law, and it was that very law that led him to glory, not luck. Law is the operating system of the universe. You can't demand health if you violate biological laws. You can't demand wealth if you break the laws of value, focus, and perseverance. You can't demand peace if you live against your own inner order. And you certainly can't expect others to respect you if you don't live by the principles you once declared. From now on, everything you desire will no longer be a wish, will be an equation. Every action you take today is an equation you're solving, and the result is what you deserve. Solomon understood this earlier than anyone. He didn't govern a kingdom based on emotion. He ran it based on law. Not external laws imposed from outside, but laws he committed himself to follow. He didn't break principles even when he had the power to. And that is what set him apart from other rulers. He didn't seek power to do as he pleased, but to maintain the order of a harmonious kingdom. He didn't play by others' rules. He lived by laws that others were compelled to recognize. So must you. If you're still seeking validation, still chasing results as if they're rewards of chance, you're standing in the wrong place. Because one who lives by law is the one who owns the game. No need to call for attention. No need to prove anything. Just keep applying the principle every day as if laying each brick for a coming empire. And one day, the very people who once overlooked you will ask, how did you do it? But you will know there was no how, there was only the law, and you lived by it. Law has no emotion, but it is fair. It neither loves you nor hates you. It only responds honestly to your actions. What you sow is what you reap. What you build with is what you get. Don't say you deserve a higher life if your daily actions still reflect a lower standard of living. Don't hope to have influence if you lack the internal discipline to do what's hard when no one's watching. And don't expect freedom if you've never clearly set boundaries for yourself. Every empire has walls. Every wise person has boundaries of principle, not because they are afraid, but because they understand. Freedom doesn't come from doing whatever you want. It comes from knowing exactly what must not be done. When you live with boundaries, you no longer fumble in every decision. When you know what is a law that must not be broken, you no longer deal with consequences because you no longer create misalignment. And when you remain faithful to the system you've built, you begin to experience something profound, a deep peace that doesn't come from the outside world, but from within yourself. From today onward, you no longer beg for results, you build them. Through the law you choose to uphold, through the principles you do not betray, through the actions you repeat without applause, and then the results come, not as a surprise, but as an inevitable consequence. You are not shocked that you are blessed, because you know. You sowed rightly. You no longer ask, will I make it? Because you understand. No one hands you what you are not yet prepared to deserve. What Solomon left behind was not a prophetic book. He left a blueprint. If you view your life as a construction site, then every thought, every word, every decision you make today is building material. No material is wasted. No moment is meaningless. And if you live by law, step by step, you won't need to wait for luck. You will become a system of fortune designed in advance, and anything you touch will reflect that. Look at where you stand today. Nothing is random. It is the result of the system you've been living by, whether you were aware of it or not. If it hasn't taken you where you hoped to go, don't blame the world, change the system. Rewrite the laws of your life. Decide from now on, you won't live by convenience, by emotion, or by short-term comfort. You will live by a set of laws designed to help you become the deepest and strongest version of yourself. Because in the end, the difference between a leader and the one being led does not lie in what they dream of, it lies in what they commit to practicing. Tired or not, bored or not, whether anyone notices or not. And from there, results are no longer something they hope for, they are something they create. No longer a reward, but a faithful reflection of the law they chose to live by. So are you. From now on, you are no longer a beggar. You are a builder. And the law you live by will be the loudest declaration of the person you are becoming.